Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to none other than Sunday Morning Murder Church here on Publicly Buzzed Live. Thank you everyone for joining me this morning. I know it's early, per usual, for week 4 here in the Jeffrey Dahmer insanity trial that we have been covering. I see some folks already hanging out here in the chat. Thank you all so much. I appreciate the hell out of y'all coming through this early. Bonnie Bailey, Groot, Kara Willis, Leanne White, Joanne, Yoda Girl, Disney Nerd, Joannie B. Thank y'all so much. Good morning. Let me make sure I've got this correct. I think I do. I do not. Well, first of all, we can go ahead and pop over here to the old intranets. We're going to be starting this out again, week 4. Today we're going to be looking at psychiatrist Dr. Fred Berlin on the stand. This is a sexual disorders from the director of the Sexual Disorders Clinic at Johns Hopkins University, an expert in sexual disorders. So this should be an interesting day to say the least. But yeah, let me get the chat just real quick fixed up. The broken podcast, the broken system podcast. Thanks for popping through here. I've been hanging out with that guy a few times in his stream. Real quick, I just want to make sure I got this good to go so I can pop those up whenever I need to be. Boom. Good morning, sir. Thank you all so much again for hanging out. One thing I do have, some church bells. Good morning. Good morning. Take your seats, everyone, as we're going to start this thing off. Now, this week, we are going to be going through not the entirety of Fred Berlin's testimony, but these are pretty long. I don't know if we'll get into the 4th video. Next week may be the end of him. We'll see how this goes today, but we're going to start her out right now.
I solemnly swear that all the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Please be seated, sir. Thank you. Would you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Fred Berlin, B-E-R-L-I-N.
Now, where do you reside? In what city or locality, please?
I live in Baltimore, Maryland.
And you are married?
Yes, sir.
What is your profession or occupation?
I'm a physician, and I specialize in psychiatry.
Are you a doctor of medicine?
Yes, sir, I am a doctor of medicine.
Do you hold any other formal degrees other than the Doctor of Medicine?
Well, besides my MD degree, which is the doctor of medicine, I have a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and also a PhD degree.
And what is your field of endeavor in your master's and your doctorate degree?
My doctorate and master's that we just talked about are in psychology.
And where did you go to undergraduate school, and what years did you attend that institution? You may look at your
Make sure I
VT.
get the years right. It's been a long time. I was an undergraduate at the University of Pittsburgh and graduated in 1964. I received my master's degree at Fordham University, and I subsequently received both my MD and PhD degree at Dalhousie University, which is in Canada.
That's D-A-L-H-O-U-S-I-E.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And besides attending University of Pittsburgh, did you participate in any field of sports endeavor?
Well, I was on the football team for a little while, but that was just during my sophomore years. I suppose my claim to fame is that I was on the team when Mike Ditka was on the team, but I stopped that because I was given a research assistantship in the Department of Psychology, and certainly wasn't headed for stardom as a football player.
Fordham University is located where, please?
That's located in the Bronx, New York City.
And that is where you got your master's in psychology.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And then you chose to continue studies in psychology, and what is the name of the institution? Where is it located in Canada, and what kind of an institution is it?
It's Dalhousie. It's, I think, a very good institution. It has both undergraduate and graduate programs. It has a fine medical school, and that's where I did my subsequent training.
So while you were at Dalhousie getting your doctorate in psychology, when did you make the decision to become a doctor of medicine?
Well, I'd actually been thinking and wondering about that earlier. I'd stopped at Fordham with a master's degree and was debating at that point going into medicine, but wasn't certain. I then started graduate work and deferred the decision about medical school, but subsequently during the course of my work towards the PhD, did start my medical school training and actually completed the 2 degrees, at least in part, in a concurrent fashion.
When one graduates from Dalhousie University, is that located in Nova Scotia?
Yes, that's one of the provinces in Canada, and that's where it's located.
And is that a state governmental school or private institution?
It's a private institution. It receives research funds and other support from various government agencies, but fundamentally it's a private institution.
On graduating from Dalhousie, are you allowed to practice your profession of medicine in the United States?
Yes, Dalhousie is not considered a foreign medical school for the terms of the United States. In fact, none of the Canadian schools are. We wrote the national board exams, which are developed in the state in the course of going to medical school in Canada, just as anybody would here. I passed those boards. It was considered a diplomat of the national boards, and when it was a matter of coming to the States, simply had to apply for the license and was granted that.
Your doctorate in psychology and your MD degree, did you decide that you wanted to continue into the field of psychology when you were a doctor of medicine?
Well, you know, there's so many interesting things in medicine, and for a while I wondered about other specialties, surgery, pediatrics, and so on, but ultimately I felt that the mind was probably the most interesting aspect of human beings, and the relationship between the mind and the brain and behavior continued to be of interest to me. So ultimately I did come full cycle and ended up, after completing my medical training and my internship, specializing in psychiatry.
Before we go into that, tell us, if you will, a doctorate of psychology and a doctor of medicine who is a psychiatrist, how are they interrelated, if at all?
Psychologists are not physicians. They can't, for example, prescribe medicine. They're not as well-founded, and I'm not trying to make them second-class citizens. They have a lot of special expertise, but they're not as founded in the biological sciences. As I mentioned a minute ago, I was quite interested in the relationship between biology, mental experience, and so on. And so by having both degrees, I felt they complemented one another.
Okay. Now, tell us, if you will, what did you do upon, before we get into that, tell us what teaching as fellowships or research fellowships did you have as they relate to the area of psychology as opposed to psychiatry?
Well, I mentioned that as a sophomore in college, I was offered an opportunity to become a research fellow in the Department of Psychology, and I did that from the time it was offered through the remainder of my undergraduate training. When I began my graduate training, I think at Fordham, if I remember right, I wasn't particularly acting as a research or teaching fellow. I don't actually recall that, but I know at Dalhousie, once again, I certainly was, as part of my work there, teaching and assisting in the teaching of students.
Were you teaching in a department of psychology while you were studying to be a doctor of medicine?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now tell us, if you will, your professional training relative to your degree of Doctor of Medicine, please.
Well, as I mentioned, I completed the Doctorate of Medicine. That's the standard 4-year undergraduate medical program. I subsequently did a year of medical internship at McGill University in Montreal.
Tell us about that institution. What is McGill University and where you did your internship? What kind
Well,
of...
I think probably more people have heard of McGill than Dalhousie. I think it's considered one of the top medical schools in the world. They're very involved in the standard things of the clinical care of patients, teaching research. The experience I had there was what's called a rotating medical internship. So I spent a period of time on medical service, on surgical service, pediatrics, the various specialties that exist within medicine.
And after your internship, that's usually a year, isn't it?
Yes, that's always a year.
Then that's when you make your choices as to whether or not you want to continue on in a specialty.
Yes, you can, after your internship, go out and practice medicine and set up shop, but many people choose to specialize beyond that, and you can become a surgeon or an internist or a psychiatrist. My area of interest, as I mentioned, was psychiatry, and I subsequently came down to Johns Hopkins for my residency training, which is the specialized training to qualify me in that area.
And how long were you at Johns Hopkins University studying your chosen specialty of psychiatry?
Again, I'll check the years. It's been a while, but I came in 1975, spent a couple of years at Hopkins getting my training. Johns Hopkins then selects one of their residents in training each year to go for 6 months to the Maudsley Hospital in London, England, as part of an exchange program with that institution. So I spent 6 months during my training in London, England, furthering my education. I subsequently came back to Hopkins and finished up as the chief resident in psychiatry at Johns Hopkins, and it was after that that I came on to the staff, initially at the level of an assistant professor.
At the time you were chief resident, how many chief residents are there in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Science at Johns Hopkins?
At the time I was chief resident, I was the only one in psychiatry who was the chief resident.
And how many people were studying the specialty of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins in that institution when you were the chief resident?
Oh goodness, the size of the residency training program at that time was, and again, it's been a while, probably about 30 people, but not to mislead you, they're not going to pick someone for chief resident unless it's someone out of the senior class, so I was probably picked out of a group of, less than a dozen people, something like that.
As the chief resident of the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Science at Johns Hopkins in the year 77, 78, what were your duties and responsibilities relative to that position?
Well, as the name kind of suggests, to oversee all of the other residents in their training. Some of it was purely administrative, dealing with issues of scheduling, when the doctors would be on call in the hospital and so on. Others had to do with teaching, being able to assist and supervise in the care of patients, those sorts of things.
I want to ask you about your current position. What is your current positions?
Well, there are several instances. I'll give the ones that I suppose are relevant here. In terms of Johns Hopkins Hospital, I'm a full-time physician on the staff at Johns Hopkins Hospital. In terms of my medical school appointment, I'm an associate professor at the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine. And perhaps of relevance here, I'm also the director of the Sexual Disorders Clinic. Said that quickly, director of the Sexual Disorders Clinic at Johns Hopkins.
Johns Hopkins is located in Baltimore, Maryland.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that institution.
Well, I don't want to just sound like I'm bragging about my home place, but I went to Hopkins because it has such a wonderful reputation. I don't think there'd be much argument that it's certainly one of the finest, if not the finest, medical school around. A recent survey, for example, of physicians around the country that was published in U.S. News and World Report rated Hopkins as the #1 medical school in the country, if not the world. Now, I don't know how much those surveys mean. Others, I'm sure, would claim that they're #1, but it's certainly a very fine institution.
How large is the Johns Hopkins University Hospital?
Oh, gosh, I don't know the exact answer. It really has a number of buildings that coalesce that represent the various specialties, psychiatry, neurosurgery, neurology, and so on. Certainly there are thousands of patients in any given year that go through that facility to receive care. The teaching of all the Johns Hopkins medical students is done under the auspices of the the hospital, a large research effort there. So it's a very, very large institution.
Does it also have an undergraduate school?
Yes, sir. The campus for the undergraduate school is a bit removed from the hospital, but it has a very fine undergraduate school.
Okay, is it been in existence, that is Johns Hopkins University, been in existence for a period of time?
Yeah, I don't remember when it started, but I know in psychiatry, for example, the first psychiatric program in the country to be affiliated with a major medical institution was the Phipps Clinic. That started at Hopkins probably about 90 years or so ago, and Hopkins was a pretty going concern even at that point. Some of those famous leaders in medicine, Halstead, well, I'm not going to name drop, but many, many fine doctors have been through that institution.
How old is the institution, Johns Hopkins University? Founded in...
I'm not really sure. I suspect it goes back, 150 years, something like that. It's been around for a very long time.
What type of funding is it? Is it a private, state, national?
Well, it's a private institution. You get, I guess, your name to be there if you're the initial benefactor. So it was named after the person who helped get it established. It receives lots of funds, though. There are many funds, for example, from the federal government to support various sorts of research. There's many donations made from the private sector. So those would be some of the things I'd say in response to your question.
You say you are the associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Science. When did you become a member of the faculty?
Yeah, I don't think I'm the associate professor.
No, I said, yeah, I understand,
professors.
an associate professor.
Gosh, when I started, I mentioned as soon as I completed my residency, I was given an appointment as an assistant professor. I was subsequently promoted to associate professor. It was probably about 5 years later. I frankly don't remember exactly when that took place.
What is the next step within the institution if you're an associate professor?
The only step above that would be a full professor.
And do you anticipate that taking place?
Well, we'll see. I hope so.
How does one get to be a full professor?
Well, first of all, you need to be around for a while in most cases and go up the ladder. Basically, at Hopkins, they're looking for people who have distinguished themselves or seen as leaders in the country, if not in the world. I think they take great pride in what it means to have a professorship there.
And you're on that track?
I hope so.
Okay. Tell me what, you indicated that you're the director of the Sexual Disorders Clinic at Johns Hopkins University. Is that affiliated with the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences?
Yes, it's within the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences.
Tell us what the Sexual Disorders Clinic is and what you do relative to being the director and how it came into existence.
Well, I think one of the most ignored areas in psychiatry has been the sexual area. There's a lot of strong emotion about issues surrounding human sexuality, but there's been not very much done in terms of scientific study, in terms of trying to teach in an objective fashion, in terms of research. Some folks have done things. I don't mean to deprecate what others have done, but it's still an area that was quite lacking. And so I'm not only the director, I'm really the founder of the clinic as well. And we tried to establish a clinic recognizing that would both provide clinical care to patients where we felt we had something to offer who presented with a particular kind of sexual disorder. We also wanted to make sure we were doing teaching, training residents and medical students how to care for and diagnose and treat people with these kinds of difficulties. And as I mentioned, because there's a lot that isn't known, we wanted to have research as an aspect of that as well, and that's pretty much what goes on at the clinic.
Tell me about your position relative to the Department of Psychiatry and its nexus with the hospital as far as being an attending physician. Do you have any...
Welcome everybody coming in here a little bit late. I know you can actually see it up on the screen there. Psychiatrist Dr. Fred Berlin takes the stand. Again, this is the director of Sexual Disorders Clinic, and he's from Johns Hopkins University, an expert in sexual disorders. Perfect for this situation, especially all that we've been hearing in this so far with the testimony and, you know, the life of Jeffrey Dahmer and his sexual perversions, if you will.
Anything to do with people who are having psychiatric problems who are in the hospital?
Yes, well, as an attending physician, I'm responsible for the care of people when they're in the hospital. The psychiatry department has 88 beds, made up of 4 units of 22 beds apiece. Go slow so I don't confuse people with the numbers, but each of those 4 units, in addition to being involved with the care and treatment of people with general psychiatric problems, also has a specialty focus. And one of the units, for example, they're interested in bulimia and anorexia nervosa as a specialty interest. One of the units is interested in psychiatric problems of the elderly. The particular ward that I'm involved in as an attending physician, in addition to having general patients, also has 8 beds set aside at any given point for the care and treatment of people with sexual difficulties.
So there are people who go in as an inpatient, who remain there as a patient in the hospital.
Yes, it's an acute stay hospital. They're usually only there for a period of about 3 weeks. I would be, if I was the attending physician on that unit at a given point in time, the doctor in whose name they're admitted and responsible for their overall supervision of their care would see them daily. There would also be residents and students and nurses and social workers and many others involved in their care as well.
How does your clinic work?
Well, the clinic has, as I mentioned, both an inpatient and outpatient component. Most people that we evaluate are pre-screened as outpatients initially to make sure that we're clear on who we might be bringing in the hospital and whether we even think we have anything to offer. We certainly can't help everybody we see. Those that we think we can help are usually brought in the hospital to take a very, very close look at them. We're often dealing with people who, if treatment fails, could pose some level of risk to innocent individuals. Not nearly the level of risk that we're talking about here, but nonetheless some risk. So we want to make sure they're in a secure and structured setting, which is the kind of setting in which their behavior can most easily be controlled, and try to persuade ourselves, if we're going to then treat them later on in the community, that we are doing so in as safe a way as possible. So the average length of stay for inpatient is about 3 weeks time. I'm not sure if you're stopping me. You put your hand up. Did you?
No, that's just that nervous habit.
Oh,
No,
okay.
not at all. The clinic itself, then, you also deal with people who don't go in inpatient and or people who have been inpatient who continue to be treated.
Many of the people who have been inpatient, we will then follow in the community on an outpatient basis. I think at the present time we probably have close to 200 people on the roster that we treat in that fashion. But clearly, if at any given point we have evidence that suggests that there's a heightened risk to the community, we want to quickly be able to get the person back in the hospital and try to regroup to make certain that before they're back on the streets, we've done our best to keep them safe. Now, I don't want to mislead. We can't always succeed in that, and we do the best we can. I think, in fact, we've had a very, very high success rate, thank God, but I didn't want to mislead and present it as though, gee, everybody we treat, we know when to get him in, we know when to get him out, but we try to work it in that fashion, and I think we do a reasonably good job.
What kind of sexual disorder people do you see, both inpatient and the outpatient? What kind of people, what kind of sexual disorders?
Well, we see a variety of them. One type of person we would see, for example, would be persons who are sexually attracted to children. The jargon term that's used to describe a person who's that kind of a sexual orientation is pedophilia. And so I think probably the largest category that we've seen are those sorts of individuals. Again, we don't decide if they should or shouldn't go to jail. That's not a medical issue, but most of those people, whether sooner or later, are in the community, and so we're trying our best to make them as safe as possible while they're out there. We've also seen a large group of exhibitionists. I think that's probably our second largest category. Again, anyone's capable of exposing themselves, I suppose, but normal people aren't having to repeatedly fight off urges to do that to stay out of trouble, and so we see this group of people. And
I agree, Caroline. Coming through, see, that's where the system fails. People 3 weeks in, not nearly a long enough time to give treatment. That's the case in a lot of stuff like this, right? Like there's such a minuscule time frame on figuring out what's truly wrong with someone, and I don't think that's the way it should be. You need to take as much time as needed.
And they need, in our judgment, treatment, and we've often treated them. We've seen a variety of others as well. I don't know how much time you want me to take to go into it. I can, but that gives you, I think, the flavor of the kinds of people we deal with in general.
Doctor, I'm going to ask that a book be marked for purposes of identification of exhibit. This is exhibit number 27. It's entitled The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 3rd edition revised. It has cap called DSM Roman numeral 3-R. You're familiar with this book, are you not?
Yes, sir.
And doctor, did you have anything to do with working on the creation or the changes on things relating to sexual disorders as contained in that book?
Yes, sir.
Now, I have indicated to Mr. McCann that I would like you to open the book up to committees had served on various aspects of mental health and looked to the area of the subcommittees on paraphilias. Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Does that reflect that you were a member of a subcommittee on paraphilias?
Yes, sir, it does.
Does it indicate that another doctor by the name of Judith Becker is likewise on that committee?
Yes, sir, it does.
Does it likewise indicate that a gentleman by the name of Park Dietz, a doctor of psychiatry, was also on that committee?
Yes, Park Dietz is also a member of that committee.
There are about 9 of you that were on that committee.
There's exactly 9 of us listed, if I'm counting this correctly, on that committee.
Tell us what paraphilia is and what was the work of the subcommittee in which you were on in reference to whatever came about as a result of that DSM-3R.
Okay. Well, paraphilia in layman's terms really refers to sexual deviation. The reason we didn't want to use the term sexual deviation is that it's sometimes used as a pejorative. It's used to call people names, that darn deviant sort of thing. And in psychiatry, we're not trying to call people names. We're trying to use shorthand to define that there's a particular problem that we're trying to address. So we use that big jargon, but it's really talking about people who experience unusual or different kinds of sexual desires than the rest of us. I think you asked how I became a member of the committee and what it's all about.
Yes.
Is that the question? This is really the book that helps to define for the psychiatric profession the nature of the various disorders. It's really part of a bigger kind of project that exists throughout medicine. There's what's called, for example, the ICD-9, the International Classification of Diseases, which would not only list psychiatric diseases, many of these, if not all of them, are in there, but would list the various medical conditions also. And the way the process works is that if a person is considered to be an expert in a particular area, they are invited to become a part of a particular subcommittee to try to help make certain that the information about diagnoses is as accurate and clear as possible. I'm flattered to say that I was one of the people who was seen to be a sufficient expertise to be invited by the American Psychiatric Association, who's responsible for this book, to participate and to help in this effort.
Are there other things categorized as sexual disorders other than paraphilia?
The major sexual disorders are the paraphilias. There's a distinction that's made which talks about sexual dysfunctions, and that really refers to people who are having difficulties.
Oh yeah, we'll say that right now. And we got Jay in the chat, and any father in the chat. Happy Father's Day, dads, stepdads, brothers, uncles, whomever. This is from Jackie 215. Stepped up to be the dad a kid needs. That's awesome. Yeah, happy Father's Day. Thank y'all so much. Dara, like Sarah, like Tara, good morning, party people. Thank you for coming through here. Hoping you had a good weekend and a good Sunday morning as well. Yeah, happy Father's Day, everybody.
Functioning sexually in intimate aspects of relationships, the people who in making love, for example, aren't able to consummate the sexual act. So people who are struggling in that way. The disorders, though, really represent situations where someone is experiencing something very different in their mind from the rest of us as far as sexual arousal is concerned.
Such as pedophilia?
Such as pedophilia, such as exhibitionism, such as necrophilia.
Necrophilia is what?
Necrophilia, and I know because we talked ahead of time, of course, that we'll go into more detail, but to just give it simply here, necrophilia involves a situation where if a person is having thoughts and about dead bodies, that causes them to become sexually aroused. Well, the last thing that most of us are going to become when we think about dead bodies is sexually aroused. We're going to become disgusted and all sorts of feelings other than erotic feelings. So clearly, an individual who's aroused by these kinds of thoughts, and as I said, I'll go into greater detail later, is experiencing something very abnormal, and it therefore is one of the sorts of paraphilias that we talk about.
Now, that is also known as the Bible for psychiatrists?
Well, in quotes, I don't mean, that could sound to some sacrilegious, it isn't meant to be that way, but people will just talk about it in the sense that is the Bible of psychiatry.
So that book and that subcommittee that you were on was just one of many other subcommittees relating to the field of psychiatry.
That's correct. I mean, it could be subcommittees dealing with mental retardation, for example, and they would invite the people that they felt were the leading experts in that to be a part of that committee.
Okay. Now, tell us as it relates to your activities at the Johns Hopkins Mental Institution, what do you do in that hospital, and what have you done over the years pursuant to your expertise, or not your expertise, but your field of endeavors.
Okay, well, again, I think you meant the Johns Hopkins Medical Institution,
That's
not
right.
mental institution.
Medical.
I have many responsibilities there. Again, I guess the way in which most of us on the staff think of our responsibilities in three major areas, teaching, research, and clinical care, and I'm involved in each of the three. I'm intimately involved in the teaching of residents and people in training, have published extensively the results of research that has been done. I think I probably covered it. If you want more detail, I can
No,
give it, but I think we've covered
That's
it.
fine. Tell us, over the years, have you been invited to participate in any government-related activities reference your specialty?
Yes, and I can name a couple if that's what you want.
Why don't you name the ones that you feel are important to the inquiry here?
Okay. Well, I mean, I like to think that many of these are important, but I'll name the ones that I guess I'm flattered to have been asked to be a part of. I was, for example, an invited participant at a White House conference on sexual abuse. I've been invited to address a subcommittee of the United States Senate on the same matters. I've been invited to address colleges of judges in several states, including, I believe, if I remember right, this state about these matters. Been invited to participate in a conference directed by the New York Academy of Sciences. Was invited by the New York State Legislature, the Senate there, one of their committees. There are other things, but those are some of the ones that I'm certainly proud of.
Have you spoken to people in the business of corrections in any states, such as Department of Corrections or Division of Corrections?
Yes, well, I'm actually employed as a consultant by the Maryland Division of Corrections. I've helped, I've actually helped in some police investigations and unsolved crimes. I've lectured the police academies in various areas, their recruits on the area of sexual offenders and how that might relate to their investigations. I helped the Baltimore County Police prepare a teaching film on that matter. I'm sure there are others, but those are some examples of what I've done in that area.
Just generally, you have made court appearances as an expert witness on a diagnosis and treatment of paraphilic disorders over the years?
Yes, sir. My major job is not to be in court, but often, not often, at times it does bring me into court. I have testified on a number of occasions.
You have written a lot, have you not?
Yes, I think I probably have an excess of perhaps 40 publications, something in that area.
You belong and you have made a number of professional presentations over the years?
Yes, sir.
You have you ever been a recipient, or have you ever been nominated to be the recipient of any distinguished type of awards relative to your field of endeavor?
Oh gosh, I think I was nominated by the Society for the Scientific Study of Sex, a group that's trying to get this more objectively looked at for one of their research awards. I don't think I received it, but I do recall a nomination.
Have you received any grants or any contracts from any known entities that deal with the type of problems that you've been talking about here this morning?
Yes, sir. I was asked by folks at the National Institute of Mental Health through a contract to review, this was a number of years back, literature on sex offenses and to try and produce some abstracts and make material available that could be more readily utilized than having people read the original. So we did perform for the National Institute of Mental Health that kind of an abstract under a grant. Under a contract. We received a grant from the Guggenheim Foundation, which is a large organization in New York that makes monies available, interested particularly in the area of human sexual aggression, where we actually tried to look at what kinds of chemicals are released in the brain when people get sexually aroused, and found, and this is very preliminary, I don't want to overstate it, but it looks as though the brain produces its own internal opiates when people become sexually aroused, which may help explain why in some cases there seems to be such an addicting-like quality for people in terms of their sexual needs.
Can you tell us whether or not you are board certified in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, sir. I'm board certified as a psychiatrist by the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology.
And to be board certified, what must you do and what does that mean?
First of all, you have to have completed your residency training as a psychiatrist. There are a couple of examinations beyond that. One is a written examination that is taken during the course of your training to become a specialist. The second is both written and oral, which means that you go and have experienced psychiatrists and neurologists. We have to know neurology fairly well too. Question you and make sure that they feel you're up to par. And then if you pass those examinations and you're already a licensed physician and you've completed your education, you're certified as a specialist in that particular area.
What is the study of neurology, and how does that differ from, and how is it related to psychiatry?
Well, neurology, of course, has very much to do with the nervous system. The brain is kind of the major organ of the nervous system, and so neurology and psychiatry often overlaps, particularly for those of us who are interested in the biological basis of mental experience. So there's quite a bit in common there, and it's important that neurologists know a certain amount of psychiatry, and important that psychiatrists know a certain amount of neurology.
Your professional memberships, would you give us some idea of what they are?
Oh gosh, I don't know that they mean very much, but I'm a member of the American Psychiatric Association, the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law, the American College of Forensic Psychiatry. God, there's a list.
We really want to make sure that we know that this guy is an expert. Okay, we get it, guys.
Of them, but,
What is forensic psychiatry?
well,
Or
forensic
psychology?
I guess,
what is
going through the different levels and the definitions is important too for the overall trial of the insanity trial, I guess. That makes sense.
Forensic medicine, forensic
He's been going for a minute,
psychiatry,
though.
forensic psychology. Forensic really refers to when a particular specialty interfaces with the law. A forensic pathologist, for example, might be someone who does pathology in terms of his medical practice, but might be called into a courtroom as an expert if there's a need for a pathologist to come into the courtroom.
Talk about like cause of death and things.
Yeah, that would be an example. And so, obviously, in working with people such as those who are oriented towards kids, if treatment fails there, they can come into the attention of the courts. In fact, they often, almost always, have come to the attention of the courts before we even see them. So my work, even though I'm not primarily someone who's training to come to a courtroom, will, because of the interface between psychiatry and the law, at times bring me into a court.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that, and I've gone over this with Mr. McGann, that Dr. Berlin's detail be marked as an exhibit and be received in evidence. And then I will tell the court what I wish to do. I've already told Mr. McGann.
How has it been marked?
I'm sorry, Defendant's Exhibit 28. That's your detail, is it not? I would move its receipt into evidence, Your Honor.
Any objection? None. It's received.
And with that in mind, Your Honor, I might suggest that from pages 3 through 12, actually the top part of page 13, on the different publications that Dr. Berlin has written related to sexual disorders, those same pages contain his additional publications, also his professional presentations. And I would ask leave the court. I've had 14 of these printed so that I can let the jury look at them so that Dr. Berlin doesn't have to go down each and every one of these, but he can earmark the ones that he wants to bring to the jury's attention and for the attention of the record, so I may move him in as an expert. Do you have any objection to that, Your Honor?
Mr. McCann?
No objection. We will do the same with Dr. Bean's petition.
Now, as these are being passed out to the jury, Doctor, would you kind of look through yours? And what I'd like you to do is to, as you go through the pages, suggest to the jury where on that page is something that has something to do relative to the kinds of things that you feel are important for the inquiry that's being made in here, so you can bring it to their attention that you've been involved in that or a related area. Can you do that? Oh, wait till they get it. They haven't got it. Okay, I think they have them now, Doctor. So if you'll just kind of give us a general idea of these publications, what they had to do with, and which ones you feel you want to highlight, if any.
Well, again, I don't know. I didn't, we've talked before. I didn't really go through this part of things, but just looking through here, I mean, I think, for example, the second publication talks about the eroticized violent crime. That's obviously relevant to things that we're talking about here. Further down, you'll see it's just a commentary, actually, but it's on the topic of sexual addiction and compulsive sexual behaviors. I suppose that kind of thing is relevant. I would think if people look through and get some sense of the titles, it almost just stands out how that's related to the things we'll be talking about. So I don't have any particular sense of wanting to say, gee, you really got to look at that one. I think people can make their own judgments about that.
I would ask you to look on page 5, where it says Gaffney, Laurie, and Berlin. Is there familiar transmission of pedophilia? Journal of Nervous and Mental Diseases. You are familiar with and have written for that journal?
Well, yes, this is an article that the three of us published in that journal, and we're really trying to, as I say, get things more on a scientific grounds here.
Gotta bring the shoulder pads back. Gotta bring them back, baby. The 80s and the 90s are calling, all this old trial stuff that I've been watching. And if you look at the fashion, everything's back now. You gotta get the shoulder pads back.
And we're just trying to see pedophilia as a disorder. And you have medical disorders, you like to learn about them. You like to learn what factors might increase the risk of somebody having them. A lot of things tend to run in families, diabetes, for example, hypertension. And so the question was, is this the situation where people are finding children to be a stimulus for sexual excitement? Is there any evidence that runs in families? And indeed, in that study, we demonstrated that there does seem to be a familial predisposition, whether that's kind of transferred through life experiences, whether it's transferred through biology is a basis for further research. But certainly, as a matter of fact, there did seem to be a biological predisposition, or well, predisposition, I guess is as good a word as any.
The bottom of page 5, there is treatment of sexual offenders. Would you tell us what that is with anti-androgenic medication?
Yeah, anti-androgenic medication. One of the problems with many sex offenders is the driven nature of their behavior. If I can kind of put this in layman's terms, if somebody's hungering sexually for children, we don't know enough yet about the biology of why children are causing them to feel sexual arousal. If we can at least lower the intensity of that hunger, the hope is that will enable the behavior to be more responsive to the dictates of their conscience and intellect, rather than being driven by lusts or passions or desires that are not only going to destroy their life in the long run, but can cause injury and harm to innocent other people.
On page 6, I would like you just to refer to some of the professional presentations where you, as an invited participant, dealt with the kinds of things that you're going to be talking about here today. There's a number of them, aren't there?
Yes, I wasn't sure if you were asking me a question.
Yeah, basically, you have made all kinds of presentations in different parts of the United States concerning paraphilia and things related to that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that goes on for just a whole bunch of pages where you have done that often, and quite often, correct?
Yes, sir.
And most of those were things that you talked about relating to the area of paraphilia and sex offenders and things of that nature.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 50, 60, 70 of such presentations, if not more?
I don't know, sir. I haven't counted them, but if you have them, I'm sure.
Quite a bit.
A lot, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I think the point has been made, and I can then ask your deputy to pick up the details as long as you're satisfied the jury doesn't need them any longer. I don't know the you, but I'm not looking at it.
I don't know whether they need them any longer or not. Let's find out whether the state wishes to voir dire this.
I'm going to voir dire, but not off that. I'm going to voir dire, but not off that.
Okay.
Now, you've made appearances on such shows as Face the Nation, 60 Minutes, and things of that nature?
Yeah, I don't know how much being in the media means, but yes, sir, I've been on Face the Nation Nightline a couple of times.
I like this guy a lot. He said, I don't know how much the media means. And this was, back then.
60 Minutes, those sorts of things.
For academic reasons?
Well, they've obviously approached me. I've never approached anyone in the media about being one, but there were issues they were discussing where I suppose they felt my expertise might help to educate the public. At least I hope that's what
I mean, you could tell this guy's fucking smart, dude.
they felt, and that was my desire, and so I accepted their
It would be cool to just like pick this dude's brain, you know what I mean? Have dinner with him. Not about Dahmer, about just all of this.
invitations.
Doctor, have you
The subject.
also been involved in making a documentary for PBS relating to people with sexual disorders?
Well, I didn't make it, but it focused very heavily on the Hopkins program. It talked in particular about pedophilia. It, I think, was quite balanced, talked both to victims and offenders. Was talking a good deal about the concept I talked about earlier of trying to lower the drive that seems to push the behavior. And yes, sir, I was a part of that. It was a very good film. I think it was ultimately nominated for an Emmy. And
At the end of the day, these dudes' brains are what's fucking broken. So you have a psychiatrist. You know, that's what we need at the end of the day to figure out. You know, the acts, they're horrendous, you know, and they happen and they continue to happen. But at the end of the day, if you have somebody like Dahmer there and you could actually study them while they're still alive, and I know that they actually have his brain after the fact as well, but that's so intriguing and so interesting because, yeah, you want to figure out what the hell's going on with these people. What made them, I guess we know what triggers them in different cases, whether it's pedophilia or whether it's necrophilia or any of these different weird sexual deviant desires. But it's interesting. It would be really interesting, especially if you're this guy and you have this guy's brain and this guy's degree to be able to really pick it apart. And if you're in the same room with someone like Jeffrey Dahmer, that would be nuts. Like, and actually truly be able to, because you've studied it and you know it. And luckily these people are out there that can relay it on to dumb people like me. Right. But they can actually get in there and truly try to figure it out. And in real time, while they're seeing it, pick up on little things, right? Like, and then, I mean, that's so interesting to me. Something, I mean, obviously fucks up a lot of people and they actually can't control it, it seems.
I got a second place award in that.
Okay.
I mean, chill, look at Jeffrey Dahmer. The impulsion was out of fucking control, and it happens all the time. I mean, we live in a world where serial killers is not I mean, I guess it is if you think about the billions of people on this planet, but at the same time, it's a way too commonplace still, in my opinion.
Have you ever testified as
And
an
not just serial killers, just pieces of shit in general.
expert witness on the issue of mental disease?
Yes, sir.
How many times?
Again, I haven't counted particularly, and so I apologize if this is off, but I think it's probably been in the ballpark of maybe 50 times, but I'm just making a guess on that. I'm not absolutely certain.
Were you each and every time qualified as an expert by the court that before which you were summoned in?
There's never been a time when the court was not willing to qualify me, yes, sir.
And you were able to render your opinion as to whether or not a person was suffering from a mental disease?
Yes, now the issue when I'm testifying isn't always that. Sometimes that's just been
Right? Right, Dara? I mean, my God. Back when court was taken seriously, we've seen some pretty wild shit today.
conceded.
As we continue to dig into classic trials too, this one will take a while. Of course, this is a really long one, but as I continue to pick other ones, it'll be interesting to see the decorum, right? The courtroom decorum as we continue to go, because even just in society, everything has fucking went to shit in that aspect, and even in the fucking legal system in the courtroom, right? It's weird.
Up front, and so there are many times when I'm testifying for reasons other than to
Good point, Leanne White. Look at how much Ed Kemper did for helping us to understand the minds of serial killers. That's a very good point. The impulsion, the actual triggers that they can't control seemingly, right? They actually need to be incarcerated, physically restrained from harming other folks, whether that's murder in these extreme cases or even just mental and physical abuse in other cases. Like, we need to understand what's happening in the brain. And again, we don't understand shit about the brain. Very, very good comment, Leanne. And again, yeah, Ed Kemper, horrible human being, piece of shit, but did try after the fact to help out, help people understand what's going on a little bit behind the psyche, behind the eyes of these guys. There's been others that did that too. And a lot of times they do it when it's getting closer to their time, right? Closer to the death sentence to come around. They're like, all of a sudden, I want to talk about this. Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy. Gacy was still defiant at the end, but you know, they want to give up little bits and pieces. A lot of times it's where the people are, but you know, in Bundy's case, at the very end, the very last interview he did, he's talking about basically pornography is what really fucked him up, and he's talking about softcore pornography it led to hardcore pornography, and then he just completely got out of control. I don't know. There's a lot of different aspects, and this guy right here, I wonder if this guy's still alive.
To document that disease is present, but certainly I
smart.
have not ever been prohibited where that is an issue from addressing the issue.
Have you ever been, did you ever testify in a court of law relative to those people on issues of sexual behavior and how that affected the mind?
Yes, I have.
And is that the same number of times?
Well, again, I kind of don't go into court with an agenda. I kind of come to answer questions. I'm trying to think of how to respond. The most common reason I'm in court is that the court is interested in whether or not a person who stands before the court and is about to be sentenced might be amenable to treatment, and I'm often there to address that issue. That's obviously very different than what we're doing here today. So that's the most common reason I'm there. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. Have you ever testified in a court of law and rendered an opinion as to whether...
Yeah, he appears to still be active, even. Frederick Saul Berlin, Director of Sexual Behavior Consultation Unit, Associate Professor of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences, and still at Johns Hopkins Hospital all these years later. Wonder if he ever got married. That'd be interesting to find out, right?
Whether or not someone was suffering from a mental disease or defect.
Yes, I have done that.
As you have told us.
Yes, sir.
And have you familiar with the concept, you've told us what forensic psychiatry is, that psychiatry integrated with the law, is what portion of your work is forensic psychiatry?
Well, as I mentioned, I've come into the court a number of times. That's not my major responsibility. Major responsibility is the diagnosis and care of patients, the teaching, the research. But for reasons that are obvious, I've explained already why that brings me into the courtroom, and I think I've probably covered it. I'm not sure if there's...
You know, you have to, it takes a special person to do this type of work, right? Aspiring court reporter. What a dark and disturbing thing to study your whole life. It sucks, man. Maybe that's why he's not married, right? This stuff fucks with people. He's still doing this though. And this guy seems brilliant, honestly. I like this guy.
Something else?
No, that's fine.
Galen, thank you for popping in here. What's going on?
Then you've been declared an expert in the field of
the murder church. Real quick, and for the people that wasn't here out the gate, I've got something to start it out with. In the mornings, a little bit of the old tolling of the bell, if you will. Austin Rains coming through here as well. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. No, it's actually okay to be late for Murder Church. Appreciate it, guys.
forensic psychiatry when you've testified in these various courts of law.
Yes, well, let me qualify that. Forensic psychiatry can be very broad. It can have to do with testifying about whether someone has the capacity to make a will. I can do that as a psychiatrist, and I don't think anyone would try to stop me, but that's not the area that I'm saying I have the real expertise in.
I should have figured it out. Let me see,
the area of sexual disorders, and being able to provide information that I hope will be useful to those that need to make decisions. So that's what I see as my real expertise, and that's where I'm usually qualified. I'm sure I could qualify as a forensic psychiatrist, but that's not necessarily something I'm particularly trying to say I should be.
How many paraphilics have you treated over the years?
We recently, in a publication we did to follow up how we're doing, because we wanted to make sure we're not kidding ourselves about our results. So we were able to document that we had evaluated, I think it was in the neighborhood of 2,500 individuals, and that's evaluations, so people that we've seen. The number we've actually treated were several hundred. For example, the published study that we did had a large series of pedophiles, a number of exhibitionists, and numbers of men who had been sexually assaulted towards women. And the total number of those people that we published on and we treated, I think was 600.
He's 81 years old now. He didn't look 81, did he? He looked good to be 81. Make sure this is the right one. Wait, no, I think this is a different one. This guy's in, oh no, I think this is him. Yeah. 81 years old now. Well, and still hanging out.
124. So that'll give you a ballpark figure of some of the numbers in terms of my experience.
And you talked about no wedding ring earlier. I mean, and he's 81 years old and it looks like still active. I mean, this guy dedicated his entire life to studying these, the sexual deviant stuff here. That's crazy.
Of the cases that you've testified in court on, how many of those were concerned with the question of the mental responsibility of the defendant for the commission of crime?
48 years of experience in the medical field.
Okay, again, I don't count these things, so I hope I'm not misleading, and I've been trying to think about that. I think it's probably in the ballpark 7 or 8, 9 times, but again, I don't mean to mislead. If that's not exactly right, I don't keep a scorecard on that.
Doctor, what states have you testified in and have you been accepted as an expert witness?
Well, many. I know I've testified in this state and been accepted. I've obviously done that many times in Maryland, in the District of Columbia, Pennsylvania, New York City. I could go on an awful lot of places.
Have you been found to be an expert as far as federal courts? Have you ever testified in federal court?
Yes, sir, I have.
Have you been allowed to render an expert opinion?
Yes, sir.
This time, Your Honor, I would proffer Dr. Fred Berlin as an expert, and it would be at this juncture, I guess, if there's some voir dire, it would take place now.
Mr. McCann.
Doctor, in certain specialties, there's boards that certify expertise in that
Texas stuff. Free Jeffrey Dahmer.
field. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there is a board for certification of forensic psychiatry, is there not?
Yes, sir.
Are you certified board
Yeah, Netflix was amazing. That was so good.
certified in forensic psychiatry?
No, I've never elected to do that. As I mentioned earlier, I'm not trying to be an expert in the spectrum of forensic psychology or psychiatry, wills and so on. So I could write that exam. I don't really have any intention to.
The jury might not be interested in the motive, they might be, but the answer is that you are not.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, the answer is.
The fact is you are not qualified as board certified in forensic psychiatry.
Well, I might
That's
argue
the
about
fact.
qualified. The answer is no, I am not certified as a specialist in the field of forensic psychiatry.
Right. Have you ever testified?
As we've learned, District Attorney Edward Michael McCain will get the fuck in there on you.
For the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office on a
You got
responsibility.
passionate last week in week 3.
Not on a responsibility question.
Have you ever testified for the Baltimore County State's Attorney's Office on a responsibility question?
Not on a responsibility question.
Right. Have you ever testified for any state's attorney's office in all the counties in the state of Maryland?
Well, I'm going to object to that. Wait, I'm going to object to that. That goes to the weight, not to the ability of the doctor to render. Because he didn't testify for a state's attorney. I object to the form of the question.
This man has been testifying for almost an hour on his
At
qualifications.
this point, we're voir diring him as to his qualifications. I think Mr. McCann has the right to do that.
Well, I've never refused to testify for a state's attorney. I have testified in instances, for example, where people have been, where we violate people in our, we don't violate. If someone's in our treatment program as a
He just said we violate people. What are we doing here? And we were completely wrong. He's like, wait, no, we don't violate people. Think about misspeaking on the stand in a case like this. You're like, oh, fuck.
condition of parole or probation and they don't cooperate, we notify the courts because we think it's irresponsible to let them out in the community. On a number of occasions, I've been testifying at the request of a state's attorney in that kind of a situation. I've never been asked by a state's attorney to testify in this kind of a situation.
In that case, you're being called in not as an expert witness, but to testify that this man violated your program and is creating a danger.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Let me repeat my question.
Okay.
You have never testified for any state's attorney in the state of Maryland. Is that correct on the responsibility issue?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you've been there since 1976. You've been qualified as a psychiatrist?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by qualified as a psychiatrist. I've been in Baltimore since 1975, I think.
All right. When did you receive your complete that fellowship?
I think you mean my residency training, is that
Yes.
right, sir? I think it was 79, again, I lose
So
the
it's
dates.
been about 13 years since you completed your residency, is that correct?
Yes,
And there's been presumably a turnover of state's attorneys in the state of Maryland, is that correct?
yes, I've worked with a number of them, even though I haven't been asked by any of them to address this issue.
And they have not,
Rather, at this juncture, I move that counsel voir dire on something other than who he testifies to. This goes to qualifications, and whether the state's attorney wants him or not is immaterial and irrelevant to his question of his expertise.
it's important to his experience, and that is the court.
Objection is overruled.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the question, sir?
Despite the changeover of district attorneys, state's attorneys in Baltimore over the 13 years that you have been qualified, you have never been asked by a state's attorney to testify on the issue of criminal responsibility in the state of Baltimore. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
All right. Have you been asked by any federal United States attorney to testify on behalf of the federal government on a responsibility question?
No, sir.
Have you ever been asked, you've indicated that you testified in New York. Have you ever been asked by a state's attorney, district attorneys they're called, in the state of New York on behalf of the state to testify on a responsibility question?
As to your question, no.
You indicated you testified in Pennsylvania. Have you ever been asked by a state's attorney in the state of Pennsylvania to testify on the issue of responsibility?
No, sir.
Have you ever been asked you indicated in the state of
This guy's
Wisconsin you
intense.
testified.
This district attorney does not mess around. Neither of these attorneys do.
Have you ever been asked by a district attorney in the state of Wisconsin to testify on the issue of responsibility?
No, sir.
Have you indicated you've worked in Connecticut? Have you ever been asked by a state's attorney or prosecutor in the state of Connecticut to testify on the issue of criminal responsibility?
I didn't indicate I've worked in Connecticut, sir, but the answer to your question is I haven't been asked by a state's attorney in Connecticut to do that.
Nowhere in the country has any state's attorney, that's any county attorney, there are in excess of some 3,000 of those, or any United States attorney, have you ever testified on the issue of responsibility as a witness for any government entity? Is that correct?
Never have been asked and never have I done it. That's correct.
And how many times have you testified on the issue of criminal responsibility?
Well, again, as I said earlier, I was trying to remember because I don't keep track. I think it's 7, 8, or 9 times somewhere, and not a lot of times.
7, 8, or 9 times.
Yes.
Every time you have so testified, you have testified for the defense. Is that correct?
I don't testify for the defense. I call it as I see it, but I've been asked to come in by a defense attorney in those instances.
Did you ever tell a defense attorney you disagreed and felt the man should be held responsible, and that defense attorney nevertheless put you on the stand?
I've told defense attorneys that I don't think the man qualifies for a consideration of not being responsible, and then they can't use me. There's no defense attorney where I've said, gee, I think you're wrong, he is criminally responsible, and then the defense attorney said, doctor, I want you to come in and tell people that.
You have never then testified, 7, 8, or 9 times you have testified on the issue of criminal responsibility. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I've said, yes.
All right. And have any of those ever been in a murder case?
I was trying to think, because there was a case in Connecticut, which was a murder case, but I think that the issue there was if the man had a psychiatric disorder, that would mitigate against the death sentence. So I don't think it was ever to this issue.
That was State versus Ross, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you very clearly did not testify in the issue of criminal responsibility during the trial of that case. You testified at the disposition level.
That's
didn't
correct.
you?
I did not tell the attorneys I was willing to come in and say that he wasn't criminally responsible. I was willing to say he had a psychiatric disorder, and the jury could decide how they wanted to weigh that in deciding whether or not he could be executed or should be executed.
Right. Have you ever, let me repeat my question, have you ever testified in a murder case on the issue of criminal responsibility?
I think I've answered it. The answer is no.
No. This
No.
is the first case, this case with 15 murders is the first case in your experience where you are testifying on the issue of criminal responsibility in a murder case. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
You've talked about the rate of success at the clinic.
Yes, sir.
You also have a substantial failure rate, do you not?
No, sir, not substantial, but we have a failure rate.
A substantial failure rate. What does that even mean?
Some of them have been very celebrated, like the Kenneth McVicker case where you testified at a probation hearing.
So you mean cases when he would come in for a side, like for the defense or something? I was like, what does he mean by failures, like in that Hopkins?
Is that correct?
Judge, I would object at this juncture. This is not proper voir dire for the question of whether or not he's an expert, whether or not there was success or failure in his clinic. I object to it.
He adduced a question on direct examination about the rate of success in the clinic. Talking the court. He raised the question. Now he argues that we ought not explore it.
Judge, I made my objection. Would you rule on it without the colloquy?
You have testified, however, on behalf of
I really enjoy the little battles when these two get into it here.
Child molesters with respect to their release. Is that correct?
Same objection. It's immaterial relevant on voir dire of expertise.
He said he's testified in court the number of times.
Objections overruled.
I'm sorry, have I testified?
You have testified in child molesting cases supporting a release program for child molesters. Is that correct?
I have testified, I can think of one, maybe a couple of occasions, on people that have been treated in prison, whether or not I felt we'd been successful in their treatment, and that would have some impact on whether or not the person would be released.
All right. And my question again, Doctor, you heard the question. You have testified in court, have you not, at disposition or probation type hearings supporting release of a child molester. Is that correct?
And I object to this as absolutely immaterial or irrelevant on the question of his expertise, whether or not he's qualified to render an opinion in this case.
Objections overruled.
I have never gone in and said that someone should or shouldn't be released. I provided information at hearings where that was the issue.
And has the information you provided generally been sympathetic to the offender?
And I object to that as being immaterial and irrelevant on the question of this doctor's expertise.
Yep.
Whether it's been sympathetic toward.
All right, who summoned you to testify, Doctor?
Just a minute. I went to say something
Let the
concerning
judge
this
speak.
objection and the series of objections that we're getting right now, because I think I should explain to counsel the court's reasoning process. We had a very long examination of this witness as to his qualifications. And matter of fact, a note that I made to myself is that I had made a mistake in not addressing this issue prior to trial in terms of limiting counsel as to how we were going to qualify witnesses and the time. But because that was not done, the court did not see fit to inject itself into defense counsel qualifying this witness as he saw fit. I think that because the court allowed such a broad latitude at that time in terms of ordering this witness to his qualifications, the court is going to give the same broad opportunity to the state.
For the record, which the court knows I must make, I have no objection to any one of these questions, but I don't think that they're appropriate on the voir dire. They may be appropriate on his cross-examination. And that's what my objection is to, is whether or not this doctor...
I understand, Mr. Boyle, what your objection is, and I was trying to address my reasons for ruling the way I am at
And
this
if the
time.
court is then telling me I shan't object anymore, I won't, but I want to make it clear that I have an obligation to do so.
Mr. Boyle, I never limit an attorney in terms of making his objections. If you want a continuing objection so you don't have to interrupt, you may have it.
Well, I think I'll just jump in when I think I should, Judge.
Okay.
Thanks.
I love it. This is old school, baby.
In these disposition hearings relating on disposition for child molestation cases, have you been generally called by the defense to testify?
Yes, sir.
And have you generally testified in a sympathetic fashion for the defense?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean sympathetic. I try very hard to be objective. I've never, for example, said someone should or shouldn't go to jail. I don't think a physician should get into that. I hope I've provided information that enabled a judge, or in some cases a jury, to be better able to make the decision they had to make. So I don't quite know what you mean by sympathetic, but that would be my answer.
All right, but you have been called by the defense, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And isn't it generally true, Doctor, that the defense calls witnesses sympathetic to the defense issue?
Well, it's true that the defense is much more likely to call a doctor who's involved in treatment, and that's likely to be helpful to them. The prosecution, who usually isn't very interested in treatment and is more interested in seeing someone incarcerated.
In this type of a proceeding on responsibility, the issue is guilt or innocence, is it not? And responsibility or not responsibility, that's the issue. The issue isn't treatment here, is it?
Well, it's not guilt.
Excuse me, I'm going to object because the issue isn't guilt or
I'll withdraw the motion. Doctor, you've talked about the reputation of Johns Hopkins, is that correct?
Sustained. Sustained.
Yes, sir.
And that reputation is a good reputation, is it not?
Yes, sir.
And the clinic you had, the disorders clinic, sexual disorders clinic, has received a great deal of bad publicity, has it not?
I think it's fair to say that we've been seen as quite controversial.
And because of that bad publicity, there's even been some discussions about closing the clinic. Is that correct?
Well, I think you're quoting a magazine article that has alluded to that. That same article also said what a terrible loss it would be to the community if that were to occur.
All right. Has there been presumably discussion by the board of directors reported about whether the clinic should continue because of the bad publicity?
May I object? Is this being immaterial and irrelevant?
He raised the issue of reputation, if it pleased the court. I didn't. He talked about the reputation of Johns Hopkins. I didn't raise the issue.
First of all, Mr. Boyle, yes, you may make the objection. The objection's overruled.
Okay.
I don't have any firsthand
I mean, I like
knowledge
it.
about the board of directors.
I like
the
stuff like
magazine
that.
article I presume you're alluding to. The reporter talked to some folks. There are clearly some people that are very strong supporters of the program. There are others who are detractors.
All right. There was the board of the chairman of the hospital was asked some questions about issues that had been raised around the clinic and was somewhat reserved on whether the hospital would continue to support the clinic. Would that be an accurate description of his response?
Well, I think you're talking about the chairman of the department who said that if the board and the head of the
I'm not
hospital...
talking about
He has the
Mr.
right to answer the question, Your Honor, and I object to counsel interrupting.
Didn't say chairman of the department, and he knows
Just a
it.
minute, Mr. McKee. Doctor, would you like to finish your answer?
Yeah, perhaps what I should do is ask you who you're talking about. I'm having to try to figure out who it is you're talking about. Maybe that's...
Mr. McHugh is the chairman of the department, is that correct?
Dr. McHugh is the
All right,
chairman.
and who directs the hospital?
The head of the hospital, the president, is Dr. Heisel.
And who is the chairman of the board of directors?
I think Dr. Heisel, if I'm not mistaken, also is the head of the board of directors.
And he has expressed, when asked flatly about the future of the clinic, he's expressed some reservations, has he not?
What Dr. McHugh said in that article is that if the...
No, I'm not Dr. McHugh, Dr. Hessel.
Well, I don't know firsthand what Dr. Heisel said. I've never spoken to him. The article suggested that there were concerns that if there were bad press about the clinic, that is difficult for an institution such as Hopkins. I might mention that we recently published an article about the way in which the media distorts the program in the American Journal of Psychiatry, trying to address these misperceptions on the part of the public.
Right. That's an article that you published in response to an attack by a group named PACE. Is that correct? That listed a number of failures in the department?
Well, there was a television program at a time when, I hate to even associate his name with this, but Richard Berenson was the chairman, head of...
Damn it, I got to get the Bloody Mary emoji. Get Kaylin. Hold on. I'm making a note right now. Underneath my other notes.
President of American University and was in our hospital when a Washington, D.C. television
Bloody
station ran what they
Mary.
claimed were a list of 9 failures in treatment. And we simply went through what actually occurred. Some of those people had never been treated at our hospital. Some of those people we tried to get into treatment. They refused to come into treatment. We showed there was substantial misinformation. One case, we had desperately warned that this was a guy about to get into trouble. We contacted Adult Protective Services. We said, this is a guy that if someone doesn't intercede, we're concerned what's going to happen. Unfortunately, people didn't rise to the occasion. We pointed out in this article how taking 9 cases out of context made no sense and compared it to the large survey we did, where indeed we demonstrated that less than 5% of people that had been compliant with treatment who were pedophiles had recidivated.
And that's compliance, because some take the treatment and leave, and then they violate.
Well, and we published what happens when they're non-compliant and made the point that it's a shame when we notify the probation officer non-compliant that sometimes they're left on the street. Presumably, if people would have listened, those people who offended could have been stopped.
And these are persons that passed through the clinic, then left the clinic, became non-compliant, and violated, child molested, something of that order.
Well, they may not even have left. We may have thrown them out and notified the courts that they were non-compliant. Sometimes they still weren't violated and then committed an offense, and we expressed some concern about that.
You say you've, with respect to, you've rendered an opinion, have you not, under Wisconsin law?
I have testified in Wisconsin. I'm not sure what you mean, sir,
I mean,
by rendered opinion.
You've submitted an opinion as of January 10 saying that this gentleman, the defendant, Mr. Dahmer, was not sane in terms of the Wisconsin law. Is that correct?
Well, I'm going to object to the form of the question. The report that he
Let me withdraw the question. You are testifying.
Well, just a minute, because I think I should say something things from time to time to give counsel some guidance. And, you know, I think we've got kind of the cart before the horse, which, of course, is what Mr. Boyle has been concerned about for some time here. But Mr. Boyle ought to be able to introduce that opinion, and we'll get the details out on that. And then, of course, Mr. McCann, you will have an opportunity for cross-examination.
Fine, Judge. You are testifying as a forensics expert. What is the law on the issue of mental disease in Wisconsin? Would you explain it to the jury?
Okay, there's...
Excuse me, Your Honor. He is now crossing-examining.
This is fundamental to a forensic witness.
Fundamental to the law is me getting my objection out. Objection to the form of the question.
Well, his understanding of what the law is, I think, fundamental to cross-examination.
Like the law, that's what's been happening in the Melly trial, man. Like the arguments with the actual law is so entertaining to me and so interesting.
I don't think it's fundamental to his qualifications as an expert. I'm going to sustain Mr. Boyle's objection.
That's all.
All right.
Sir, can I have a glass of water?
Sure. That's the one.
Get them a glass of water. Dear Lord. And he's up here all day. Anybody that wasn't here early this morning, we're going to be with Berlin all day. And probably a little bit next week as well.
Thank you.
You want the water before we talk?
That's okay.
Happy Father's Day also. That's right. It is Father's Day. I sent that out earlier, but yeah, everybody that's in here, you are a father. Happy Father's Day.
You were, well, why not I wait? He's bringing
It's taking ChatGPT out for Father's Day. I know. Wake this bastard up.
Dr. Berlin, based upon my retention of your services, did you have occasion to examine Mr. Dahmer?
Yes, sir.
And the Mr. Dahmer you're referring to is the gentleman between my two associates with the dark blue suit on?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And where and when did you first examine Mr. Dahmer, and for what period of time?
I first examined him on November the 12th of 1991, last year. I believe at that time it was in this very building that he was being detained. I saw him for a number of hours in the morning, took a break, came back and saw him a number of hours in the afternoon. Well, I did lots of other things, but if that's how much you want me to answer at this point, that's the answer.
And for what purpose did you examine Mr. Dahmer?
I examined him for the purpose, at your request, of making a determination as to whether or not I felt he was criminally responsible.
And what is your understanding of the factors that are relevant to your making that preliminary finding relevant to your continuing on in this case?
There are really three factors as I understand it. First of all, it would be necessary to demonstrate that he suffers from a mental disease, so that would be one factor. There's then two other things that need to be considered, and these have been, sort of given labels, talked about as either a cognitive prong of the defense or a volitional prong of the defense. To start with the cognitive prong, first of all, it would have to be as a result of the mental disorder that something happens, and so the mental disorder would need to cause him to lack substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct. Okay, so that's the cognitive prong. He has a mental disease, and as a result of that mental disease, he therefore lacks substantial capacity to appreciate wrongfulness. That's prong one. The volitional component, again, it would be necessary he has a mental disease, and again, as a result of the mental disease would have to cause him to lack substantial capacity to conform his conduct, to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law.
Now, you call one cognitive, that goes to the appreciation of the wrongfulness, and you call the other volitional, that goes to the conforming. What is the distinction between those two concepts, cognitive and volitional?
Yeah, the jargon can be confusing, but basically the one has to do with whether he appreciates that it's wrong, cognitive, in terms of knowledge and appreciating right versus wrong. Has that been in some way impaired as a result of an illness that he may have? So that's what we mean by cognitive. Volitional, in the volitional situation, he could know it's wrong. He does appreciate that it's wrong, but because of this disorder, is not able to conform his behavior. Perhaps something's pushing at him, whatever, and so that would be the volitional side of it.
From a psychiatric perspective, what's the key determinant of criminal responsibility?
Yeah, probably this would actually be a very good time to actually make this point right here. Adam, coming through here, I forgot to hit the notification bell button, so I'm a bit late. Please hit the notification bell if you're subbed up, because Sunday mornings is a different time frame for me, coming on at 9 a.m. Usually I'm a late night guy, coming on at 10 all throughout the week and 10:30 on Fridays. Sunday mornings a little bit different, coming through with the murder church, right? So yeah, having that notification bell turned on will definitely help, and having all notifications turned on will help actually. So yeah, good to see you, Adam.
The key determinant of criminal responsibility is an individual's mental state. In other words, I approach it in the following fashion. I'm looking at the individual's behavior, I'm looking at the consequences of behavior, and I'm looking at mental state. Now, knowing the behavior and knowing the consequences isn't enough. For example, I can tell you one person just shot and killed another person, and we know the behavior and we know the consequences, but if I now tell you that the person that did the shooting was 5 years old, because of the mental age, the mental state of that individual, it takes on a very different complexion. If I again...
You keep things alive too. Happy Dad's Day, Pub. That's amazing. That's right. I do count my, the dog and the kitties as children. 100%. Mandy.
Talk about the same shooting and tell you that the person that did the shooting, someone just slipped LSD into his coffee, and so he wasn't in his right mind. Again, the behavior is the same, the consequences are the same, but because there's an impairment in his state of mind, that needs to be addressed. Again, there are mental illnesses, schizophrenia, a variety of other ones that impair mental state, and just looking at behavior and consequences isn't satisfactory. There's tremendous misunderstanding about that. And I think most of the public figures, Hinckley shot the president, I know the behavior, I know the consequences, the rest of it doesn't mean anything. It does mean something. That's the fundamental issue. Is there some impairment in the mental state of this individual? Is his mind broken, to speak metaphorically? And if it is, then we have to look at it.
He could have 100% been a damn good Fred Flintstone. You could have already had John Goodman, I'm talking original Flintstones, already had John Goodman as Fred Flintstone, a damn good fun actor, one of my favorite actors. And then this guy rolls in and you're like, I don't know. I'm not sure. Can he act?
A somewhat different film.
No, I'm still not sure.
Your medical judgment, psychiatric judgment, does Mr. Dahmer suffer from a mental disease or mental disorder that causes him to lack substantial capacity to either appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to requirements of law, or both?
Object to the form of that question. You said disease or disorder.
I'll rephrase the question. In your medical or psychiatric judgment, does Mr. Dahmer suffer from a mental disease that causes him to lack substantial capacity to conform his conduct to the requirements of law?
Oh, object to this. There's just simply no foundation, unless counsel intends to lay no foundation. It doesn't have to go through everything, but I think there's got to be some foundation. He says he saw him one day for several hours.
Judge, why does he make his objection?
Well, object to the
Objection's overruled.
You may answer the
The
question.
answer to the question is yes.
The question is, in your psychiatric judgment, does Mr. Dahmer suffer from a mental disease that causes him to lack substantial capacity to conform his conduct to requirements of law?
The answer to your question is yes.
Doctor, is that opinion that you have just given us, which will be talked about for some more time, obviously, is that to a reasonable degree of professional psychiatric certainty?
Yes, sir.
Now, the same question. In your medical judgment, does Mr. Dahmer suffer from a mental disease that causes him to lack substantial
Yabba dabba doo! I've probably not said that in 20 years.
capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct?
No, sir.
For what purpose of your conclusion do you define the concept of lack of substantial capacity?
You're asking me to indicate how, in my approaching the case, I understand that concept? Is that the question?
Yes.
Yeah, that's important because that's really a legal concept rather than a medical one. But I suppose if I'd approach it this way, that if I were to kind of be drawing out a scale for you, I suppose at the bottom of the scale, I could say somebody's got a little capacity to do something. I think if I kind of moved up the scale, I could say they have some capacity to control or conform their behavior. And then if I kind of moved up to the top part of the scale, I could say, well, at this point, they have a lot or substantial capacity to control their behavior. Now, the statute, as I understand it, doesn't say that necessarily they can't have a little bit. It doesn't even say they can't have some. It says they have to be lacking this substantial amount. That's how I approached it in understanding. In other words, would Mr. Dahmer, to be specific in this case, still do what he's doing if someone had a gun to his head and was going to pull the trigger if he did it? Well, there you'd have to have absolutely no capacity whatsoever. That's not what the statute says. I tried to recognize we're talking about a dimension and that you have to reach a certain level, and that we're talking about lacking what's up here, lacking substantial, not lacking some, not lacking completely.
If a policeman, therefore, was at his side, might you expect Mr. Dahmer to be able to control his conduct? Would he still engage in these same behaviors?
I would think if a policeman was standing there watching him, that he would be able, under those circumstances, with those external controls in place, to control his behavior. The real issue is when there isn't anyone else present to help him control his behavior, and the only thing that will stop him is his own willpower, can he then apply his own willpower to stop?
And what's your answer to that?
The answer is, I think that when he's left to his own resources, that he is, as a result of this mental disease, lacking substantial capacity, and therefore has not been able to simply walk away from this on his own.
You stated that the lack of substantial capacity must be secondary to a psychiatric disease or disorder. What is Mr. Dahmer's disorder, psychiatrically speaking?
His disorder is necrophilia, and I think we touched upon this earlier. It is one of the types of paraphilias, one type of sexual deviation disorder.
How is it? Is it a subcategory of the general genus of paraphilia, necrophilia?
Yes, and we looked in the book that you showed me earlier. Because some types of sexual deviation occur relatively commonly, again, in terms of the spectrum of sexual deviation, they're listed in their own right. For example, pedophilia, for example, exhibitionism, for example, something that cross-dressing, people that cross-dress, there's a big name for that doesn't really mean much. So those are listed in their own right. It's recognized, however, that there can be lots of ways in which human sexuality can be different or deviant from the norm. And so there's a category that says paraphilic disorder not otherwise specified. And that's to recognize that besides these more frequent conditions we see, there's a lot of other kinds of deviation that are less frequent, but are still clearly disorders that can and should be diagnosed. So he falls under this general category of paraphilic disorder not otherwise specified. And then if you read examples of what would fall into that category, you'll see that under those examples would be necrophilia.
Can you give us some other type of disorders like necrophilia that are within the not otherwise specified category?
Well, again, I know people have been subjected to so much here, and some of this is you know, it's not pleasant, but there are people who are very much turned on by thoughts of having somebody else, I don't know to say, urinate on them, and they are recurrently preoccupied with these fantasies, the desires to have it happen. It's very sexually arousing, and they actually often will go and spend hours and try to find people that will do it. That's called urophilia. That's one of the bizarre and rare kinds that falls in that category. I could give you others, but I'm not sure.
No, that's all right. But what you're telling us is that not otherwise specified are sexual disorders and mental disorders, if you have classified them, within the paraphilia range that don't happen very often. So rather,
Urophoria, had to look it up real quick. Sexual gratification from smell, sight, and even consumption of urine of the sexual partner. Urophilia.
rather than give them their own category, they're in a big group of not otherwise specified.
That's right, and it's almost a misnomer to say not otherwise specified here, because if you read
Our brains are fucking broken. Some people are a lot more broken than others.
what they do specify as examples, well, it says right there, necrophilia is an example of what we're talking about.
By what process do doctors such as yourself determine whether or not one is suffering from a mental disease or not, considering the concept of what constitutes a sexual disorder?
Well, it's a process that physicians use in general, we use it in general medicine as well, called differential diagnosis. As it applies to psychiatry, it really is based upon the observation that people can behave in similar ways for a variety of reasons. And one of the things that we're trying to do is determine whether the behavior in question is or is not a manifestation of a psychiatric disease. One possibility is it isn't. Not everybody who does something wrong is doing so because they're somehow impaired mentally. So in this process of differential diagnosis, one diagnosis could be no diagnosis, that we don't, certainly no diagnosis of anything that represents a disease or an impairment. On the other hand, we might say, in studying particular individuals...
Real quick, Joanne, learn something new every day. I've learned a lot of stuff from this one. Happen to randomly pause or hear something out the blue and then start Googling, like, oh, okay.
In case in question, we do think there's a diagnosis, and then we have to look at the different diagnoses. That's what we mean by differential diagnosis that might or might not help us appreciate what it is we're observing in that individual. One general category of diagnosis that we might come up with are what we would call the non-paraphilic diagnoses. In other words, the person has a psychiatric disease or disorder, but it's not one of the paraphilias. An example might be that somebody, got involved in inappropriate sexual behavior. There doesn't seem to be anything abnormal about the kinds of sexual desires they're experiencing, but they're mentally retarded, and we can understand their behavior deriving out of their limited mental abilities, their limited coping skills, and so on. So we might diagnose mental retardation, but we wouldn't say that the sexual behavior in question was due to a paraphilia, to something abnormal about their sexual makeup per se. And I could give you many other examples where someone could have a psychiatric disorder, schizophrenia. They're hearing voices telling them to commit a sex offense, telling them to do something. They have a disorder, but it's not a paraphilia. Okay. We also, of course, want to look at whether the individual, if we think there's a psychiatric problem, might fall into the category of a paraphilic disorder, and of course, we consider that as well.
Now, you've given us your understanding and explained and defined for us this paraphilia. Have you completed your definition so we all understand what it is?
Well, let me maybe describe in as layman terms as possible what paraphilia is, and then I can just give you the official DSM-3R language to make sure I'm not getting far afield. But let me explain it in what I hope is common sense English. We're not all the same sexually. We really can differ from one another in our sexual makeup. And there's a couple of ways in which we can do that form the basis of some of the various paraphilic disorders. For example, we can differ in terms of the kinds of partners that we either do or do not find to be sexually appealing. I mentioned already the example of pedophilia. The average man isn't refraining from having sex with a 5-year-old simply because he's a moral person and knows it's wrong. The average man also doesn't have sexual thoughts in general about 5-year-olds, isn't generally tempted sexually by 5-year-olds. And yet we recognize there are a group of individuals who in the extreme case may not have any sexual attraction to adults whatsoever, males or female, but are recurrently having fantasies and urges and thoughts about children. Such a person might look at all the centerfolds in Playboy, and to him it's like looking at the wall, and yet he's paging through the Sears catalog and sees the pictures of the little boys or little girls, and to him that causes strong feelings of sexual arousal to well up inside. So pedophilia, one of the paraphilias, I want to go slow because it may be confusing, is an example of a paraphilia based on the observation that there's a different kind of partner causing someone to be sexually excited than usual. Another clear example, and it's rare, but it happens, is zoophilia. This refers to people who are having thoughts and cravings and desires to have sex with animals. Well, the average person is disgusted at the thought of sex with animals, and yet we have found through studying the spectrum of human behavior that there are some people for whom animals act as a powerful stimulus in terms of getting them sexually excited. So these are just a couple examples of how we can define some paraphilias based on the kinds of partners that a person finds to be sexually appealing. We can also define some of the paraphilias based on terms of the kinds of behaviors that are erotically arousing. For example, cross-dressing would be an easy example. If you told the average man that he's got to go around walking with the clothes of a woman on, he'd feel foolish, he'd feel silly, he'd feel embarrassed. He's certainly not very likely to think that this is a real big turn-on for him sexually. And yet, clinicians, people who have studied the field, have observed that there are a group of people who are so aroused by the thought of dressing up in clothing of the opposite gender. They're having recurrent fantasies and urges and preoccupations about doing it. In the extreme case, it can become the overwhelming obsession and compulsion in their lives. And so there's an example. It's called transvestitic fetishism. I hate the jargon, but it simply refers to the fact that some people are very different from the rest of us based on the kind of behavior that's erotically arousing. The average man is certainly capable of putting on women's clothing, but it's preposterous to argue that the average man is having to recurrently fight off the urge to do it in order to keep his behavior under control. So that's the concept. In terms of what does it say if you read DSM-3R about what all the paraphilias share in common, it would talk about the fact that such an individual experiences recurrent, intense, sexually arousing fantasies and urges, and then it would say about something. In pedophilia, about children. In necrophilia, themes centering around dead bodies, and so on.
I think going into the next realm of this would be a good time break.
Break for lunch at this point. We'll reconvene at 1:30 this afternoon.
Right, that was the first video with Dr. Berlin. Again, we're going to be spending the entire day with Dr. Berlin. We're just going to go right into video 2 here. Yeah, we're going to go right on to this. This is hour 22. Let's keep on trucking. Again, thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. Yeah, if you're just now coming through, please hit that like. Really helps us out here. Helps us out in the algorithm. Again, welcome to Murder Church. Happy Sunday. Appreciate everybody popping through. If you're not subbed up, please sub up. Hit the 3 little dots on the side. Make sure all notifications are clicked, and share this out to your community. Share this out on Facebook, Twitter. Yeah, Facebook really enjoys that. Thank you again. Oh, actually, real quick, for anybody just hanging out in here, I am probably going to end up taking a break. I was going to take a break there, but I think I'm going to try to keep on trucking through just real quick. I did manage to get a Murder Church design made up. Hope everyone likes the little logo I did there, but it's also in the shop now as well. Can whoever actually came with a Murder Church, the best name.
Just have a seat, Doctor. You continue under oath, you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Two
Mr.
things,
Boyle.
Doctor. Would you just a little bit away from the microphone, just a little bit. And the other thing is the court reporter asked me to ask you to slow down just a little bit.
I'll try.
And she'll signal me if you're going too fast, and I'll tell you to slow down.
Okay, I apologize if I'm speaking too quickly.
When we left at the noon hour, I asked you to give us an explanation of the concept of pedophilia, and you completed that answer by talking about partners and things being part of the arousal.
Yes, sir.
What are the essential elements of any paraphilic disorder according to the DSM-3R?
Well, again, I think I may have answered it, but I can repeat it. I think I made the point that it talked about intense, recurrent, erotically or sexually arousing fantasies and urges, and then I said you would specify about what, and pedophilia about children, and necrophilia about scenarios involving dead bodies and so on.
Now, what is the central theme of Mr. Dahmer's paraphilic disorder?
Well, I mentioned that the name that I'm giving it is necrophilia. The central theme that seems to exist in terms of his particular situation is that he has fantasies and urges about having initial sexual contact with someone while they're alive. He then fantasizes and imagines continuing on in a sexualized and intimate relationship in a transition state that's sort of between life and death. At times he's called it a zombie-like state and has referred to other things. And then continues to fantasize about, and tragically has enacted fantasies, where he continues then to relate to the body of the person after death, caressing them, kissing them, having sexual involvements, even continuing with parts of the anatomy in the body, and even, as I think people probably know, consuming the body with a sense of somehow in his disturbed thinking this will sustain and continue on the relationship even beyond death.
Have you ever seen one like this before?
No, sir, not exactly like this. I have seen other people with a diagnosis of necrophilia, but obviously this is a terribly gruesome and serious situation. I certainly haven't seen anything anywhere near being exactly like this.
Give us some examples of how that theme was expressed.
Well, again, I think much of that is out already. It was expressed at times in a partial fashion. For example, there were
Well, an angel, man, you're awesome as fuck.
times when he would go to bathhouses and would put drugs into the drinks of people and have them in this kind of sleep-like state where it didn't go any further, so it was a partial expression. It was expressed in a more complete form, tragically, where he actually would be continuing to be intimate with the bodies of people whose lives he had taken. There was a time in his life where I think he was really struggling extremely hard to keep himself from being overpowered by these fantasies and urges, where it was expressed in ways that were a bit different than what we see later on. There was one time, for example, where he had read about somebody having died, and an obituary column actually went to a funeral parlor to view the body, and then was planning to try to dig up the body in order to obtain a body in that fashion at a time when I believe he had only killed the one person in Ohio. There were years there where he was really fighting this, and so that was a way of trying to deal with this, to get a body without the killings. There was another time in that same vein where he actually took a mannequin from a store, took it to his grandmother's house, and was relating in a sexual and intimate way with the mannequin, again during this time when he seemed to be struggling to keep the thing from progressing further. I can give you others, but those are some examples of how the theme is expressed. Perhaps one more, because I did emphasize the transition state between life and death, and then again, I know there are families here, and I apologize for having to get into this, but there were some folks, as you know, who he had sex with while they were alive, had gotten them into this sleep state, and then actually drilled holes in their head in order to try to sustain that transition period between life and death. That was another awful expression of the kinds of sick fantasies and urges that
That was something that was always crazy to me. The drilling of the head, pouring acid in to make these zombie-like people that hopefully they could stay alive longer. What?
afflict this particular individual.
Now, you understand that the jury has had read to it a very, very extensive confession given by Mr. Dahmer to the police over a period of about 60 hours. And you likewise have met with him and have taken statements from him, correct?
That's correct.
And other material has also been furnished to you in preparation for your work on this case, correct?
Yeah, yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. When you may be telling the jury some things that they haven't heard yet, so I'm going to ask you the source of the information concerning Mr. Dahmer's attempt to create and to do some surgical processes with some of his victims. Was that told to you by him?
No, I have to clarify when you meant surgical process. Do you mean the drilling of the holes?
The drilling, yes.
Yeah, yes, sir. He had said that when he had confessed to the police, he felt he'd given the essentials of who he killed, the numbers of people, and so on. And he said, however, that he was embarrassed about this part. I know that can sound incredible with all the other things he's done, but nonetheless, he admitted that when he talked to the police, and I did look at the confession, that he had initially told them that the holes were made after death, and that was a way in which he, and again, I feel bad saying this, but removing the brains to get at the skulls, he admitted to me, no, it wasn't after death, it was before death, and talked about this zombie-like state between life and death that I just told you about.
But it was after drugging them?
Yes, sir, they were drugged. None of these people, I mean, it's obviously awful, but thank God at least they weren't consciously aware of this. They were all unconscious, and he did it at that time.
We'll go back to some of the other things he told you, but I want to ask you his pattern of going around looking for victims. Is there a word that's described for that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's several words. Cruising, even in animals, they've used a word like stalking to talk about what happens when a drive begins to be active. If you've ever seen a picture of an animal that's well fed and so on, he's just lying there quietly. When the animal becomes hungry, he then kind of gets into a predatory state. He starts looking around. He's trying to obtain prey. If there's a distraction, he has to move on somewhere else.
Just the way they describe it, right? The predatory nature, looking for the prey.
Is in a situation.
Like, just imagine what's actually going through their minds at that point in time when they're just like in that obsessed moment, the moment that they are like, I am going to kill. I need someone to fulfill this gratification that needs filled right now. This, whether it's sexual or the murder aspect or the loneliness aspect.
Situation where he can't get it to prey. It just continues maybe for hours until finally he's able to satisfy that drive. A similar phenomenon has been described in human beings who have paraphilic disorders. Again, what I think is a driven behavior, driven by the sex drive, where, for example, I'll give a couple of examples that I hope will make it clear. If it's not, please ask me more. But we see examples of voyeurs, for example.
Voyeurs, explain what voyeurs are.
The so-called peeping Tom. Again, anybody, in fact, lots of guys, if they passed a window and there happened to be an attractive woman, would probably look. But the average man is not having recurrent, intense, sexually arousing fantasies and urges about doing that. And we've seen in studying and working with paraphilics a group of people where that becomes the major sexual preoccupation, and they spend hours and hours and continually engage in this kind of behavior to the point where they, maybe even in the face of being arrested again, continue on. And the cruising that we're talking about here is the sort of going and seeing if they can find a window to look in, and again, if they're distracted, then because of the distraction, they'll move elsewhere. If they've started to look and perhaps they notice a neighbor, then they need to move to another window. It's been described in exhibitionists who seem to have this sense of needing to expose, and yet there are certain external controls that make it difficult, so they have to continue moving on and eventually do it. So that phenomenon has been called cruising. It's one of the things that we look for as warning signs when we're treating patients. Are they beginning to go out, to place themselves in vulnerable circumstances, starting a process, a pattern that may ultimately lead to the fuller expression of their behavior?
Well, what about, you were talking about pedophiles, men who have these intense feelings for children?
Well, again, the same thing. We're looking, again, in treating that. Are they starting to kind of go out to areas, let's say, like schoolyards? Perhaps they're rationalizing and telling themselves, well, I'm just walking by, I'm not really going to do anything. But then the next step is they get a bit closer. Perhaps they get nervous because a policeman walks by, they leave there, but then they start going down to the local playground. Those are all aspects, again, of what we call cruising, the preliminary behavior that you tend to see here, and certainly if you're treating people, things that you want to be looking for to try to figure out how to keep them from getting into that pattern that's likely to lead to even more escalated and dangerous activities.
How do you connect what Mr. Dahmer was doing, the nexus between what you've just described and Mr. Dahmer on this concept of cruising?
Well, again, I used other examples, and let me, if I may take a moment, when I use some of the examples like voyeurism and so on, I don't mean to trivialize. Obviously, what Mr. Dahmer did was much, much more serious. I may use some other examples because I'm seeing my role as trying to educate and help people be able, out of their own life experiences, to appreciate what it is that we experts feel we're seeing in someone like him. So I'm not saying that in every way, and it's just common sense, that Mr. Dahmer is like the driven exhibitionist or the driven pedophile, but the common feature is this driven nature of the behavior. And so we would expect in Mr. Dahmer, for example, to see that he would be going places, that if there were obstacles in terms of the drive and the fantasies and the urges, that he might move from this place to that. But tragically, ultimately, we would expect in a person, if these are very intense drives and urges who's not been treated, that he's likely to fully enact these in real life.
The behaviors that you're talking about relative to Mr. Dahmer, as you have expressed them to be a mental disease, mental illness, is just, could he be considered just a man misbehaving? Do you understand my question?
Yeah, I mean, we look at that. I mentioned earlier, you know, we don't want to say that everybody that does something wrong has an illness. That would be a terrible thing to start excusing misbehavior by calling it illness. So we look very carefully at this. But, you know, the situation here, and I think it's probably obvious, I don't think the normal man could even force himself to walk around thinking about having sexual contacts with dead bodies, with parts of dead bodies, could even begin to get himself into a aroused state, having those things on his mind. And yet here's a man who is preoccupied with these thoughts to the point where they become the entire way of life for him. To argue this is just some guy choosing an alternative lifestyle, it seems to me, is an argument I can't imagine can be sustained. I think he's afflicted with these recurrent urges and fantasies, that it is a terrible sickness. I remember one of my patients describing it himself, called it a cancer of the mind. It's a broken mind. So I don't think this is, you know, and a guy deciding to misbehave. I think it's a much, much more complicated picture than that.
How about the fact of the simply choosing to think about these necrophilic urges and fantasies, or is it more complicated than that? Is it a matter of choice?
Well, again, you're asking me now about the thoughts that run through his head and not the behaviors yet at this point.
That's correct.
So I'll address that. Yeah.
Are we speaking in a general area or to a objection to a particular individual here?
I think I said Mr. Dahmer. Mr. Dahmer simply choosing to think about these necrophilic urges and fantasies, or is it more complicated?
Well, it's more complicated. If I can, I'll wait to see, because I'm saying I'm not supposed to say. But what I was going to do to try to explain Mr. Dahmer's situation is to relate it to some research, some studies, some things that have come out of my experience in this area. And I better wait and make sure, I suppose. That
Go ahead, you can.
Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, the idea that we can just always choose what is going to be on our mind, it isn't that simple. For example, in the face of strong feelings, affective experiences.
What do you mean by affected?
Affect, feelings, emotions, sexual arousal would be an example, to try to keep it specific here. Sometimes people find that it's difficult to extrude, to put out of their mind certain thoughts. For example, in depression, we see people who begin to ruminate about bad things happening to themselves. They begin to think their body's falling apart. They begin to think that they're going to be headed for financial ruin. They have all sorts of depressing thoughts, and try as they may, they just can't get them out of their mind. It's not that you can just give them a little kick in the behind and they can stop doing it. These severely depressed people, and we, in the course of my work, of course, see them, just complain that in the midst of the depression, they can't stop thinking about these depressing ideas. Another example to the point, and again, I'll stick to biological drives. There were studies to address this issue done, I think it was during the Second World War. They took conscientious objectors, people who for religious reasons didn't want to fight but wanted to help the country in other ways. And they did some experiments, and we can debate whether they should have or not, but they did, where these people agreed to be starved, and they looked at the physical effects of starvation and the mental effects. When these people were starved, they couldn't get food off their mind. That's all they would think about. They would scheme in their mind about ways to get it. They would draw pictures of food. And then when they eventually fed them and relieved the hunger that was driving these fantasies, their mind was freed up for other things. That, we believe, is the kind of phenomenon that we can see in the severe instance of the paraphilic, that because there is a powerful biologically based drive behind this, they can be preoccupied with fantasies and urges. In fact, one of the treatments which lowers the hormone that fuels the sex drive, when we give that, what people report is that they're then relieved from these fantasies and urges, and their mind is freed up in another way. So I don't mean to belabor it, but these are examples that it's not always so simple as just stop thinking about it, it'll go away. I think it's much more complicated than that.
Do you believe that a normal person, and I'm obviously when I say do you believe, I'm talking about as an expert, do you believe that a normal person could even ever be able to indulge himself in the kind of ideas that Mr. Dahmer had?
Yeah, I think we touched on that, and again, who knows what exactly a normal person is, but certainly the average individual, if I said to any folks, look, you've got to spend most of your time, or even a lot of your time, thinking these thoughts, and gee, you got to try to get yourself sexually aroused, and you got to go, and I don't want to keep repeating the kinds of behaviors that we're talking about here. God, I can't imagine that the normal person can do that, let alone them walking around just having those thoughts and urges continually running through the mind and having to struggle with how to deal with it.
In your medical opinion, was Mr. Dahmer behaving the way he did simply because it was exciting and pleasurable?
Well, it is exciting. The feelings he feels are exciting and pleasurable. And one way to interpret it, somebody could say, well, you know, if he does it because it's exciting and pleasurable, that just means he's bad. That would be one interpretation. But the other observation is that when something is exciting and pleasurable, it can be difficult to stop doing it. I mean, that's the difficulty here, is that he is behaving in ways that are exciting and pleasurable, very, very exciting. It's occurring in relationship to a powerful drive. So absolutely it's exciting and pleasurable, but it's difficult for him for that reason to stop. If I can give an example, I've often tried to think, what would it be like to have a craving and to sort of have thoughts of having to do something? And I think one thing many of us...
It's the compulsion, right? It's the inability to stop it. You know, a lot of times we see it with drugs, but I mean, it's a lot more than just drugs. I think it's mentioned food, but the sexual stuff. And then when you get into wanting to capture somebody and keep them forever, right? You don't want them to leave, which was in Dahmer's case. Bodies start piling up.
Us can relate to, and again, I'm just trying to help us understand it. I'm not saying this is it, but if any of us have ever had to void very badly, that tends to be all we start to think about. And if we're in public and it's going to be embarrassing, we can kind of defer it a bit, and we try to find a place to do it where nobody's looking. And when we do it, it feels really good. It feels really pleasurable. But to think we were just having fun would be to miss the point, because there was a tremendous discomfort pressing us to do that thing which was pleasurable in the first place. Now, that's the phenomenon that I think we're dealing with here. I don't want to trivialize it, though. I'm not saying that what he did is like voiding, so I hope nobody's misunderstanding, but I'm trying to capture what I, as someone who has experience in this area, think a person like this is dealing with.
Well, what other kind of biological things of that nature can you use to further express this what was going through Mr. Dahmer that maybe we can relate to on this exciting and pleasurable concept?
I think there are many examples, and again, please remember, I'm not saying he's like that, but just to answer your question,
We're just speculating about other things. This is to apply to a particular defendant.
Well, I think it's a foundation question to express what he's trying to convey here, Your Honor, as to Mr. Dahmer's state of mind when he was doing the things he was doing.
Objection overruled.
Okay, and again, I'll try very hard to relate it to Mr. Dahmer. I'm just trying to make the point that there are craving disorders, that we do see disorders where people are preoccupied with strong urges, strong desires that cause them great difficulty in terms of managing their behavior. It's not something that's just being made up because someone's in trouble. Other examples would be, let's say, the severe alcoholic who just has cravings and thoughts on their mind very often about giving into alcoholism. There are examples in psychiatry such as anorexia nervosa.
What is that?
Okay.
Yeah, he's doing some comparisons too, and like Joanne said here, this doctor explains things really well. I dig him as well.
That would be another example.
Literally learning things in real time.
Of a disorder that I, as a psychiatrist,
You come to murder church to learn.
Would see which on the surface, because I've been asked to make it, apply it to Mr. Dahmer, if someone knew nothing about this condition, anorexia nervosa and bulimia, and you were just watching a person, it might look as though they're simply choosing to do things that they could completely control. So let me explain the condition and how that relates. Anorexia nervosa is a condition that usually affects females. And they can have this intense sense of needing to remain thin, even though they may look like somebody out of a concentration camp. And the kind of things you would see in these women who have this intense desire to stay thin, if you looked at them, would look very sneaky and even dangerous. Remember, they can die from the condition, but if you don't watch them, in treatment you have to watch them. They sneak off, they throw up the bulimia in order to keep food out of them, to keep their weight down. They sneak off somewhere and exercise if you're not watching them. There's such an intense pressure for these young women to do this thing, to do whatever they need to do. It'd be various things to keep the weight down, that they seem driven. And unless you watch them in order to try to get their weight up to where they're healthy, they can get themselves into serious trouble. If you understand what's going on, that this is a psychiatric disorder, that people can be impaired out of the kinds of drives that they're having, then it doesn't look so much like they're just choosing to be bad people or be sneaky. We realize what it is that's pushing them and why it is they need treatment.
How about Mr. Dahmer having normal sex? How is that consistent or inconsistent with your diagnosis of necrophilia?
There's a distinction that's made, and I'll try very hard to stay away from jargon because I don't like psychiatrists that speak mumbo-jumbo, but one of the distinctions...
There's no, he hasn't linked it to talking with this man at all, or what was said, and I object to his, you can't tell what he's talking about. This man doesn't have anorexia nervosa, a whole wide range. He hasn't linked it to this defendant, and I object to it as being irrelevant.
And I would like to say that the doctor, under the statute, is entitled to make that, and I am entitled to ask the questions in the form I want and not in the form that someone else chooses, unless the court is going to say that a foundation is not laid by this doctor, based upon what he's told us to this point, to continue his dialogue as to the mental condition of Mr. Dahmer.
Objections overruled.
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I got distracted. What was the question?
What about the fact that Mr. Dahmer, you learned, and Mr. Dahmer made statements to you about the fact that he did have normal sex as he viewed normal sex?
Okay, the paraphilias can be divided in many ways, but the division that's relevant here would be called the exclusive form or the non-exclusive form. In the non-exclusive, let me start with the exclusive. In the exclusive form of paraphilia, the only kinds of thoughts or behaviors that will be sexually exciting or arousing are the paraphilia itself. In other words, if we took the exclusive form of pedophilia, only thoughts and behaviors with children would be sexually arousing. Thoughts about adults, behaviors with adults wouldn't be. It's exclusively paraphilic. There's no normal sexual behavior that even seems possible. In the non-exclusive form, the individual can experience some degree of normal sexual feelings, but in addition to that, they experience strong, recurrent, erotically arousing fantasies and urges of a deviant nature. The fact that you're capable of having normal sex doesn't erase the fact that you're still afflicted with these abnormal cravings and that giving into the temptations of the abnormal cravings may cause all sorts of troubles. There is evidence that Mr. Dahmer probably had some, quotes, normal sex, and so he's capable of it, but to think that that erases all the rest of this and that therefore the rest of it isn't relevant would be very much of a mistake.
Do all psychiatrists agree that necrophilia is a psychiatric illness?
Well, let me address that. I don't know if all psychiatrists agree about anything, but let me talk about psychiatric illness, perhaps, and define it, and then at least we'll know what I mean by it, and we can talk about where people would or wouldn't agree. Is that a reasonable way to respond to your question?
Please.
Okay. One of the things that perhaps isn't readily appreciated is that whenever we talk about whether or not something is an illness, we really have to apply a certain value decision to that. And to make it clear, let me explain. Let's start with physical medicine, then I'll come directly to this. But if somebody came from Mars, for example, and I wanted to talk about different kinds of physical phenomenon, I could talk about two things. I could talk about, for example, cancer, and I could talk about respiration, breathing. Those are two different biological processes. And they could just be studied in their own right, and we wouldn't have to make a value judgment about it. We don't like cancer, though. It causes suffering. It impairs function. And so we add a label to that particular process. We call it a disease. It causes a state of disease. We don't like it. We want to eliminate it. We want to understand it and intervene and do something about it. And so that kind of process we say is a disease. The same kind of value judgments have to be made when it comes, and I'll try to be very specific here, to the area of human sexuality. And it'll get into how psychiatrists can sometimes disagree and even change their mind. Again, if I came from the planet Mars and was just looking at the spectrum of human sexuality, I could say there are certain human beings for whom thoughts and behaviors with members of the opposite gender are erotically arousing. That's heterosexuality. There are men, stick to men, who are attracted sexually to women. Okay, that's one kind of observation I would make about human sexuality. I could then make another observation, having put no value on it, that there are some human beings who aren't attracted sexually to members of the same gender. They are sexually aroused in response to thoughts or behaviors of the same gender. And I could say, well, I want a label for that kind of sexuality, and I'd say that's homosexuality. It doesn't mean one's better or worse than the other. It means they're two different kinds of sexuality. Now, at one time, doctors put a value judgment on and said, we don't like homosexuality. We think it keeps you from having a heterosexual lifestyle. We think it's bad. They called it a disease. Ideas changed over time. Values changed. Everyone hasn't changed their mind, but the psychiatric profession said, our values are changed. We won't call it a disease. Now, there's still two very different things. It's still very different to this man from Mars that some people are attracted to members of the same gender and some the other gender. There's still very different phenomenon, but now we said one isn't a disease. Now, to come specifically to Mr. Dahmer, here's another very different aspect of human sexuality. Here's a man that's walking around having intense, recurrent, erotically arousing fantasies and urges where the theme is about having sex in the way that we have already discussed.
100%, Mandy. It's rare to find experts that can actually explain things so transparently like this guy's doing. Like when you find an expert like this that is obviously brilliant, their brain is fucking crazy, right? That works completely different than a normal person like me. Like, and then they can actually relay that information transparently, as you put it, normally. Like, that's amazing to me. Like, again, yeah, actually being able to truly understand what they're saying, because when you read this stuff, to me, it's just like a lot of times, like it really, I have to reread, and then I have to look up definitions. Like, I'm just not to that level of brain power, just to be quite honest. But yeah, this guy is able to relay this information in a way that we can actually, you know, layman's terms, they say, you actually understand. This is awesome. I like this guy, man.
Described. That's very different than anything I've described yet. That's yet another aspect of human sexuality. Now we have to make the value judgment. Is this something that we as doctors want to call a disease? Would psychiatrists say this is a disease? Well, if this isn't mental illness from my point of view, I don't know what is. And so I'm very comfortable talking about this as something that causes great suffering, that has great impairment, that if something's going to be called mental illness, this should be called mental illness. And I certainly don't have any difficulty in making that argument. Are there going to be doctors who are going to say this isn't mental illness? Maybe, but I think that's a pretty difficult point of view to try to defend.
You consider whether or not, did you consider when you were talking about these differential diagnoses, whether or not Mr. Dahmer is just generally antisocial in his behavior? Defining for us what antisocial is.
Yeah, again, I've raised this in other ways before. We're not just looking to get people off the hook. There are people that do bad things, and it's not because there's some kind of mental impairment. There's nothing, again, metaphorically speaking, that suggests their mind is broken or in some fashion. So we looked at that issue very closely, and that's, again, part of our diagnostic process. When we evaluate anyone, including Mr. Dahmer, to keep it specific, we evaluate issue A. What are they like in terms of the sexual phenomenon they're experiencing and in terms of their ability to cope with those sexual experiences? That's one issue. From issue B, what are they like in terms of their character, their temperament, their personality, and so on? It's very important to make that distinction because to the average person, the distinction might not seem to be there. In other words, if I said to you, here's a man, and I'll get specific to him, but just as an example, here's a man who's had sexual involvements repeatedly with 8-year-old boys, you might assume he's characterologically flawed. That may or may not be so. When we diagnose a sexual deviation disorder like pedophilia, we talk about the orientation that the person has sexually. We don't know if they're kind or cruel, caring or not caring, and so on. That has to be evaluated independently. So if we put aside for the moment, and obviously it's just for the moment, it's very important, the fact that Mr. Dahmer has these kinds of sexual experiences and acted on them, and look at all other aspects of his life and ask, is this a guy who seems to be generally criminally motivated? Is this a guy that would be a big-time troublemaker for the community? Try to get at this other issue of what's the rest of his personality and temperament like. You know, we see he drinks, and there's been some disorderly conduct. He one time made a gesture to a police officer and so on. But there's no evidence, if we get away from this general area we've been talking about, that in other ways he would be some big problem for the community. So we looked at that. We tried to decide, is that a major factor in what we're seeing? And we decided, no, there's some things there, but the real issue seems to be what I've been talking about.
You use the word we a lot. When you say we, you're talking about yourself.
I don't mean the royal we. I apologize. I'm talking about people who have my expertise would approach it in this fashion. Obviously, in this case, I'm talking about decisions that I made.
All right. Did you consider whether or not Jeffrey Dahmer might be psychotic? And before you answer that, define for us the word psychotic as it's used in your profession.
Right. Okay, there are different kinds of mental illnesses, and I may want to talk about rationalization too, because it's going to tie in here. But the answer to your question first, so I've answered the question, is absolutely. We considered whether or not Mr. Dahmer was psychotic, because that's going to be important. That is another kind of mental disease. It could be relevant to the issues at hand.
I'm stopping you. You said we again. Are you talking about?
Okay. I'm sorry. That's a bad habit. Please interrupt me if I do that. Okay.
He's like a fucking whale, bro.
What would be an example then of a psychotic illness that I considered in evaluating Mr. Dahmer? One example would be an illness such as schizophrenia. And again, years ago there were misunderstandings. Those people with this disorder were choosing an alternative lifestyle. So what is schizophrenia as a psychotic illness? Schizophrenia is a mental illness where people become impaired in a particular way. They become hallucinated. They lose the ability to perceive reality accurately. They hear voices when no one's speaking. There's no sounds coming in their ear, but they report hearing voices. They become delusional. They lose the ability to reason rationally. They're absolutely convinced there are messages on the television specifically to them, and no amount of attempt to reason with them rationally convinces them it's a fixed delusional belief that stuff on the television is a message to them from somebody. So they become delusional. They become disorganized in their thinking. These kinds of mental impairments that tend to go together tend to have a particular age of onset, they have a certain family history, and so on. So we looked at that. I looked at that. One of the things that I particularly was concerned about is that Mr. Dahmer was talking about things like watching television VCR movies and seeming to relate. And I was concerned whether he was getting messages from the TV in a sense. He was talking about putting in yellow contact lenses and walking around looking like people that he'd seen in the movies. So I began to wonder. But as I pressed him, because I needed to get at the truth here, what it turned out was he seemed very perplexed in trying to understand these thoughts, these urges he'd been having for so many years, how it was he would give it in and was acting on them, and began to have thoughts like wondering whether he was the devil, wondering whether there were forces that were pushing him to do it. But it was just at the level of wondering. He wasn't really hearing voices. They weren't really delusional beliefs. He certainly wasn't disorganized in his thinking. So I looked at it and I decided he does not have that particular kind of mental illness. He's not psychotic. I mean, he didn't have the other kind, but he didn't have that. He did, though, and this is closely related, have the kinds of rationalizations and denial that we see when people have craving disorders. He wasn't so deluded that he completely lost the ability to be in contact with reality, but there were certainly major distortions, as we so often see in the paraphilias, in his thinking. Again, any of us know these distortions. The person that's been smoking for years and seems unable to stop, and someone just tells them they have lung cancer, and they run out and get another cigarette, sort of convincing themselves themselves, well, this one more cigarette isn't really going to, it's not really the smoking and so on. So he wasn't psychotic, but he did have a lot of rationalizing and denying.
Was his rationalization the kind of rationalization that we see in other people afflicted with holisms?
Yeah, I mean, that's, I suppose, the point of me coming as an expert witness, to try to make a determination of whether, in terms of the body of literature and my reading and my experiences, this seems to be a phenomenon that really exists, that some guy isn't just making it up when he's in trouble. And we certainly see that in almost all of these, what I'm calling craving disorders. People, and gosh, you have to be so careful in these settings not to tie other people in a way that would be misunderstood. But if you take, the alcoholic, a wonderful person like Betty Ford, she didn't clearly see that she was having this problem. She was rationalizing, denying. Her family had to kind of sit her down and force her to see it. And then, of course, as she developed the insights and was forced to see it out of her own motivations, she began to look at it differently. That's the kind of a thing I'm saying I saw in Mr. Dahmer. It's the kind of thing that one who's experienced in the area anticipates can be there in the paraphilias. And so even though he wasn't psychotic, there was a tremendous amount of that in terms of his thinking.
Now, you're talking about and trying to give us examples of something that we may know on an everyday basis, but tell us about his craving. What was his craving?
Well, again, I made the point, it's obviously not, well, he does have an alcohol problem, so I better not give that as the example. But his craving is what we talked about. His craving, the intense urges and fantasies with which he's preoccupied, are this theme about finding someone in a live state, beginning to relate to them, continuing on in this transition state between life and death, continuing, talking about kissing and having gentle sex and be affectionate with people after they've died, relating to parts of their body after they're dead in a sexual way, thinking that by consuming them he's sustaining the relationship. These are the sick kinds of cravings and fantasies and desires that we're talking about specifically in this particular instance.
What other psychiatric diagnosis would you make about Mr. Dahmer to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty other than necrophilia?
Well, the other major one that I would make would be alcoholism. I think he's also an alcoholic.
Do you think he drinks can you tell us, in your opinion, does he drink to lower his inhibitions to carry out the object of his cravings?
Let me answer it, so I'm not avoiding the question. No, but if I can explain a bit. One of the things that a person like myself needs to do, who's been trained in psychiatry, is to try to be as objective as possible and to make a distinction between what is an observation and what is an interpretation. And one of the papers I've written, I think, makes this point clearly in terms of a brief parable. So if it takes 15 seconds, I think it'll make my point. In this parable about trying to be objective, I use the example of two priests and a bishop. And the first priest says to the bishop, "Father, is it all right if I smoke while I pray?" And the bishop says, "I'm sorry, my son, that's not permitted."
Well, then I'm done. If I can't smoke when I go to heaven, then this ain't for me, brother. Heading out the door.
The second priest says to the bishop, "Father, is it all right if I pray while I'm smoking?" To which the bishop says, "Of course, my son, of course." The point is exactly the same question.
It's all about that word, and dude, it's all about that word. And
can you
try to trick me?
Do two things together? The answer really just depended on how the bishop interpreted it or saw it. Now, to bring it to the point here, some people have said Mr. Dahmer gets drunk in order to allow himself to become disinhibited and act. Mr. Dahmer's even said it. He's interpreted his behavior that way. Mr. Dahmer's an alcoholic. He drinks many times before he's done this. He's drank many times while he's done it. He's drank many times after he's done it.
Yeah, and that's the entire argument here, Shannon. I think Dahmer is mentally ill, but also knew precisely what he was doing and that it was wrong. And yeah, this being this insanity trial, that's exactly what they are arguing, both sides here. Yeah, and I agree with you. He ultimately knew he was trying to conceal what he had been doing, right? He was trying to hide that the bodies were there. He didn't do a very good fucking job of it after a while, having the smelly ass apartment with the bodies melting inside of a canister in his bedroom. But at the same time, he was trying to hide that, right? He knew what to tell the cops about the gay stuff because he knew what was happening with the AIDS and why they didn't want to come in and get close to people who said they were gay, and in the way that the time period was for that stuff. And Dahmer played all of that to his advantage now. So yeah, I 100% agree with you. He knew exactly what he was doing, which at the end of this, you know, maybe he is fucking insane, but to the actual technical definitions of it, which is why we're going through these testimonies and they're fucking super interesting. He did though, right? He did try to conceal. He did actively know what he was doing. Hell, he might have had these breaks, these compulsions that he can't fucking control. Well, that's fucked up. And that's why this motherfucker, and I'm glad it happened. You know, of course, we know how this ended for the guy, but at the same time, at this point in time, he needed to be in prison and not a hospital.
To think that this is just
Personally, my personal opinion.
alcoholism would be ridiculous.
Art with Viv coming back through here. Thank you so much. This is fascinating. Viv, this has been a really good one. The last 2 episodes, but yeah, this one in particular, this psychiatrist has shed a lot of light on a lot of things here, just in general, like not even just to the Dahmer aspect of it, which it's very interesting because that man, his brain was completely broken, but just in general, just in, you know.
Lots of people have serious alcohol problems. They don't do anything like this. To think that if Mr. Dahmer just stopped drinking, he'd be safe. Look, he's not drinking anymore, ladies and gentlemen. Let's let him be. He's a safe guy, would be incredibly naive. Drinking complicates his problem. There's no doubt about that. But this is a serious...
Yeah, and then he instantly gave a 60-hour confessional. Yeah, that's what we heard that for the past 2 episodes. The entire 60-hour confessional with, you know, the reading of it in live court. Instantly, as soon as he was called, you know, a lot of these guys are trying to hide it. They're trying to figure out an angle of what was going on. What can I play here to where I can either get less time or no time? No, he was like, this is what happened. Dahmer's a really interesting one from the psychiatrist point of view because of how open he was. The interviews that he did before he was killed in prison, very open. He's an
disease in my judgment, even without that problem, and it's that disease that's the major issue that I think we're dealing with here.
Have you given any thought to whether or not you could pinpoint the cause of this necrophilia?
Yeah, I mean, people are doing research where it'd be terribly important to find out how does someone end up with this affliction to try to keep other Jeffrey Dahmers from developing. So I have, and I guess there's 3 things I can say about cause, and the first point is what it's not due to, and that may be even the most important point, and that is that this condition is not due to a voluntary decision. In other words, the sexual desires that even normal people experience are not there because they sit down as little children and weigh their options. In other words, I didn't sit down as a little kid and say, do I want to be a person who experiences attraction to women when I grow up, or do I want to be a man who experiences attraction to men? I discovered in growing up that my attraction is to women. I didn't decide it, and in our society with its various biases and so on, it's been an easier life having been able to make that discovery. Similarly, someone like Mr. Dahmer didn't sit down when he was 5, 6, 7 years old and say, you know, gee, I wonder if I should be like everyone else in my sexual makeup, or no, there's a bunch of other choices and I think I'm going to pick this one out. Nobody would ever decide to have this kind of affliction. He discovers that he's afflicted with these recurrent, erotically arousing fantasies and urges of the most sick sort, and in that sense, and I mentioned it earlier, to me it's about as clear an example of a mental illness as one could want to see. Now that's what it isn't due to. What is it due to? There's a lot of research looking for the causes of the various paraphilias. Some of the research looks at biology. None of us are interested in having sex because we read a book that says, you know, we think about it, that's a logical idea. I mean, the fact that we experience sexual desires, that we have sexual thoughts in the first place, is tied to the fact that we're biological in our makeup. So there is some evidence, I won't go into a lot of detail, that sometimes some people seem to be predisposed to develop abnormal kinds of sexual cravings because something's gone wrong at the level of biology. The other thing that influences sexual development is certain kinds of early life experiences. Tragically, sometimes, particularly boys, if they've been abused sexually in early life, that abuse warps their subsequent sexual development and they end up with abnormal kinds of sexual cravings. They're more at risk of having a paraphilia. So that's also been looked at. In this case, we haven't found particular evidence of abuse. We haven't really found a biological explanation, but whether we found the cause or not, whether we know that lung cancer is caused by cigarette smoking or we don't know what the heck it's caused by, lung cancer is still lung cancer, and this is still necrophilia, even in the absence of a clear understanding of how it got to be that way in the first place.
So you don't have to know the cause in order to say it's a disorder?
No, absolutely not, and I won't go on. This is a clear case in point in my judgment.
you have an opinion to a degree of psychiatric certainty based upon the things that you've done relative to testifying here that Mr. Dahmer has merely chosen to live differently than virtually all other human beings, or is he the victim of a psychiatric affliction?
Well, I've probably covered that. I think I answered that. I believe he's got a genuine psychiatric affliction.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty that once Mr. Dahmer became aware of his necrophilic cravings, that he could stop those cravings and the object of those cravings by just willpower alone?
My opinion is he couldn't, and it would be important to explain that, because I think that can be a difficult concept for people to understand. The law assumes, and indeed it must make that assumption, I think, that anybody can do whatever they want if they just put their mind to it. Because if the law didn't make that assumption, we would have absolute chaos. I suppose any criminal who's just robbed a bank could come into a court of law and make the ridiculous argument that he was so overpowered by feelings of greed that he just couldn't control himself, and he's sick, he's not a criminal, and so on. And that's nonsense. So we have to assume that in general, or at least most of the time, people can control their behavior, can conform their conduct to the requirements of law, which is really the fundamental issue we're addressing here. The only problem is, and I'm speaking now as a physician, that often that simply isn't the case. And now again, I want to make some examples here talking about how it is just for ordinary people. And I just want to do that as trying to teach people and help them understand the concept. I'm not saying that's yet Mr. Dahmer, but having talked about it in ordinary people, I then want to talk about how it can be even so much more magnified a problem.
I can see also why this is important, like the avenues he's doing to not necessarily always just talking about Dahmer, because, the DA will have objections. How does this relate to Dahmer? He's talking about all this other stuff. It's all relative in this, I think, when he's talking about the generality of the psychiatry that he's going into, the different kinds of sexual deviations, and wrapping it back around on why, Dahmer is wrapped up in this, or a part of this, however you want to think about it or say it. But this guy's awesome.
In someone who has necrophilia. So if I can do that, I would like to.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me give you, and I'll stick to the biological drives, because we're talking here about something that I believe is fueled by a biologically based drive. Let's start first with thirst, another kind of biologically based drive. There was an interesting study done several years ago, actually at Johns Hopkins Hospital, on people who are being made thirsty by renal dialysis. These are people, they have bad kidneys. Because they have bad kidneys, they have to be dialyzed. They have to go on a machine, because if they're not dialyzed, they'll die. Going on that machine makes them thirsty, but because they have bad kidneys, if they drink too much between treatment sessions, they can get very sick or even kill themselves. So to try to put into a forensic context, the doctor's law is don't drink too much fluid between treatment sessions. The penalty is you can get very sick, you could even die. And this was just a simple study. They looked at how many of those people, good people, just sick people, patients, obeyed the doctor's law. And they found out none of them did. And then they looked to see why. It can't be because they're bad people, so they looked at different possibilities, and they found out that what predicted the extent of drinking between treatment sessions was how thirsty the dialysis procedure made you. The more thirsty you were made by dialysis, the more likely you were to drink to break the law. Another biologically based drive is hunger. Millions of Americans now are spending an absolute fortune trying to control their behavior, and there's increasing evidence that, at least for some people, that nature is determining where weight should be, that right to the calorie, nature is deciding what you should take in, and you're in a sense, in many cases, fighting nature when you try to change that. What does the person who's trying to diet describe, and to relate it to what Mr. Dahmer describes in a moment? And I think we probably all know this if we stop to think about it. The kind of thing a person can describe is that when I'm not hungry, let's say I've just had a big meal and I come to the doctor's office, I say, look, I think I'm going to be able to handle this, I'm going to be able to diet. Then people begin to get discomforted by their hunger. They start to rationalize. They start to kid themselves. This one pretzel, this piece of candy, this isn't really going to be so bad. They then premeditatedly and often sneakily go somewhere. They get up out of bed, they go to the refrigerator, they go down to the candy machine, whatever. They're discomforted by this hunger. They go somewhere and get something. having eaten and reduced their drive, they're sorry, and they're sorry, they promise never again to do it, and yet as they begin to be discomforted by their cravings, they repeat the pattern. Patrick Carnes, the psychologist, I think was the first to make the point that the same thing can happen with this other biologically based drive, sex. He used the term sexual addiction. Now, I'm just trying to make the point that even with normal people, that it can sometimes be the case, not always, but in a number of instances, that even when someone's trying their best to control their behavior in a particular way, they may not, through their own willpower, be able to succeed. That's the phenomenon that I'm trying to get across to people here, and if it's that way even for some normal people, imagine what it might be like for somebody constantly preoccupied with the kind of sick urges and cravings of the sort we've been discussing here earlier.
So your answer is, as far as Mr. Dahmer trying to do it by his willpower alone, he couldn't do it?
In my judgment, Mr. Dahmer is unable at this point in his life to stop himself, to walk away from it. So I'm not even suggesting that with treatment he'd be safe on the street, but the idea that this man out on the street wouldn't be succumbing once again to these urges and cravings, that his own willpower is enough to help him walk away from it, my conclusion is, and I've tried to explain the logic of how I've come to this conclusion, is that he couldn't. And again, to make the logic clear, in case it hasn't been, I'm saying even in normal situations, some people, simply through their own willpower, can't control their behavior, even some normal people. I'm saying in the paraphilic disorders, there can always be some degree of difficulty for a person controlling their behavior. I'm saying in the extreme or most serious forms of paraphilia, that impairment of ability to control is going to reach the point where they're simply not, without proper treatment, going to be able to succeed. And I'm saying this is about as serious a case.
Good question, Joanne. Yeah, I wonder if he still goes to trials and does expert witness testing.
Of a paraphilia, as I think most of us are ever going to see.
Can you give us some examples based upon your medical expertise and clinical expertise of how psychiatric conditions can cause a person to lack substantial capacity to be able to conform their conduct to the requirements of law or the requirements of anything?
You know, well, again, we've covered a bit, but I'll give another paraphilia that I think some of the...
This man is just running without any response to questions, and it makes it impossible to object. He just in and out, raising new subjects on his own. I'll object to the form of this long narrative questions.
And I think it's inappropriate that this expert who has been qualified can't take the time to educate a jury in the fashion that he is. He's subjected to cross-examination, and I think it's unfair to say that this doctor isn't being responsive to my questions. So I would ask that we allow...
Let me have the last question written.
And the start of his answer.
Can you give us some examples based upon your medical expertise and clinical expertise how psychiatric conditions can cause a person to lack substantial capacity to be able to conform their conduct to the requirements of law or the requirements of anything? Answer, well, again, we covered a bit, but I'll give another paraphilia that I think some an objection.
Judge.
Okay. I'm going to overrule the objection to the question. However, let's make sure that the answer is responsive to the question.
But I'm asking you then again.
I like this judge as well. He thinks about it for a minute, right? He takes a second to really digest what's being talked about, and then he rules on it. I like this guy.
You have defined what you know the law to be and the lack of substantial capacity for one to conform their conduct to the requirements of law. You have answered the question about Mr. Dahmer's mental illness, the disease as you have labeled it. How does a disease cause a person to lack substantial capacity? What's the connection between a disease and a substantial capacity concept?
Well, the point that I would make in response to that question is that we see many examples clinically of how a disease can cause a person difficulty in controlling their behavior simply through their own willpower. I'm trying to make the point that I've seen this clinically. It's real. It's not just something that someone's making up when they're in trouble. And that was the reason I was going to give another paraphilia as an example, to make the point that a disease, a particular kind of paraphilia, is capable of causing a person to be impaired in their ability through their own willpower to control their behavior. The example I'm going to give, and I
Go
think
ahead.
it's okay to go ahead, was masochism. These are examples where a disease causes someone to, in a sense, be their own victim.
Yeah. You can kind of see when he literally is being asked a question. Yeah. Good observation, Bonnie, there. Yeah, see when his eyes roll up, he's recalling from memory. He's a freaking medical
Because of the
dictionary.
fact
Like, this expert testimony's been amazing. It really
they're
has.
impaired in their ability to control themselves. The sexual masochist is someone.
Oh my God, Jay, this is going to be all of today and probably half of next week. This is like 4 or 5 hours of just this testimony from this psychiatrist who's been awesome. This has been so informative. Like, I've really enjoyed this.
Who is recurrently experiencing arousing fantasies and urges about having themselves suffer, about having themselves injured. And because these can be such persistent and strong fantasies and urges, oftentimes these people, because they behave and act on these urges, have ended up dead. The FBI did a study on this, finding out numbers of people who weren't trying to commit suicide, but who, because of the strength of these masochistic urges and fantasies, of putting themselves in positions of danger because it was so sexually arousing, and having an escape mechanism that they were going to want to use at the end, and getting so excited that they couldn't get the escape mechanism and got up dead. So that the point is that being the victim wasn't sort of the product of a criminal mind in a sense. It was the outcome of a person having a disease that was driving and driving and driving at them. That's really the point that I'm trying to, and I don't know if I'm doing it well or not, but trying to help people understand. Okay.
How about Mr. Dahmer in regards to this concept and his mental disease and his lack of substantial capacity, as you've said it? Does he fall into that category?
Yes, in my judgment, he does fall into that.
Uh-oh. Murder Church offering right now. Shannon coming through. $9.99 super chat. Loving Murder Church. Cheers to you. Thank you so much for that, Shannon. Really appreciate it. And I've actually got a new soundbite just for this moment.
Give me the loot, give me the loot.
Huh?
Give me the loot, give me the loot.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
Category.
Do all paraphilias lack substantial capacity to control themselves or conform their conduct to requirements of law?
I think in all of the paraphilias we look at it, because potentially it can become an issue. So it does become a matter of degree. I've seen people at sort of the low end of the spectrum, if I can put it that way, that I don't think are so impaired that they're lacking substantial capacity. But in the more severe forms of the paraphilia, then one can be concerned that indeed they may be. And of course, clinically, we don't normally sit down and address that issue. It only becomes an issue where we're, in a sense, very much having to address the issue if the person does show up in a court of law.
And tell us, as far as you are concerned, based upon your knowledge and expertise as a psychiatrist, just how strong, how severe was Mr. Dahmer's disorder?
Repetitious.
Perhaps, but I'll allow it.
Okay, I think what you're asking me, correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to be off the point, but you're asking me to explain what I'm finding in Mr. Dahmer that leads me to the conclusion that he's in that category. Is that?
No, I'm asking you just how severe was his disorder?
If you're just asking me that, I think it was very severe.
I want to go on to...
I used to be at one time, I don't think I probably can now. If I could, if I'd listened to it a couple times, but I used to be able to rap the entire Ready to Die album from front to back. Just saying.
Mr. Dahmer being afflicted with the mental disease, as you have told us, and the fact that he lacked substantial capacity to conform his conduct to the requirements of law, as you have stated it. You have told us that the reason that he could not conform his conduct to requirements of law was because of his mental disease. Is that what you've said?
Well, I didn't say exactly that. I said that I felt he lacked substantial capacity to conform his behavior because of his mental disease.
All right. Now, what would have had to have happened for Mr. Dahmer as he was going along his spree of killing to suddenly regain, based upon your opinion to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty, to regain his ability to control his conduct? You understand my question?
Well, I'm trying to understand it. You know, I'm talking about a person that I think has a disorder that's chronically present. I think it was severe even early on in terms of when we recognized it and it became worse. So I'm not quite sure if I'm understanding what you're asking.
Well, as Mr. Dahmer went along in these killings, what would have had to have happened for them to stop his regaining whatever capacity he had to stop? What would have had to occur?
Objection, speculation.
If you can answer it, you're an expert.
Well,
The court will decide that, Mr.
yeah,
Boyle.
I think so. Mr. Boyle wants to help me out a little bit.
Let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
You're aware that Mr. Dahmer killed Mr. Hicks in 1978.
Yes, sir.
Do you know when he next killed? What year?
Yes, it was about 9 years later.
During that period of 9 years, based upon anything that you came to learn, based upon your conversations with Mr. Dahmer, based upon your reading whatever materials you read, which we'll get into later, did you come across any acts of violence committed by Mr. Dahmer as it relates to another human being? I'm talking about violence that is taking of life.
If you were asking me to restrict it to violence, I did not see any evidence that that had occurred.
His next act of violence took place in 1987.
That's correct.
You're aware of where it took place?
Yes, sir, in the Ambassador Hotel.
Subsequent to that time, there were 15 more victims.
That's correct.
You have rendered an opinion that Mr. Dahmer lacked substantial capacity to conform his conduct to requirements of law.
Yes, now keeping in mind that the first killing in Ohio isn't an issue and that he's not being charged on the second crime, which would be the first one in Milwaukee, which was the Ambassador Hotel incident.
So your opinion you have expressed as to all homicides thereafter, that he was suffering from a mental disease,
That's correct.
and the result of which he lacked substantial capacity to conform his conduct to requirements of the law.
That is what I have said, yes.
Now, as he is going along this killing spree that he engaged in, what happens to his capacity to conform his conduct to requirements of law?
Well, I think it was severely impaired all along. I think at the time of the Ambassador killing, where he wakes up and finds that he's with the dead body, he really reached the point of feeling, and I can describe it later, that he kind of fought the good fight and was kind of overwhelmed and demoralized and kind of just gave in to the disease. And then I think as time went along from there on in, that the disease became progressively worse, that he became progressively more impaired as time went along.
And what would have had to have happened as he is going along for him to suddenly stop and not do it after the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh victim?
Objection, speculative.
You can answer it, Judge, as an expert. I think it's a fair question.
Again, he's going to take a minute to actually think about it. I like this judge.
Yes, I'm going to allow it. The objection's overruled.
Do you understand the question?
Yeah, I do. I was just waiting to see if
Go
I'm
ahead.
allowed to answer it. In my judgment, Mr. Dahmer clearly, well, I shouldn't say clearly, in my medical opinion, Mr. Dahmer was out of control and was becoming progressively more out of control, and it wasn't going to be he who was going to stop it. It was going to have to be stopped by some outside force, which is exactly how it inevitably was stopped.
Are there medications that exist that are used in the treatment of paraphilias?
Yes, one of the definitions of a mental illness, it's not the only one, but many definitions of mental illness do talk about whether or not the condition in question requires treatment. There are medications that are used in treating these conditions, recognizing their driven nature and trying to decrease the intensity of the drive as a means of trying to increase a person's ability to be better in control of themselves.
It is clear, based upon what you have learned, that Mr. Dahmer, during the course of the years from 83 through 87 and even into 89 and into 90, whatever, was in fact in a position where he was being observed by others, such as the court system and by probation officers and psychologists and, in fact, psychiatrists.
Well, I'm aware there were times when he was on probation. I'm aware there are doctors, excuse me, that he's seen. I'm aware of the facts that you're describing.
Was he at any time, based upon what you've been able to learn, being treated with any kind of medication that would normally be dispensed by a psychiatrist for a person with a paraphilic or disorder?
No, he's never received treatment for this disorder. I think there was, as I mentioned earlier, denial and rationalization. I don't think at a certain point he even saw the need for it. I think he gave up at one point and wasn't even, the power of what was driving him basically took over, and he didn't have any interest in his own on seeking out treatment.
Did you discuss with Mr. Dahmer as to why he did not seek treatment for the paraphilic disorder or to stop these killings?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He told me several things, and I also made several observations. It wasn't only a matter of what he told me, but he talked about, well, let me back up on this. He did tell me there was a time when he was trying, so maybe I better put it in a historical sequence.
Please do.
Mr. Dahmer tells me, and again, he's told
Me too, Viv. Yeah.
others, but I'll just talk about what he's told me, that he committed the first killing in Ohio, as we talked about earlier, when he was about 18 years of age. There'd actually been what I would call a near miss before this, where he'd been riding a bike and had a club and was thinking about it. Thank God didn't, but tragically then ultimately did the first killing in Ohio, and apparently was quite appalled at himself afterwards, and then went, as we've talked, for about 9 years fighting this. He went into the service where there was a lot of structure present for a couple of years, had some drinking problems, came out, went to live at his grandmother's house for a period of time, was going to church and praying and trying to do that. It was during that time period, after the first killing and between the second, where the examples I gave earlier came into play. He had thought about perhaps going to a cemetery and getting a body. He was still having these urges and desires, but that was something he thought might help him to not succumb to them. I gave the other example of the mannequin, and he took a mannequin from a store and again tried to do that. There was an incident that occurred during this period when he wasn't acting, where a man in a library approached him and propositioned him sexually. It also, he tells me, and it was my judgment he was telling the truth on this, trying not even to get into the gay lifestyle. Ultimately, after that incident, although he didn't go with that particular man, he got back involved in the gay lifestyle. He ended up not killing, but starting to go and put things in the drinks of people at bathhouses and so on, so that they would be kind of in this half dreamlike state, but still not crossing the line of another death. And then apparently in a very intoxicated state, going to the Ambassador Hotel, and I think clearly the evidence supports it wasn't planned, because he had no escape plan. He hadn't arranged to be able to get rid of a body. Apparently wakes up in this drunken stupor with this man next to him dead, and no doubt in his mind who's killed him, but he says he doesn't remember, and I suspect he'd blacked out from intoxication and so on. And then he figured out a way, since the body was there, to ultimately get it out. And what he tells me at that point is that, he had, in a sense, fought the good fight. Here he is with this dead body. This disease was, he didn't use the word disease, I'm sorry, I want to be accurate. These urges, this compulsion is the word that he would often use, it was overpowering him. Perhaps it was his destiny to do it. Maybe it was the work of the devil. He was perplexed and trying to understand it, and totally demoralized, and at that point I think really gave up trying and simply allowed the disease to go on unchecked.
Do you feel that that was his choice, was it not?
Okay, now I'm sorry?
That was his choice not to continue.
I think he was fighting very hard for many years, is the point I'm making, not to give in to these urges. I think, as I said, he became overpowered and demoralized and just, metaphorically speaking, was beaten by the disease and just ultimately gave up trying.
And without repeating the definition that I've asked you 3 or 4 times, it was at that juncture that he had a mental disease, as you have told it, and how it
Well,
affected.
I think he had the mental disease throughout, but certainly it was becoming more and more severe, and of course it was becoming more and more severe, more and more impairing, and so I'm describing a progressive disease that ultimately gets quite out of control.
You feel, based upon your knowledge and experience as a clinical psychiatrist, a psychologist, and a doctor running the sexual disorders clinic, that Mr. Dahmer was honest with you during the time that you were talking to him?
Fundamentally, during the time when I was talking to him, I think he was. I think he had been earlier on. As I said, there were some distortions in terms of what he'd said to people earlier. I was trying to look at whether he was honest. I was looking at what he'd told other people to see if it was consistent and try to make a judgment about how to weigh what he was saying. I mentioned earlier he'd held back in the confession about the drilling of the holes. But again, to answer your question, I'm cognizant of not getting off the point. The answer is yes. I felt that when I was speaking to Mr. Dahmer, he was essentially honest with me. That was my opinion.
Did Mr. Dahmer at any time try to point the finger at some other outside force that caused him to do this, or did he accept the responsibility?
He accepted. As I said, he was perplexed. He kind of wondered in a philosophical way about whether this was an evil force, the work of the devil. But, you know, as I pushed him, I was trying to see, as I said earlier, if he was ill. He wasn't blaming it on that. He wasn't saying it was that. He was just trying to figure it out, but basically said, I'm responsible, I've got the answer to God, things of that nature.
You were aware of the fact of his confession?
I'm sorry?
You were aware of the fact of his confession?
Yes, sir. I had seen the confession prior to seeing him.
And did the things that you talked to him, were they consistent with this confession?
Yes, obviously, when there's this volume of material, people aren't going to have verbatim what they said before. In fact, it was verbatim. You'd wonder if they memorized it. But essentially, and I've already talked about some of the discrepancies, but essentially he was telling me pretty much the same thing.
How about prior to him being arrested? Did you come to learn whether or not he had been honest in the past when he was dealing with people?
Yeah, that was an entirely different situation. He had been very dishonest. As I mentioned earlier, I think that he'd reached the point of giving up, of not even wanting help. I think he was in denial. I think he was, well, I won't repeat myself, but no, absolutely, he was not honest with a number of people with whom he'd been involved prior to the time that he had been apprehended.
Could he have been able, during the course of this paraphilia problem that he was having, to have been able to sustain himself by just engaging in other kind of self-abuse or other kind of self-conduct, such as masturbation or just looking at videos or things of that nature?
Goodness, I mean, if it was so simple that, you know, by masturbating we could stop it, we could have, people would come into the office 3 times a day, we'd have them masturbate, and that would be the end of the problem. In fact, to the contrary, and I'm going to choose my words carefully, this isn't meant to be a sick pun, but there are many cases where masturbation can actually whet the appetite, in the long run increase the risk rather than decrease the risk that the person will act. So no, the idea that he kind of could have treated it himself by just masturbating more would be a very naive notion.
I don't want to, I'm going through some of my notes so I don't go over the same area, okay? It is
Picturing Jay's computer blasting his neighbors outside enjoying the day. Great Father's Day. And all of a sudden, you hear masturbation across the speaker and across the yard. Beautiful day, turned quick.
It's true, is it not, that at some time during the course of these years from 78 through 91, that Mr. Dahmer did try and stop, as you have expressed it, these paraphilic urgings? Does that in any way change your conclusion that at any other time he could have stopped?
Make sure I understand the question. It's a little complicated. I said that I thought he had tried for many years, and he claims that he did. And in fact, we know no evidence to the contrary. These people have looked very, very closely from around the country at whether he's done other homicides. So there's simply no evidence whatsoever that he's killed anyone other than the people that we know about. So that gives credence to the idea that he was able, and he did fight over many years successfully to control this. If I understood your question, I may not have. I think, are you asking me if the fact that he stopped trying changes my decision, or am I missing
Yes.
that? Okay. No, I mean, the issue really is, does he, as a result of this illness, lack substantial capacity? I think it's tragic that he reached a point where he felt so beaten down by the illness that he stopped trying. It would have been nice to even fight further, but that's not the issue. The issue is, even if he had been trying, would he have been able to succeed? Was he having an illness that substantially impaired his capacity to conform his behavior? So the fact that he stopped trying is sad. The fact that he got overwhelmed and quit, and so it is a shame, but it's not changing my opinion in terms of whether he had the disease or whether the disease became so severe as to cause him to lack substantial capacity.
Now, based upon everything you learned and everything you read, do you have an opinion as to whether or not, and based upon mostly talking to Mr. Dahmer, that his behaviors were in any way considered to be racially motivated or crimes of hate against people of different persuasion?
Yes, I have an opinion. Absolutely not. In fact, to make the point that in a sick sense, it's actually the contrary. My colleague John Money, in writing about the paraphilias, used the word love sickness and made the point that it's broader than only sexual arousal. It's also a sense of wanting to sustain a relationship, an intimate relationship with an individual that is being expressed in the paraphilias. And again, if we look at Mr. Dahmer, he was feeling that he wanted to be close to these people. In his sick thinking, somehow by eating them and ingesting them, he was closer. Somehow by continuing to caress them after death, he was sustaining the relationship. So in a very sick way, it's obviously sick to talk about this as wanting to maintain a relationship, but he really wanted a closeness. He wanted to be relating to these people. He wasn't hating them. He wasn't mad at them. He wasn't trying to torture them. He repeatedly talked about, and I know it doesn't diminish how awful it was, but his concern that they not be suffering, that they were all asleep when they ultimately died. So there isn't a shred of evidence that I've seen to suggest that these are hate crimes, that these are racially motivated crimes. Quite to the contrary, they're the sick crimes involving lust and even a distorted way of trying to maintain closeness in a relationship.
Did you determine the size and the physical structure and the age of the persons that were the object of his behaviors?
Yeah, they had a certain physique and build. What you'd expect. They were the kind of people that were attractive to him. He's not really dangerous to a woman. He's an extreme example because that's not the person that is in the fantasies. It's not the kind of preoccupation he has. These were really the reenactment of the fantasies. So it was a particular build and appearance. They tended to be young males. But again, he wasn't hating people because of color, any of that.
With the condition that you told us that Mr. Dahmer was suffering from, did he himself, as he's going along on these killing spree, does he understand his own motivations?
No, I think he really doesn't. There's
That's an interesting term, love
many
sickness.
examples of that. For example, he said many, many times in each of the killings, not each of them, but in many of them, when asked why he killed them, he would say things like, I didn't want them to leave. I decided to kill them when they weren't going to leave. Those folks, if they decided to stay, I'm afraid, tragically, were still going to end up dead. He was responding to these sick cravings. So his thinking that, gee, if they really would have stayed a little longer, everything would have been okay. I don't buy that at all. And now again, I'm not saying that's dishonesty. I said I thought he's being honest. But in terms of understanding it himself, and clearly we see confusions at times, and many times he talks about being overpowered by this compulsion and not being able to handle it, and then kind of wondering, well,
Yeah,
gee,
dude, he's
maybe
literally right now reading from a mental dictionary when he looks up and starts going over those definitions, essentially, of these terms.
There's evil forces that are doing it. He's very perplexed and does not have any real insight or understanding regarding his own disease.
I would like to ask you your opinion as to one making the claim that Mr. Dahmer would be simply evil, engaging in moral misconduct. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not that's what Mr. Dahmer was doing?
We looked, I looked very carefully at that. I might have phrased it slightly differently, but, one of the things we don't want to do is this, I don't want to do, I'm sorry about this we, that I don't want to do as a physician or psychiatrist, and psychiatrists have been accused of doing, is I don't want to relabel sin as psychopathology and get someone off the hook, so to speak. So I want to be very careful not to have that happen. But having said that, I also want to be balanced and objective, and the mistake can occur in the other direction. I also don't want to take someone who clearly is very ill and impaired out of their illness and make the mistake that this is someone who's got a fully intact mind who's simply misbehaving. So I looked at both sides of that and even got into this concept of evil. One way of expressing it is, why'd he do it? Because he's evil. And, what tells us it's evil? Because he did it. It's sort of a label that masquerades as an explanation. It doesn't really explain anything. And then the other way is to try to see if science and medicine can help us have a better understanding. Is there knowledge out of the work we've done that tells us that there are diseases such as paraphilias? Is there knowledge out of the work we've done that says that people do have fantasies and urges? I mean, unless Mr. Dahmer called me up or read DSM-3R between the time in which he was arrested and gave his confession to find out what the DSM-3R said, his words are almost a textbook description. So my point is that I felt that there were pieces of information out of my knowledge and my expertise that would help me understand this as something a bit in a more sophisticated way than simply thinking it was evil. And again, to repeat, because I didn't want to lose it, I am rambling a bit. I did want to be sure.
Capture it, sir. You're doing an excellent
We weren't
job.
excusing sin by calling it psychopathology, but I also wanted to be sure, and that was my final conclusion, that we weren't saying someone was simply misbehaving when indeed they were ill and very impaired out of that illness.
I only have a few more questions that just kind of cover up. They've been asked. Hopefully they're not so repetitious, but I still think they're necessary. Are the psychiatric opinions that you have rendered here today made to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty?
Yes, and I can summarize if you want why, but just to answer your question directly, yes.
Is the mental disease that you have ascribed to Mr. Dahmer, is that made to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty that he was suffering from that mental disease each and every one of the charged homicides, beginning with the one that took place after the Ambassador Hotel in 1987?
Yes, sir.
Is your opinion that he lacks substantial capacity to conform his conduct to the requirements of law on each and every one of those occasions made to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty?
Yes, sir.
Is your opinion that his substantial capacity was lacking because of the mental disease that you've ascribed to his condition made to
Cat daddies and dog
a
fathers.
reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty?
Yes, sir.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty whether or not, as he progressed along this killing spree, his capacity was becoming more affected to a greater degree than the just prior to killing? You understand my question?
Yes, and I do have an opinion. I can tell you what it is, and if you want me or don't want, I can explain it depending on what you want. But I do have an opinion, and my opinion is that as time went along, the disease became more severe, that it was more progressive, and that because it became more severe, the impairment became progressively more severe.
Was the impairment ever absolute?
Let me answer it this way. No, not to the point of if a policeman was standing there watching him, he would have done it. But it certainly got very close to the point where he was doing it with the policeman almost standing there watching him. And if you want me to explain that, I can do that.
When was it that his impairment got to the point, well, strike that. If he did it when a policeman was there watching him, how severe then would the impairment have been?
Well, I hope it didn't get lost, sort of said I have to decide about this concept of, he's got this disease, does it cause him to lack substantial capacity? And that nowhere did it say that he has to lack all capacity. I suppose if he was going to do it with the policeman standing there watching him, we'd have to say this is a person who had no capacity whatsoever, and I don't think that such a person exists. And if that were the criteria, I suppose we wouldn't be even in a court of law addressing the issue, because it'd be an issue that was moot.
Okay, but about a situation in regards to the Dahmer case, based upon what you have learned, when Mr. Dahmer's impairment affecting his capacity became so strong that you want to tell us about when it rose to that level with a policeman at his elbow.
Well, I'll describe, because I'm trying to give the people an understanding of how I thought about this so they can decide if it makes sense to them. Let's start with it's all tragic. I was going to say the tragic, but it's all tragic. But the tragic situation where the young Laotian boy, and I'm sorry, I'm afraid to stumble over his name, so I don't want to try it. I don't mean to be disrespectful. But the young Laotian boy was taken back into his house by the police officer who had no way of understanding what was happening. At that stage of things, Mr. Dahmer, at that point, was in a situation where he was on probation for a prior offense. There was a body lying in the other room when the policeman came in with this young boy. The police then brought the young boy back in. There was all sorts of concern in the community, so bunches of people knew that the last place that this young boy had been seen was going back with the police into this home. Mr. Dahmer then proceeded to kill that boy with the other body in place. He took no steps at that point to sort of lie low or to get out of there, the sense that people are right on his tracks. Again, the idea is that police are, who are they going to think did it if this young boy ends up not showing up? There were kind of all these witnesses. He proceeds on to the point where he's continuing again. He kills another fellow. He then brings in yet another man while there's a body actually in the bathtub. He lets it behind the shower curtain. The fellow he brings in goes to the bathroom, doesn't even realize there's a body there. Mr. Dahmer hasn't made absolutely sure that other guy isn't going to be able to leave. So that's going on. It's reached a point where he can't even maintain his job for a while. In spite of all this, he somehow managed to hold on to his job. To me, at this point, I mean, that's about as close as you can get to the policeman at the arm. The bodies were lying there decaying. The smell was awful. He was leaving the building unattended while bodies were laying there. Though that's a part of the evidence that I looked at, suggesting that he's reaching a point where he's virtually, not totally, but virtually totally out of control. Now, I said even earlier on, I think there was still some evidence. And by the way, if you drew a graph of the killings, it would just go up in an exponential way, compatible with the idea that someone's out of control. But even earlier on, for example, he had been awaiting a sentencing in an instance where he'd been charged with taking pictures, again, tragic irony of someone that turned out to be the brother of the Laotian boy I just talked about. He was on probation. Well, before he was on probation, he was charged with that. During the period of time between when he was charged with that and he was sentenced, he committed yet another killing and then took the skull from that killing and put it in his locker at work during work release because he needed to be close to it under circumstances where he's being watched closely, where that's evidence, in that setting that's incredibly damaging. So even back then, we're not just having a guy who just seems to be sort of cool in it when he's under pressure and so on, but certainly by the end, where the bodies are piling up and so forth and so on, I think he was just about completely out of control at that point.
Doctor, the mental disease that you've stated, you called what again?
I called the disease necrophilia.
Did that disease, do you consider, in your expert opinion, that to be an impairment of the mind?
Well, I mean, if that's not an impairment of the mind, and I don't, God, I hope I'm not trying to sound snarky, but if that's not an impairment of the mind, I don't know what is.
Does that impairment of the mind, is that an enduring or a transitory type of thing in the person of Jeffrey Dahmer?
It's clearly, in this case, been enduring and even progressive.
It's clearly which?
It's been both enduring and progressive.
Does that condition of the mind substantially, to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty, affect the mental and emotional processes of Mr. Dahmer at the time?
And just imagine Dahmer had random skulls all over the place. Like, you go to his house, you open a fridge, hey, there's a skull. At his workplace, you look inside his desk, oh, there's a skull. I don't think he had a car, but if he had a car, probably be a couple of skulls hanging out in there. Did he have a car? For some reason, I want to say he didn't have a car. I don't know why I think that. Like towards the end there.
Time that he committed every one of these offenses?
Yes, sir.
And you make that opinion to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty?
Yes, I mean, it's fundamental to his mental processes. We're talking about the mental processes themselves that are the very essence of what this is all about.
Doctor, did you have occasion to look at pictures that were taken, some virtually 500, 3 more minutes, that's why I'm just finishing up now. I thought maybe...
I'm looking for a breaking
Yeah,
point.
this would, I think I should just finish up. Okay. Then we can, well, I tell you what, maybe it's a good time to break. I'll just double check my notes and then I won't have to do much upon return, but I think I can just 5 or 7 more minutes. I just don't want to say 5 or 7 more minutes when we come back and say I got 3 more questions.
Okay,
Why don't we break now, Judge?
Court's in recess.
Who's running this damn courtroom? Well, apparently Mr. Boyle is, because now we're taking a break. Let's see. That was part 2 of Berlin. Part 3, let's see how long that one is. That one is about the same length. So here we are. It's noon. We'll probably, we'll go into this one, and that'll be where we'll end it here. So we'll go to about 1:30 or so. Yeah, I'm going to go on through here, ladies and gentlemen. I ain't going to even take no breaks today. Just real quick, thanks everyone for being here. Appreciate it. Please, if you're randomly hanging out and you're not subbed up, that would be crazy to be 3 hours deep and not do that. Do that. Hit the 3 little dots on the side. Make sure all notifications are clicked. Yeah, share this out to your communities. YouTube loves that. Put that on Facebook. Put that on Twitter. You know, wherever you share stuff. Really appreciate it. Yeah, let's go into the 3rd video. And again, we'll go right into next week with Dr. Berlin as well. This has been very informative, very interesting. But yeah, this next one is another movie length testimony here, 1 hour 19. Let's just keep rolling here. Thanks again, everyone, for hanging out. Appreciate the shit out of it.
I just have a few more questions.
No brakes, baby. We just rolling.
I retained your services in the latter part of September, early October.
I believe that's correct, yes.
You told us you came into Milwaukee in November.
21st, I'm sorry, November 12th.
All right, now speak up a little. I think you guys speak up a little louder.
Yeah, it's a bit of a buzz if you can wait.
Yeah, there's something hitting the microphone, Your Honor. It's causing some resonance. Okay, thanks. What material did you receive prior to coming to Milwaukee before you met Mr. Dahmer for the first time?
Prior to meeting him the first time, I had the confession prior to seeing him, which was voluminous. I had the charging documents, which were voluminous. Again, I'm trying to think carefully because there have been so much material and it's continued to come on, but those were the major things, I think. And of course, I talked to you several times and so on.
I had traveled to Baltimore to meet with you.
Yeah, I think we've met in Baltimore.
Yeah, I do remember that. The Canadian cat lady. Yeah, she says he definitely had a car in the beginning because he was stopped by a cop when he was taking a body to dump. And that was in the very beginning. That was his first ever body. That was like 78 maybe. I'm talking more towards the end, like in 91 when he actually got busted. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know why that's in my head. I almost feel like it's because of the Netflix special. I was just walking to these clubs and these bathhouses and whatnot. But yeah, that initial, I think that was actually his parents' car too. That was when he was young as hell. That was his first dude. They pull him over. Literally, there's a body in the back. They don't do shit about it. They just let him go. He was even drunk, if I'm not mistaken, during that. And they're just like, get to the house, kid. Don't want to ruin your life.
3 occasions, if I'm correct.
And during that period of time, we either shipped you
link. Let me get you that merch link, Cammy.
documents or documents were brought to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You had the confession.
Yes, sir.
And also, real quick, while we're doing it, I mean, Cammy mentioned it up here. I want to show her. I got one new thing up here, the Murder Church. Got a hoodie and a regular shirt. Yeah, that's the new Murder Church logo. Hope you guys dig that. Trying to make it bigger. Really, there you go. Yeah. I got to get a Murder Church logo going here. Yeah, thank you very much, Cammy, coming through there on the merch site.
This blue suitcase that you have brought into this courtroom today contains material, does it not?
Yes, those are that's the material that I've reviewed in preparation for this case.
And that material was sent to you by my office or brought by my office to you?
Yes, sir.
Did you review sufficient data, in your opinion, for you, would review sufficient data, in your opinion, for you to make the kind of opinion that you made here today?
Yes, sir. I did tell you from the
That's amazing, Leon. Thank you so
beginning
much.
that I wanted to continue to get as much information as possible, and if I were subsequently to see information that would lead me to change my opinion, that I was cautioning you that I would. But I was satisfied at the time that I rendered it that it was correct, and there wasn't anything subsequently that caused me to change my mind.
When's the last time you talked with Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yesterday.
And did you also go to the apartment in question?
Yes, I'd gone to the apartment when I was first in, but only to the outside, and I went back this time to see the inside as well.
Now, I had marked for identification an exhibit, Defense 26. It's not been received, it hasn't been moved into receipt, but did you have occasion to get the information contained therein sent to you for your perusal?
Yes, I had most of this information earlier, obviously, because this is essentially a reorganization and update. So I'd seen it in various earlier forms, and of course seen it this way as well.
Okay. But that information that was sent to you is on a continuing basis?
You were continuing to send me information as time went along. If I had questions, you were responsive to it.
It is not you know that additional statements were made by Mr. Dahmer different in some occasions than what he told the Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes, I think I answered. I hope I answered it correctly before. That in most substantive ways, I thought it was the same. I mentioned the business with the holes in the head. I know one thing he had told me that was different, that originally he said with the first killing in Ohio that he disposed of the body fairly quickly. He subsequently told me that it was really a couple of years later when he came back he did. Again, in terms of the big picture, I'm not sure it mattered very much whether the first body was disposed of immediately or later on. So there were some discrepancies. There were some things that he said that were different, but in terms of the essence of it, the big picture, I thought he was pretty consistent.
Did he at any time indicate to you what he was going to do with all these various body parts and skulls and heads and things that he was keeping?
Well, again, he would keep them. He would be involved with them in intimate ways. He described elaborately how he would then get rid of some things. There were other things that he kept. We talked about all of that. And, of course, I was also referring to information I had available, which gave me some sense, even before I talked to him, of what had gone on.
Did he tell you whether or not what he was going to do with the parts as a group?
He told me many things. I think what you're trying to ask me is about one particular thing, because if you're talking about in a group, that's, I suppose, what you're getting at. He had what he called a temple. At times he said it was a temple to him or to the devil. I think he used the word mosque. He didn't always use the same word, but basically it was that. He even...
Lakota Gallagher coming through with the $4.99 super chat. Murder Church is the only church for me. That's amazing. And you're going to get the new soundbite.
Give me the loot, give me the loot. Give me the loot, give me the loot.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate that. It's amazing.
I think, if I remember right, sketched it out, but certainly he described it, and again, I apologize because we're talking about human beings here, but he had this plan of putting a couple bodies on the ends. In fact, at one point, he had hoped to preserve the entire bodies to do it, but couldn't do that, and then instead was saving the bones to do it as skeletons. He was going to, and again, this is awful, but he'd bought an aquarium that originally was going to house one head in the middle. He had these, I forget what you call them, statues that were going to be on the ends. He had this elaborate plan for this mosque or temple, and I think I mentioned earlier, it sounded as if all this isn't sick and bizarre, but it sounded so bizarre. That's where I wondered about psychosis. He'd sort of talked a little bit about being in the presence of these people, and clearly he did feel he was maintaining that relationship by being in their presence in that temple, but he at times was talking about whether he can sort of get powers about things like even money through that. But again, as I pushed him, it was just this sick thing of wanting to be in the presence of these people, sustaining the relationship, and doing the setting of this thing he was calling the temple.
Okay, I'm almost finished. I just want to ask you one thing. Looking at the pictures, some of them very grotesque, but
No, you're not talking about you're talking about the pictures he took and the police pictures at the scene, or yes, much of that. I mean, it was awful.
the material that you read in the confession, the material that we were sending you as we learned things, the police documents we were sending you, and all of the other material we were sending you, tell us what you relied upon to render the opinion that you formulated on or about January the 10th in the written document you sent, and as you have testified here to in court today.
Well, I'm really trying to look at everything. I mean, clearly if we had a test that could answer it, we'd have done the test and everybody could have gone home. So we're trying to look at every bit of information and decide what to conclude. I wanted to look at the things he was saying. Was he, for example, saying things compatible with what I would expect to hear from somebody knowing what I know about this kind of disorder, about the paraphilia? So I was interested in that. I was interested in how what he said applied to the body of knowledge that I, as someone who's worked in this area, how that fit in. I was looking at his behavior and what we could learn about his behavior in terms of it either being consistent or inconsistent with what he had said. Perhaps the analogy, and I want to be careful because if there's concern I'm making too many, I don't want to do that, but I think it's apt, is that, I don't have to count the trees to know that I'm in a forest, and just because there's a little clearing in the forest and I don't see trees right there, if they're all around me, it's still the forest. It was really an issue like that here. It wouldn't have mattered, let's say, that we took away a couple of items. If it had been 14 bodies instead of 16 bodies or whatever, it wouldn't, certainly the case that some of what we see in Mr. Dahmer we can see in other people. But when you put it all together, there were so many trees, to use this metaphor, it was hard to conclude that this wasn't a very ill man, and hard to conclude, at least in terms of how I saw it, others can disagree, that this wasn't a man who'd reached a point where he was just clearly out of control by the time this thing was finally stopped.
Did you ever do any studies on necrophilia or read any studies that were accepted as having a pretty good database for necrophilias?
Yes, well, I'd mentioned, first of all, that I'd seen some people in the past who qualified for that diagnosis. I'd actually seen a teaching film and been involved in a seminar with Dr. Philip Resnick where that was a discussion a number of years back. I reviewed a number of papers. One was one by Dr. Resnick and another fellow, I've forgotten who. Resnick was the second author, which reviewed, an attempted to review at least, the entire world literature on necrophilia. I think they were able to come up with 122 cases. Some were published and some weren't. I've forgotten the breakdown. So I did review the literature and also try to draw a little bit out of some of my own experiences and also out of the factors that are common in necrophilia. There's many things that are different, but some of the ones that are common to other disorders that I've seen.
Not all necrophilia is murder, do they?
No, sir. They divided it, particularly in this article that we're talking about. There are some people where simply getting access to a corpse that's already dead is an aspect of their necrophilia. Now, again, if the theme is, as I've described it here, to begin the relationship in life, have this zombie-like or transition state, and then continuing into death, just going and getting the bodies is not really the enactment of the fantasies. But there have been necrophiles that have gotten bodies out of funeral homes. There have been necrophiles that have obtained bodies in other ways.
Do you have any idea how many necrophilias there have been who have been homicidal necrophilias?
It was in the article, and I've forgotten if the number's important. I can check, but it's clear that there's a series that was discussed in that article. I could guess, but I shouldn't. I've forgotten the exact number.
You could, however, look at the data to see whether or not you could refresh your recollection.
Yeah, if it's important and you want me to look at the paper, I can do that.
There are not many, are there?
No, I mean, thank God there aren't many. No, it's rare.
I just want to ask my associates if I please. Getting no response, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. McCann, cross-examination.
Should be interesting. McCann gets in there. He already doesn't like him.
Doctor, just so the jury understands, nobody
Not that he doesn't like him, he just doesn't like the angles, I guess, that he's trying to push, you know, against, again, this is an insanity trial.
died in that thirst study at Johns Hopkins, did they?
I'm sure the jury understands.
Pardon?
That. I'm sure, sir, that the jury understands.
We're talking about death, and you cited that study, and what it really showed is that people will drink a little more than the doctor says, as long as we all do a little bit more than the doctor tells us to, and that's what they were doing. Taking a little more water, testing the limits, just like a diabetic once in a while have an ice cream cone. That happens, doesn't it? That's what that study showed, didn't it?
Well, the point I was trying to
I'm
make
just
is
asking.
that,
You can answer yes or no.
I will answer the
This is a
question, Your Honor.
skilled verbose who's going to be doing this all the time, trying to add to the response.
Told you. He's
If it
getting in
please the
there.
court, he either starts answering questions or not.
I disagree, Your Honor. That's not the rules in this state on how to cross-examination.
No, this is going to
Doctor has the
answer.
right to be responsive. If he doesn't think he is, he can move that it be stricken.
No, this man we know is extremely verbose. We've all seen the flow of words.
No. The doctor will answer the question. And if it's a question that's posed that in a way that it can be answered yes or no, that's the way he will answer it. There may
Doctor-
very well be explanations. And under the rules, Mr. Boyle will have a chance for redirect, and certainly he may ask him the necessary questions in order to get the explanations.
Doctor, did anybody die in the study at Johns Hopkins?
no, sir, not to the best of my knowledge.
Doctor, there's a difference between a person who has a hunger and a desire to eat, and they satisfy that desire to eat, and another person who has a desire for a dead body and kills to get that dead body. There is a big difference, isn't there?
There are both differences and there are also some similarities.
There's a tremendous intervening prohibition, however, between taking life, and to compare the two, I might break down and eat a chocolate-covered donut and feel badly about it, but breaking down and killing someone is entirely different, is it not?
I hope it made it clear I was not trying to trivialize. I was trying to make a point.
Doctor, let's talk about your initial examination. When you were hired by Mr. Boyle to come out to become involved in this study,
Yes, sir. Well, I'm not sure what you mean by this study. I was asked to come and render an opinion with respect to these issues.
did you tell him at that time that you had never before testified on the determination of responsibility in a murder case?
I don't think he asked me, and I certainly don't recall stating that.
And you got the materials, you studied some of the materials, is that correct?
Well, I hope I've studied all of the materials.
Then there came a time that you came to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that was November 12th?
Yes, as best I recall.
Then you came and visited with the defendant, is that correct?
Well, I don't like the word visited. I came and did an examination and an evaluation of the defendant.
How did you start the examination?
I started by speaking with him, getting history. I believe I started with the family history, talking about his mother and his father and his background. I think I went through some personal history, talking about his schooling and so on. Talked about various aspects that happened in a chronological time frame in his life. Talked ultimately about the various offenses, actually made use of an outline that I had, so I didn't have to ask him all the details about those, but it was generally in that kind of a
How long
fashion.
did you talk about the family history?
Gosh, I didn't time it. Family history, perhaps 15 minutes. I wouldn't want to say that I know that for sure. I think probably 15 minutes.
And you covered the family history from what, 0 to age 18?
Well, again, it's a matter of detail. I certainly satisfied myself that I had enough information to answer the questions I need to ask. I'm not writing a biography about him. I'm trying to get information that's pertinent to the issues at hand, and I was satisfied that I had enough information. Again, keep in mind that the time with him was minuscule, and I certainly knew I was going to get tons of information about aspects of this, so I was in no way sensing I needed to depend simply upon what he had to tell me.
And what did you then talk about after the family history?
Well, again, I think I said after family history, I went into personal history, sort of his development, things when he was younger, schooling, work history.
How long did that take?
Well, again, I don't recall. I saw him in the morning, broke for lunch, came back in the afternoon. I didn't know that it was important to time it, so if I had to remember, probably in the area of 5 hours, maybe 6, ballpark figure. It's very, I'm not trying to be evasive, but it's difficult for me to say, gee, I spent this amount of time on this particular aspect of the history.
The jail record book indicates that you spent a total of 4 hours and 45 minutes.
Okay, well, that's
November
close
12, 1991,
well, that's close
visiting
to 5 hours.
the defendant.
Yeah.
Would that be about accurate? The book indicates 4 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, and I think I said about 5 hours.
And you visited with him 1 hour and 10 minutes last night?
Again, approximately. I wasn't timing it. It was probably about that amount of time. Sounds
Well,
like you were timing it, so
Well,
I'll
yes,
take
I
your
was,
word-
Doctor.
Take your word on that.
While you were there for the 4 hours and 45 minutes in the county jail the first time, were the lawyers present at all talking as well?
They introduced me. They did bring in order to save me time, the sort of the summary of the actually 17 killings. He's only charged with 15 here. So they were there briefly, and but almost all of the time was spent with me one-to-one talking with him.
Doctor, if you spent even just 45 minutes talking about first the family history and then the defendant's individual history, that would mean that you have 4 hours left, and even if we said there were only 16 homicides, it would mean that you spoke less than 15 minutes per homicide with the defendant.
I did not spend a lot of time on each homicide. As I said a moment ago, it's sort of a metaphor. I didn't have to count the trees to know I was in a forest. I knew that I was going to get voluminous information about the homicides. I'd seen the confession ahead of time that went into great detail. I'd seen a very thorough investigation done by the police, and so had lots of information. I wasn't there as an investigator trying to get all the facts from Mr. Dahmer about the homicides. I was there trying to make decisions with respect to me being a psychiatrist.
And it's critically important to discuss his perception, is it not, of each of the homicides?
It's critically important that I have a feel for his perception of the homicides. If I've reached at some point a conclusion that someone, this is an addicting-like phenomenon, it's hard for me to imagine that the person's addicted at every moment except for the moments of the killings and then goes back to being addicted. So I wasn't just approaching it of deciding something with respect to each tree in the forest. I was trying to get a sense of the big picture.
Is this addictive a new word now? You're now saying he's addictive to killing? I don't recognize you saying that during your direct testimony.
He sometimes used that word. He sometimes used the word compulsion. The word I would probably use would have to do with drive or driven. I think there are a variety of words to, I think, describe or try to capture what the phenomenon is all about.
Well, let's say you spent then 15 minutes with the family history, half an hour with his personal history. That leaves you 4 hours. What did you talk about during those 4 hours?
We talked a lot about his state of mind. We talked about the kinds of feelings that he was experiencing at the times of the killings. We talked about the kinds of urges and fantasies that he has. Again, in 4 hours or so, you can go into a lot of detail about that sort of material. Those are the sorts of things we discussed.
What was his fantasy?
Well, again, he presents it in a variety of ways, so the fantasy is really something I put together by looking at the big picture. But essentially, they were fantasies that had a necrophilic theme, as I mentioned earlier.
Let me ask what he told you about the fantasy. What was his fantasy or fantasies?
Okay. He told me that he had overpowering urges to kill, to have sex with dead bodies. He described the business of the zombie-like state and how he had feelings of wanting to become involved in people when they were in that sort of a state. He talked about the approximations to the full fantasies that occurred when he'd gone to the bathhouses and how he was involved with people that he had given a drug to and related to them sexually while they were in this
That's
dreamlike.
nothing to do with the fantasy you're saying about visiting a bathhouse and so on. I've asked what his fantasy was.
The
Was his-
fantasy there is of having sex with a person who's in this drug-like state.
Did the fantasy include murdering people?
He tells me that as early, I think, as 14 and maybe 15, that there were fantasies that included murder. Yes, sir.
How?
gosh, I don't know that he talked about the early fantasies of how it was. I remember in
Were you too rushed to ask him?
Well, he didn't finish his answer, and I know he can do that.
Why don't you refer to your notes, and if you don't recollect about his early fantasies, what they were, why don't you refer to your notes and...
Your Honor, there's no showing that he has to refer to his notes. He can't tell him to refer to his notes. If the doctor can't answer it and has to refer to his notes, the doctor will volunteer that. He doesn't have to look at his notes. He just didn't finish his answer. That's what I was objecting to.
Well, you know, maybe we should let the doctor do the talking. Doctor, are you prepared to continue your answer?
Yeah, I'm glad to answer.
Okay,
It doesn't
go ahead.
matter to me whether I want
Go
the
ahead.
notes should be used or not. But if you want to repeat the question, I'm sorry, I'm distracted.
What was the early fantasy that he told you about?
He certainly told me that early on, and I had pressed him on this, that he had fantasies that included killing. I believe that he talked early on about sort of clubbing people, but I'm not absolutely sure. Again, I want to stress that the themes were really what I was interested in, the specific details of how he did the killing, and you can differ with me, but as far as I was concerned, weren't that critical.
Did you ask him how does the killing occur in the fantasy?
Again, I don't remember if I asked about each and every one, but we did talk about the fact that he had fantasies about people being asleep and killing them while they're asleep, and the way they would get asleep would be drugging them. We certainly talked a lot about that.
Right. Did you ask him how he was going to kill them while they were asleep?
I know how he did, and he described how he did, so I suppose the answer is yes.
No, I asked you, did you ask him how he was going to kill them in the fantasy?
I'm
You
not
said he
sure
had a
that-
fantasy
yeah.
early on, and I'm asking, did you ask him how he was going to kill within the fantasy?
I'm not sure that I did. I had the confession and was aware of how he had killed each of the victims, so I don't know for certain whether I asked him that or not.
But the fantasy has an important role in this type of thing, doesn't it?
It does, but I certainly didn't have any doubt that these fantasies were present.
But you didn't ask him how he was to kill within the fantasy.
I
is
did
that
not
correct?
go through each and every killing and say, tell me exactly what the fantasy was with respect to each and every killing. I certainly knew the themes, I certainly knew the behavior, and I knew that he was preoccupied because he told me that with these fantasies, that they were overwhelming, that he had tried to resist them, that he had finally given up trying to resist them.
But you never asked him, how do you kill within that fantasy? You never asked him that.
I'm not sure whether I asked him that or not.
Well, do you check your notes, or did you not bother to make a note on it?
I don't think it's critical.
Doctor, that's for the jury to decide, and me to put the question, sir.
Well, if you want, listen, you sound like you want me to look at my notes. If you want me to look at my notes, I'm glad to do that. I'm not sure if that's what you're
Yeah,
asking.
doctor, I've looked at your notes. I can't read them. Would you turn to your notes where that first fantasy and see if you asked him what that fantasy of killing was?
Well, I'm going to object to that unless the doctor needs to look at his notes to answer the question. If he doesn't have to look at his notes. Well, how can counsel force him to look at his notes?
Well, I don't think counsel can force him to look at his notes, but I think that he's indicated difficulty recalling, and it would seem to be that's a reasonable thing to do, to look at one's notes. Now, if he feels his notes won't help, we can just go on.
But I do not want to set the posture on this question that his notes then are going to be a subject matter. Unless he needs his notes to refresh his recollection, his notes cannot be pierced in this kind of an inquiry. And I submit that counsel can ask him what his best recollection is, and if he doesn't have an answer, he doesn't have to go into his notes.
I have his notes. I can't read them. They're not legible. Are your notes legible,
I know you
sir?
have my notes. I sent them to you, and I sent them when you asked, but they were notes simply taken from me. I didn't write every word he told me. There were things I would jot down as I went through. I sent you them because I made sure that I had touched base on each of these.
And you relied on that material to guide you in your discussion with
Yes, it was very confusing. Again, I've learned it in detail here, but here are these 17 cases, and this was an extremely helpful outline, and so I just kind of sat that down and began to talk with him.
That was prepared by counsel. Do you understand that?
Yes,
That outline?
counsel, absolutely, counsel gave that to me.
And that resulted from counsel interviewing the defendant. Is that correct?
With all due respect, I think, Mr. McCann, that was the confession. Before we took the confession, it's the first part of that.
The caption says follow-up number 1, does it not?
Yes, sir. The top of the page is follow-up number 1, and then it starts with the name of the first person that you'd mentioned.
Do you know who prepared that?
Well, I don't know which of the attorneys prepared it, but so I'm not the best person to answer all that. I certainly was aware of much of this information, even from the confession, and found this very helpful as a guideline to structure with respect to these victims as I...
Do you know if that was information that counsel took from the defendant directly? Do you know?
My belief is, to answer your question, that it was a combination of clarifications of information that counsel had in other ways, and then speaking with Mr. Dahmer and making certain that they had it in the most updated fashion. That was my belief regarding it.
In other words, they compiled the police review materials and then conducted additional interviews with the defendant. Is that correct?
That is my belief.
And then the defendant gave that information to counsel, and it was then given to you. Is that correct?
Yes, as a useful outline while I was
And
sitting.
you used that in conducting the interviews. Is that correct?
I used that as a structure that made it easier when I got to the part of the interview. And in fact, if you look at my notes, there's an original box here somewhere where I start going 1 through 12, and then I never fill it in because I was going to go through this myself. And when one of the attorneys handed me this, I was able to put this down, and this made it much easier for me.
Do you understand that counsel is constrained ethically to work zealously on behalf of the defendant? Do you know that?
Of course I know that.
That does not impugn honesty, but you know as a psychiatrist, if counsel is zealously constrained ethically to represent the defendant, inevitably in filtering through information, there is a good possibility of some distortion, is there not?
I trust that's on a regular academic question rather than on this case, because if it's on this case, I'm going to object to it because there's been no foundation that any of that took place. I don't care about the zealously going to work for your client, but if that's going to lead to distortions, reference to what I did or my associates did, I'm going to object to the form of the question.
It's going to be pointed out if the information passed through counsel, constrained ethically to zealously work for the defendant, then the jury has the right to know that the basis of that information
I
came.
don't have any problems with that, but he said it contains distortions.
That's not, I said
I don't think Mr. McCann was suggesting any impropriety on the part of the defense counsel.
Fine, I just think I got to make that clear.
I know as a psychiatrist I need to be very objective. I also looked at the information the police had. I looked at the information that had to do with quotes the other side. So, I put it into perspective. But again, to follow up on what Mr. Boyle said, I had absolutely no reason to believe that he was intentionally misleading me and providing me with this information.
So you did know that it was coming from counsel in some
Of course
fashion.
I knew. It was handed to me.
All right. Did you know that counsel is zealously constrained to represent the client?
Yes.
Inevitably, is it not so, doctor, that from your own background in psychology and psychiatry, that inevitably when the commitment is to argue and present to a jury that the man is not should not be held responsible, that inevitably there's a selection process that they will feed to you the information that supports such a finding?
Of course, that's why I read that suitcase full of material so that I wasn't simply coming to conclusions based only on this. It's why I was talking to Mr. Dahmer myself. It's why I made the point this was simply a convenient structure to guide me as I sat there and talked with him. If I was to come in here and say, I read what the attorney gave me and I've come to my conclusion, it'd be ridiculous. But that isn't what happened.
My point is, doctor, with a 17-count homicide, 17 homicides, 15 counts, it is ridiculous to think you can do it in 4 hours and 45 minutes. Would you agree with that?
Well, no, I don't tell you how to do your job, and I don't think you should tell me how to do mine. I'm very conscientious. This is a very serious matter. I have spent hour after hour. I'd made it clear to the attorney if new information came up, I would change my mind. I wasn't here as a hired gun. I resent that. I spent a lot of time and was very thorough, and the notion that because I used as a guide one little bit of information to help me in asking questions that somehow I didn't do my job
intense,
right.
guys.
No, I don't agree with that.
Doctor, you spent far less time than any other of the experts involved, didn't you? Far less time in terms of interviewing
Perhaps,
this.
and I don't mean to be smart, but you're getting me a bit mad. Perhaps I'm a little bit more efficient. It's not the amount of time you spend, it's the quality of time. It wasn't just the...
This motherfucker's efficient, and we can tell since he's been up here that he's smart as hell. Let's calm down, McCann. Man, he's attacking this man.
Mr. Dahmer, I wanted to...
You know, he's on the other side, right? I guess he prefers him to be in a hospital Referred to the jail.
Activity. I spent hours reading the police reports, the investigations, people who talked to his neighbors, people that talked to accusations that were made about killings in other states. I did everything within my power to make certain I wasn't getting a biased view of this case.
And the best way to do that is to talk to the defendant himself, not what the police wrote, not what counsel wrote, not what neighbors said, but to talk to the defendant himself.
And if I'd have
Is it
told
not?
you I spent 6 more hours with the defendant and hadn't done all this, you'd have said, Doctor, you are very naive. You think you can get the answer from talking to him? He's biased. You should have been looking at all that other information to make sure you're objective and fair and balanced.
Doctors,
And I'm sorry for yelling. You're attacking my professional and personal credibility and my integrity.
No, doctor, you're inexperienced. That's what I'm pointing out. The attempt to point out your inexperience. You've never been involved in a murder case, much less a serial murder
Perhaps you
case.
should call the
with
people in the
responsibility.
American Psychiatric Association, ask them why an inexperienced person like me is a colleague with your expert witness on that particular committee.
That's a paraphilia committee, is it not, Doctor?
I'm not an expert on the spectrum of law. I'm not an expert on the spectrum of homicide. I believe this man has a mental disorder that predisposes him to act in this way, and I think I'm very much an expert, and I say it with pride. I'm sorry you're getting me angry, but I'm very much an expert on the issues that are relevant here.
Doctor, you've had no experience, have you not, in handling the determination of responsibility in a first-degree murder case?
I haven't testified about that in a case. You're absolutely right.
Doctor. And you are not a forensic psychiatrist, are you, Doctor?
I have no interest in trying to become an expert in the whole spectrum of issues, making wills and ability to decide whether or not the doctor should turn off the respirator and so on, that often is involved in forensic psychiatry. I don't come in here as an expert that knows how to talk in court. I believe I know a lot about the paraphilias. I think that's relevant to the decisions that need to be made here. I have tried my best to communicate as clearly and as effectively as possible so that the people that have to make an important decision will be as well informed as they can be. It's clear you don't like the way I'm doing it, but I'm doing my best to do that, and I'm proud of that.
Doctor, in terms of necrophilia itself, the concept of necrophilia, that means affection for a dead body, does it not?
It's more than affection. It includes all.
Everybody's over here. Fuck! This is getting heated, y'all.
Of the things we've been talking about. Here's a man that's having gentle sex with a dead body, that's talking to the head that's been severed, that's seeing himself as continuing on in an intimate relationship by eating somebody.
All right, Doctor, did he tell you that he talked to the head? Did he tell you that?
No, he didn't tell me that. I know that because that was in other information that I've read since then.
All right. Why didn't you ask him, Doctor? If that seemed so important that you'd cite it now to the jury, if it seems significant, talking to a severed head seems somewhat significant, you didn't bother to ask him about that, Doctor, did you?
I did not need, in order to make a decision about whether he had a mental disease, which is what I needed to do, to make a decision about whether or not he was sufficiently enough impaired by that mental disease that he lacked substantial capacity to say to him, Mr. Dahmer, did you ever talk to one of the heads?
Doctor, you've written a number of articles about paraphilias, and in those articles you have said in a number of articles that the only paraphilias where violence is found, basically, is in sadism and masochistic type of paraphilias. You've said that in print, haven't you, Doctor?
If you show me that, I'll tell you that I've spoken in a way that I shouldn't have, but I don't believe I've said that.
That's generally where it's found, is it not?
Again, I know what you're quoting. There are a number of paraphilias that can predispose people to violence. I mentioned masochism, where the violence can be directed towards the person themselves. Certainly in sadism, there's a condition called paraphilic coercive disorder that can predispose people to rape. Pedophilia, I don't want to call it physical violence, but there can be real trauma of a psychological nature to a child. I've commented.
It really trips me out the way he just like goes back and just starts reading all this shit. It's just stored in his fucking brain like a library.
In numerous writings, certainly necrophilia, you'd have to be a fool to argue that that isn't something that can predispose to the most
Need a verses in the middle here of those two gentlemen.
awful and violent of acts. So I can't imagine that you would suggest that I felt that the only violence that you'd ever see would be in sadism. If you have, by the way, you asked me to show you my notes, show me where I said that.
Necrophilia itself relates to the body, does not embrace the concept of killing, does it? There are necrophiliacs that have never been involved in killing.
I probably have it here since I don't need to show you things. It's right in here, it's in there. Anyway, it's the article by Dr. Resnick that was discussed earlier. I know Dr. Resnick. As I said, I addressed the topic of necrophilia in a conversation with him. If you need, I'll find it in there. But it specifically says that one of the types of necrophilia is homicidal necrophilia, and it lists the number of cases in the world that fall into that category. That's one of the identified types of necrophilia that's published about in the literature, not by me, but by other people. I just know about it because I try to keep up with what's going on.
Necrophilia itself, not homicidal necrophilia. I'm talking about necrophilia, not homicidal necrophilia. Necrophilia itself involves this urge towards the dead body. Is that correct?
I think I've answered. Necrophilia involves many things. One aspect of one of the things one expects to see in necrophilia is a description from the individual so afflicted that it's usually he, it could be she, but usually he is having intense, recurrent, erotic fantasies and urges, and then the theme of those urges and fantasies should be of a necrophilic nature. It's not that every single person that's ever been written about as a necrophile is a rubber stamp of exactly the same content, but the theme, the idea that it's going to be about necrophilia is going to be there, just as without exhibitionism or pedophilia, it's not exactly the same fantasy, but what they share in common in each of those conditions, in pedophilia, it's about kids, different kinds of kids, when they're relating to kids, it's about kids, and exhibition is about exposing, and that's why I tried to make the point.
Is that static in the video? Let me make sure it's not on my side.
That my expertise in the other areas is applicable here. It's rare to see necrophilia, and I can learn some things from the other areas that I have some expertise in that I think are applicable. Anyway,
many necrophiles have nothing to do with killing. Isn't that true?
One of the things in the article I just mentioned, this is, I think,
if it please the court, may the witness be directed to answer. It's a yes or no answer.
Yes. I'm sorry. Please ask the question again.
Many necrophiles have nothing to do with killing.
There is a subdivision of...
Judge, that's a yes or no answer. He knows it.
Yes or no?
He knows it's a yes or no.
Answer the question, sir.
The answer is that yes, there are some necrophiles, people who are diagnosed as necrophiles, where killing is not an issue, as I explained earlier.
Persons that work in mortuaries sometimes become involved in necrophilic activity. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
People that work in morgues sometimes become involved in necrophilic activity. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
There's persons that have had reported of persons having necrophilic contact even with their wife after death. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Now, in terms of the law itself, just so the jury understands as we...
Where else are you going to come but Murder Church to hear, about 12:50 p.m. Eastern time anyways, about, some necrophilia with someone's loved, spouse that has passed away. None other than Publicly Buzzed. Live streaming. I don't know if that's a good thing. Murder Church, folks.
Drawn.
Right into the cloud. God, I'm afraid of what they're going to show.
Subsection 1 is the basic definition in terms of the insanity responsibility law. Just so the jury fully understands, the person is not responsible for criminal conduct.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Mental responsibility of defendant, sub 1. A person is not responsible for criminal conduct if at the time of such conduct, as a result of mental disease or defect, he lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law. In your testimony, you had that in mind, that test, did you not? Just so the jury clearly understands, in your testimony, you have made it very clear that this defendant, throughout these matters, appreciated
rightfulness and wrongfulness of his conduct. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I looked at that. Yes. Yes.
So as far as you're saying to the jury, you are in no way saying that he lacked substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you would say your suggestion would be it's on the second so-called prong. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Of the law.
Yes, sir.
You're a member of the American Psychiatric Association.
Yes, sir.
And there's been discussion at the American Psychiatric Association about, that's the so-called ALI test for law, isn't it, sir? For insanity. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
There's been discussion at the American Psychiatric Association about that second prong, is there not?
I don't have firsthand knowledge, but the insanity defense is very controversial, so I can't imagine there hasn't been discussion.
I'm not interested particularly in what their position is, except a stated reason that appears in this exhibit. Let me read it for you for members of the jury. It's from the American Psychiatric Association. Many psychiatrists, however, believe that psychiatric information relevant to determining whether a defendant understood the nature of his act and whether he appreciated its wrongfulness is more reliable and has a stronger scientific basis than, for example, does psychiatric information relevant to whether a defendant was able to control his behavior.
Before the doctor answers that, I move that until there is such a foundation as to who it is that's making that conclusion and offering that information be made known to Dr. Berlin and to the rest of us, because otherwise it's really immaterial and irrelevant as to what somebody says in a document that we haven't been told about it.
What a perfect name for this man, Boyle. He's so bullheaded.
Who the author is. All I care about is know who the author of those words are. Then I know.
McCann hiking up them pants. He's like, listen, motherfuckers.
I'll withdraw my objection.
We will submit that, if it pleases the court, tomorrow morning. In terms of the American Psychiatric Association, are you familiar with that statement, Dr. Dahl?
No, sir.
Do you agree that there is a stronger scientific basis for assessing whether or not the person can appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct, that there's a stronger scientific basis for that than there is a scientific basis to say that he can't control his conduct?
No, sir, and I can add more, but if you want to just have yes or no answers, the answer is no, sir.
Do you disagree with that?
Yes, sir.
With that?
Now Berlin's standing. At any second, this could come to blows.
Would you explain to the jury what a differential diagnosis was? You mentioned that a couple of times when you were testifying directly.
I think I did. I'm happy to repeat it. It's a term that applies in medicine in general, to try to consider the various diagnostic possibilities that might be relevant in the coming to determination of which, if any, is applicable in a particular situation.
And in this particular, do you recognize where that comes from in the DSM-3R, that particular quote?
If you meant to read it, because I wasn't
Sure.
Get this man a microphone. Get Berlin a microphone.
Do you recognize where that comes from?
I believe it's in the section that is describing aspects of paraphilias, and I would agree, by the way, there's also a disclaimer in the front of the book indicating that we shouldn't inevitably conclude in every instance that it's a compulsion or that the person is driven. And I hope I've made that point throughout, but I'm not saying, and I agree, that it has to be decided on an individual basis each time.
Right. In terms of what, because you use the word compulsion a number of times, what this particular portion of the DSM-3R addresses the use of that word, does it not?
Well, I'm going to object to it unless it's in the DSM-3R, let it be received in the evidence. Let's see where the page is and what part of the DSM. That's a big book. What part it's in, so that the doctor may have that as
big
answer to his question, not just taking a definition out and saying, what do you think of that?
Would you look at page 246 of what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 27?
particular part here you want to address?
Yeah, to the left side right here.
Okay, well, this is,
At the moment, I don't think we're using the overhead. Let the witness return to the witness stand, and he can, in the comfort of the witness chair, examine the book.
okay, well, this is, I guess the question is this coming from here? And the answer is yes.
Yes, it is. And it comes from the obsessive compulsive area. Is that correct? Of a different disorder. It's not the paraphilia disorder, is it?
Order here.
Absolutely. That's why I've tried to get the others in so much.
Gavel on. Need a gavel on the murder church.
Comparisons that can sometimes be.
And what this, may I quote it in the event the jury can't read it? Differential diagnosis. Some activities such as eating, e.g. eating disorders, sexual behavior, e.g. for example paraphilias, gambling, e.g. pathological gambling, or drinking, e.g. alcohol, example alcohol dependence or abuse, when engaged in excessively may be referred to as, quote, compulsive, close quote. However, the activities are not true compulsions because the person derives pleasure from the particular activity and may wish to resist it only because of its secondary deleterious consequences. Is that correct?
Yes, as you know earlier, I disagreed with this observation, but it is certainly correct that that's what is said in here.
And that's the official statement of the American Psychiatric Association about the nomenclature and the utilization of words and definition of various mental disorders.
Absolutely, I completely agree with that. We have to be very careful with words such as compulsion and to look carefully in each instance as to whether they're applicable.
And what they are saying within the terms of the DSM-3R is that the word compulsion really relates to something that an individual would rather not do rather than something that they desire to do.
They're saying that people do use the word compulsion to talk about the paraphilias, that they want people to be very careful because there are other ways of looking at it, and we have to be certain that we are being careful. That's how I would see this.
A particular compulsion, not uncommon, someone, at least occasionally, certainly a psychiatrist sees it, is the obsessive person who has to wash their hands. They feel compelled to wash their hands. Is that correct?
That would be a good example of one type of psychiatric illness in which there is a compulsion present.
And that person doesn't enjoy washing their hands, do they? They're not doing it because they derive pleasure from it.
They receive a great deal of pleasure, tension reduction. I worked in the Maudsley when I was in England with those folks. They certainly describe an incredible relief, and pleasure, I think, is not an inaccurate term in doing that, and that great distress if someone interferes and prevents them from doing that.
The issue is relief they get. They don't enjoy washing their hands, do they? The 5th or 50th time that day.
You know, we're maybe splitting hairs. If I'm really feeling greatly relieved and you're going to tell me that's not pleasurable, I'll give it, okay, it's relief, it's not pleasure.
This defendant, Mr. Dahmer, pursued and drugged people to get pleasure, didn't he?
He certainly, and I'm just repeating what I said earlier, the answer is yes, because I don't want to seem to be evading, but as I said earlier, the fact that he was getting pleasure and excitement out of it isn't proof that he could have controlled it.
It isn't proof that he couldn't either.
No, absolutely. There's no one thing here that's going to prove or disprove it. That's why I said it's important to look at the big picture.
One of the reasons the American Psychiatric Association says that there isn't a real scientific way to prove the second prong is because you can't
Now, hold on a second. I'm going to object to standing here at my table pointing over the shoulder here. Objection to that.
Okay.
I don't know if the court can see it. but
Mr. McCann, take position.
We're done with the, I'm Phil, forced into the corner with this, but we can take it back. We're
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, referee. He's coming in. Shit. Damn.
Let me just outline what the rules are, and that is that we examine witnesses either from the counsel table or from a podium.
Damn projector. Get the damn
Obviously,
projector.
there are times when we have to soften that rule a little bit. I think that's one of them when we're using an overhead. When we're using exhibits, that's certainly the case. Let's go ahead.
Jeffrey Dahmer took pleasure, did he not, in the men that he visited at the bathhouses?
He certainly experienced sexual pleasure when he was behaving in a sexual way with them, yes.
There is no doubt, is there, that he preferred live men for those sexual pleasures?
I'm sorry, but I'm not sure I understand your question. If you're asking me whether Jeffrey Dahmer in general is much more aroused and excited and gets more sexual pleasure from dead men than from live men, I think it's much more the live men. He's indicated that he often couldn't achieve orgasm, rarely could achieve orgasm when he was with a live man. He was always achieving orgasm with a dead man, with, again, I apologize to people, with parts of dead men. So his arousal, from everything that I can see, is much heightened when he's with a dead person as opposed to a live person.
Did he state, however, that he preferred the person alive or dead?
Well, he said at times things like, I wanted to keep them longer, I wanted to keep them, and again, when he was talking about the alive, it was often in this zombie-like, trance-like state. But when it came to looking objectively at when was it he was able to reach the point of climaxing, which is not just dependent upon what he says, it's clear that he would climax with the dead bodies and rarely be able to do that with the live bodies.
Let me put the question again, Doctor. I asked you, did he say, not what you inferred and so on, did he say that he preferred them alive?
At times he said that, but he contradicted himself on that.
All right, tell us what he said when he was saying it. What words was he saying it when he was affirming that he wanted them alive? What words did he use?
Oh gosh, I don't know if I remember the exact words, but there were times, for example, when he said, I didn't want them to leave and I only killed them to keep them, to have them stay longer. And I mentioned in the earlier questioning that I don't buy that for a moment. That's an example, though, he's saying, I really wanted them to stay, and was kind of suggesting that he wanted them to be alive, and he was only killing them because they were going to get out of there.
What words did he say when he said, you said sometimes he said he preferred them alive, and then you said, and sometimes he said he preferred them dead.
Perhaps then I should backtrack, because I'm not sure that I heard him say he preferred them alive. I kind of just went with your saying that, so I apologize. I don't remember hearing him say, I prefer them alive, but I'm sure he did, or you wouldn't have asked me the question.
Doctor, did you ask him, do you prefer them alive or do you prefer them dead? This is a necrophilia case, you say. Sir, surely you must have asked him, Mr. Dahmer, do you prefer the body alive or do you prefer the body dead?
I asked him what were the most powerful fantasies for him, what were the most powerful stimuli for him. I spoke more in those terms. In fact, the word, if I can please finish.
Well, you didn't ask him.
May I please finish the answer?
Will you please respond to the question?
I did not use the word preference because DSM-3R purposely took the word preference out of the definition of the paraphilias, because in the earlier versions, and you can pull it out and read it, mistakenly they used the word preference as though you could choose and you preferred this over that. It was recognized that that was a real distortion and that the word preference ought not to be used, and so I talked to him in terms of what was most arousing, what was most of eternal, and so on.
So you never asked him? You never asked him, Mr. Dahmer, do you prefer these bodies alive? Or do you wish them alive? Or do you get more pleasure out? Did you say anything about do you wish them to stay alive? Because he told you he was drugging them, could have killed them when they came in the house. Do you know he tested with chloroform to keep them alive? You know he claims he drilled to keep them alive. My question is, did you ask him? Mr. Dahmer, do you prefer sex with an unconscious live body, or do you prefer it with a dead body?
The answer is no. I did not use those words to ask him that question.
He did use drugs, did he not, in the bathhouses?
He used a particular drug, and I'm not going to name the name, but yes, he did drug people in bathhouses.
And he got sexual satisfaction from what followed after that, did he not?
Yes, sir.
Climaxed often, masturbated, would rub and masturbate and so on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did he know that was wrong to drug a man in a bathhouse?
Yes, sir.
In terms of do you know that he was asked to leave the bathhouses? Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that, sir.
Because he was using drugs, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Well, because he was giving drugs to other people to put them asleep.
And they didn't know they were getting drugs.
In the Netflix show, they made that, get the fuck out of here. I keep finding dead boys in here. What the hell?
His concept that it was wrongful to do that, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
And then he started taking people to hotels. Did he do that, do you know?
Yes, sir.
How many, do you know?
I think he took about somewhere between 4 and 6. I don't remember. It was 4 or 5 or 6 people to various hotels, drugged them, and did not kill them before the incident in the Ambassador, where he ended up waking up and one of them was dead.
And what was that incident? Do you recall?
At the Ambassador?
Yes.
Yes, sir. It was the first killing in Milwaukee. He had, again, brought a person up there, as we just pointed out, he had been doing before. He'd been drinking heavily. He drugged that person. He insisted he hadn't gone there intending to kill them, and again, hadn't killed several that he'd been bringing to hotels. Says that he woke up dead. He found the man's body crushed. There were bruises on himself. He obviously knew he hadn't, that it had to be him, but he insisted he doesn't remember it. And then he had to, because he needed to get the body out, had to go out and leave the body and get something to put it in and so on. That's the general theme of what happened at the Ambassador. That was Mr. Hicks.
Did you then ask him, did you prefer Mr. Hicks when he was alive as to when he was dead?
No, sir.
Strike that. Mr. Twomey?
I'm sorry, excuse me. It was Mr. Tomey. Mr. Hicks was in Ohio. No, sir, I didn't ask him.
Did you ask him with respect to this whole venture, all these 15 homicides that followed, that at any point did he prefer the person while they were alive or prefer them while they were dead?
I did not use the word prefer at any time in asking the questions.
Did you ask him to express his wishes in that regard?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, what did you ask him to express his desires? You don't seem to want to fence around the word prefer. Did you ask him what his desires were? Did he desire them more alive or desire them more dead?
I was satisfied that I had a good appreciation of what was the real turn-on for him.
What was the real what?
Turn-on. I'm speaking in the vernacular. What was the most sexually arousing type of relationship for him, if that's clearer?
So you felt that you divined it from that?
Divine it. And I don't mean to be rude. I'm sorry to kind of lose my temper with you, but you know,
the mystery is why you didn't ask him.
I didn't use those words, and you tell me to answer yes or no. You don't want me to explain anything about what I did, and then you know, if you don't guess the words I used, then I'm going to have to keep saying I didn't answer it that way. I am not trying to be difficult. I almost feel I need to apologize. I've been in court a number of times, and I've never been arguing, but. You know, to say, how did you divine it? I mean, I don't mean to be nasty, but you're kind of insulting me with your questions.
Most people, and I'm not a psychiatrist, but most people would ask. It doesn't seem terribly complicated. Mr. Dahmer, do you prefer him alive or dead? They're looking right at
The reason we don't send most people in and an expert is the expert needs to know how to phrase it. And as I said before, we purposely took the word preferred out.
Berlin's doing a really good job of defending his stance, honestly.
Recognizing it wasn't appropriate.
Did you ask him that question directly or indirectly?
Indirectly, I tried to
ask it indirectly.
I thought I had told you that I talked with him about what was maximally exciting for him. I talked about the circumstances under which he would achieve climax. I talked to him about the themes that were arousing. I talked about his masturbation fantasies. I talked about how his behavior was or wasn't in relationship to those fantasies. I talked about could he have, quote, normal sex. I talked about describing what went on with the bodies. He talked about fondling the bodies, having gentle sex with the bodies. I asked him the difference between gentle sex and not gentle sex. I was getting a pretty good sense of whether, and again, I apologize to you, but he talked about masturbating in the mouth of the head of a dead body. I was pretty clear on what was turning this guy on in this sickness. I didn't have to say the words, gee, Mr. Dahmer, I don't mean this to be cynical, with this guy, what did you prefer?
So you inferred from what he said, but never asked him.
I didn't use those words. I weighed into the equation the words he was using, and then I looked at the big picture to see also what his behavior was telling me about what it was that was or wasn't eternal.
And it was from those inferences that you concluded that he preferred a dead body.
No. Those inferences were one piece of information that I used in conjunction with all of the other information to see, when I put it all together, what makes most sense. I've got all this information out there. I'm going to look at it with an open mind. What is most likely the case here? When I look at all this, is this most likely a guy that really is into having sex with live people? Did he spend most of his time going to gay bars? Did he spend most of his time picking up people who could have gone consenting? He's not a bad-looking guy. Did he try to persuade people not to leave, offer them money to stay so he could have sex with them alive? On and on and on. Or was the overwhelming theme and looking at everything in terms of what's going on is that the real preoccupation to drive what this guy was really wanting was to have sex with people who were dead. And when I look at all of that and say, what's most likely? You know, I don't have to get into a word, Mr. Dahmer, what did you prefer? Tell me. When I look at all that, I think it's very obvious what's likely. You can disagree with me. You can tell people why you think I'm full of baloney, but that's how I came to my conclusions.
You know, several of the other psychiatrists asked him the question, and he made it very clear in his responses to them that he preferred them alive.
There will be an opportunity for them to come in and people can decide what they think. I've told you how I've done it as best I can and why I've done it and the logic of my thinking.
What type of sex did he have with Joseph Bredehoft after Bredehoft died?
Oh, goodness. You will have to refresh me. I mean,
That's the last one, doctor. Take a look. The last deceased. Number 17 or number 15, depending on how you count. Tell the jury what type of sex he had with Bredehoft after Bredehoft died.
Well, again, there's an updated version of this, but let me, since I'm using, this is close. Okay.
Counsel to the police. Take your choice.
This is, I'm sorry, victim 17. Is that how it would be listed?
15 or 17. I'm not sure. It's Bredehoft.
Yeah, but it's 17.
17, Bredehoft.
See, there should be a section on sex after death. Let me just see if I can. Well, I'll answer what it says, and you don't want me to say more, so I won't, because I don't want to go against what you want. But what it says here is that, no, he wasn't as attractive. That's what it says.
Did you ask him that, doctor? You're relying on counsel for the answer, or is that your answer that you verified with him from asking him about sex after death with Bredehoft?
I doubt very much that by the time I got to the 17th victim, I felt it was terribly critical to know in this one particular instance exactly what he did or didn't do after death. By that point, I had, and it's just how I go about it, but I had a pretty good sense of what I was dealing with. And if he said he had or hadn't had sex with Mr. Bredehoft, given this big picture, it would have been a drop in an ocean and wouldn't have very much meant anything to me.
How many of them did he not have sex with after death?
My belief is he had sex with all of them based on everything I know about him, but there were some where he denied having done that, at least initially.
So when he told the police and he told counsel that he didn't have sex with them, you decided that he had sex.
I noticed that as continuing information evolved, remember I insisted I be kept updated, that he began, as he was pressed, to give more information. I know as a clinician that when I'm working with patients, you got to confront them because you're probably not going to all get it at the beginning. I had a high index of suspicion that the more time people would spend asking him questions, and I knew they'd spend the time and I'd get the information, the more likely we would hear somewhat more. So I wasn't surprised to hear some of the earlier ones. He said he hadn't had sex. He began to say that, and as I say, that one bit of information in terms of this big picture wouldn't have been very critical to me.
But you never took the time to push him like a clinician to get his answer, whether he had sex with Bredehoft or not, did you?
I did not push him on that.
The other people that he didn't have sex, you didn't take the time to ask him, did you have sex with
I
him?
went through, as I've said to you, this whole list with him. This was the last guy at that point that I'm going by memory here that I think I really needed to push him on that one. As I recall it, I don't think I tried to push him on that one.
What about Weinberger? You know who Weinberger is?
Well, again, I know who they all are, but not by number. And I apologize again. It's terrible to just have people who have been killed and have numbers. But if you want to ask me specifically and refresh my memory,
I used his name Weinberger. I didn't use him a number.
Well, he's one of he's one of the people near the end. He's one of the people, as I recall, where there have been two bodies there at once. But if you want to ask me a question, I can turn to that, and I'm glad to respond to the question.
Pardon?
I say, if you want to ask me a question about
He's getting flustered now. Yeah, that was the bad way to put it. And then the lawyer caught him there. That kind of sucked. But he really just got flustered and fumbled up there with his wording. It's too much of that gotcha shit, right? Like, let's just get down to this. I mean, we are getting down to it, but I mean, there's a lot of, as I've said in chat here by Viv, unnecessary. He's very hostile.
I'll be glad to try to answer.
Did he have sex with him after death?
Theatrics, right?
Well,
I like the theatrics. It draws you in, but I mean, at the same time, it continuously goes on like this. It can be, because I do, at the end of the day, like this guy. This guy's been so informative here today, right? Like, again, we're going to see more of this guy. There's still another probably 2 hours to start out next Sunday, the next week's Murder Church. So, but I do enjoy, again, Dr. Fred Berlin.
yeah, I made the point you want me to check, and I'll check.
They did get him, though.
Okay, he's victim number, I'm sorry, he's the person that's listed here under number 15. In the copy I have here, he says no.
No. He told the police and he told counsel he didn't have sex after death with Weinberger. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I said he had said that in some of these cases that he hadn't.
But you believe he did, Doctor, do you?
I have a high, it's not crucial to the issues here, but I have a high index of suspicion that there may have been a bit more activity after death with some of the cases than he's talked about.
Are you basing your opinion on some suspicions that you have a high index of suspicion that is contrary to what he has told the police and counsel? Are you premising your decision that although it says no on Weinberger and no on Bredehoff with respect to sex after death, you're deciding yes on those two and rendering an opinion?
I said I had a high index of suspicion. I didn't say yes. Based on my clinical experience, when it comes down to these very kind of intimate and potentially embarrassing details, usually as you press people and get to know them better, you get a bit more information. Now, as I said in the beginning, I said this, in terms of the big picture, in terms of the issues that need to be addressed here, I think the essence of what this was about is out there. I do believe, as a clinician, that if we push for some details of this sort, there may be a bit more we'd get if we continue to push. That's my index of suspicion.
So you're premising, just so the jury understands, you're premising your decision, what your opinion on some suspicions you have about what the answers would be if you had taken more time and talked.
No, sir. I just made it very clear that in terms of the issues before the court today, I didn't think this was terribly important one way or another. I said that very clearly.
Whether he had sex after death? You've just said you were so sure that he preferred
excuse me, but you're not letting me answer. The answer is once I see all of this that's gone on, I see the forest. If there were particular instances where maybe he did or didn't have sex, that one tree isn't there, it's still going to be a forest. So I have clearly come to the conclusion that this guy is necrophilia, that he is turned on sexually to a variety of very sick acts with dead bodies. If it turns out that I'm right and later he says he'd had a bit more, or if I'm wrong and he turns out he had a bit less, it isn't going to do anything to change the big issue of does he have the diagnosis, and I don't think it's going to be anything to change the issue of whether or not he lacks substantial capacity. Now, if we take it away, if we take all the trees away, it won't be a forest, but that's a long ways from saying that that's happening.
So there's 2 bodies that he didn't have sex with after death. Is that correct?
I think he may have said 3 or 4. Again, I'm going by memory. I didn't feel that was the critical issue in looking at that big picture.
Tell us, then you gave that no weight in considering whether you don't want to use the word prefer. I'm going to use it anyways. I'm a lawyer and a citizen. You gave that no weight in deciding whether he preferred sex before death or after death.
I considered, in light of all this, whether it was very important, and felt that in view of everything else that I knew, it wasn't terribly important in terms of these issues.
Just so the jury knows, they may be wondering, just so that we all know, have you decided in your mind that he had sex with Bredehoff, even though all the reports say no?
Obviously, I don't know for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if he later said there had been some sexual activity. That's my only point.
Have you decided whether or not he had sex with Weinberger?
Well, again, it's going to be the same. I don't know if he had. I just know out of my experience that he may reveal some more details of that sort, and it wouldn't come as a shock to me.
Is Weinberger one of the people that he alleged to have drilled? Do you know?
I'm not positive.
Do you want to check it?
It really has. Tangled Crochet. Great name also. J-Lord popping through. What's happening? Towards the end of the murder church service this week. Been another good one, guys. Very informative.
Unless I'm missing it, I don't see here that he was.
Oh yeah, that's what I like to hear. Make it a regular thing.
Well, again,
You're relying on no notes of your own. You're looking to count what counsel gave you? Is that
well,
what?
at this point, I thought that what I'd been. That's what I'm doing now. Yes.
Fine, go ahead. What do you find?
Well, I didn't see in the notes that I'm looking at now that.
Let me read it, Doctor, okay?
Okay, I'm not.
Method of death, follow-up for victim 15. Method of death. Number 15. It says follow-up for victim 15.
Follow up which number?
I think it must be number 2, I believe.
Because there's 3 follow-ups.
Yeah, what
Do you see
we
this
have,
portion? It says method of death, like 3 other previous victims, didn't want to kill. Do you agree with that, or do you think he did want to kill?
I'm sorry, I apologize, but I'm lost as to where you're
I've got
at,
it
so
listed
I'm
as
not
page
sure.
52, victim 15.
Well, we may not be looking at the same thing, which may be the basis for the confusion. I don't see any page number on here, so I'm not sure we're looking at the same thing.
It's victim 15, Jeremiah Weinberger.
Right, I see that. Mine says follow-up for victim 15.
All right,
but
does the
I don't-
second page, method of death, do you see method of death on the second page?
I don't see that.
Can I go up and take a look?
Yeah.
I know what Mr. McCann has is accurate, but I just want to make sure the doctor has the same thing. That's it. Okay.
Oh, okay, well, I see, I'm sorry, I do, and I see where it says method of death. I'm sorry, I don't, there isn't a page number, but it starts out like 3 other previous victims. Is that what we're reading?
Yes. Didn't want to kill. Let me ask, do you agree with that statement that he didn't want to kill, or do you think he did want to kill?
I believe he wanted to kill.
His statements, and he made statements to a number of psychiatrists and to police. He flatly said to police that he didn't want to kill them.
I believe he may have convinced himself at that time that he didn't, but I don't believe in looking at this big picture that if that person had just said, I'm staying, that person would have been safe. So, you know, one of my jobs as a psychiatrist is to look at it. At times, I'm going to say, gee, what he says is right, makes sense. But if in terms of the bigger picture, he tells me, gee, the only reason I killed this guy is going to leave, and he's been getting guys up there, and one after the other, whenever he gets them secluded, he kills them, you know, I'm going to be pretty skeptical.
I think what they're speaking to, he's speaking to particularly by drilling them, that he didn't want to kill them.
Oh,
You accept
okay.
that, or do you not?
I accept that he wanted to sustain people in this zombie-like state between life and death. Yes, I believe he was trying to do that.
Do you think he was doing that because he preferred them in that zombie-like state against preferring them dead?
Well, again, you're using the word prefer. I think that he was very excited by this theme of having someone in that state where, in a sense, I know it sounds awful, but it's sort of the body's there and the soul's there, but the mind isn't. That's the sense of how he seemed to be seeing these people. As I could
Let's refer to the medical term alive and dead. We'll use the Harvard criteria, okay?
Right.
All right. Brainstem dead. Now, does he prefer the zombie or the brainstem dead body?
I'm not sure what's more arousing for him in terms of that. He's certainly very aroused when they're dead and very aroused at the idea and fantasy that they're in the zombie state. They're both very, very powerful, powerfully arousing for him in my judgment.
And did he choose the opportunity to kill Mr. Weinberger? Do you know from the facts?
I'm not sure what you mean by choose the opportunity.
Well, after the drilling, what happened? Do you know the facts?
My recollection is that Mr. Weinberger died and that what he said was he was disappointed at the death.
Mr. Weinberger lived, at least according to Mr. Dahmer's statement, for over a day, didn't he?
Yes.
Mr. Dahmer went to work and came back?
That's correct, and was very disappointed to find him dead, and as I said, expressed remorse and well, was disappointed that he had passed away.
Well, there's some indication, at least to one of the psychiatrists, that he found him, when he returned the first day, found him still alive.
Yes, my recollection is that the first time he was still alive, he had hoped to be able to sustain him, and then had gone out, and then when he came back the second time, he was dead. And again, my recollection is that he stated that he was very disappointed. In fact, I think he used stronger terms than that, it hadn't worked. At other times, he was talking about how disappointed he was that this whole business of being able to create someone who would live in this state had not succeeded.
And he had, in terms of, he had actually attacked the frontal lobe. He knew where the brain center was it not?
Well, I mean, knows anatomy. The frontal lobe is not up here, and I don't think he knows anatomy the way perhaps a physician would. But he was, God, he was dumping fluid in the brain that was going all over the brain.
Right. And in terms of there's this concept of the sex slave is sometimes seen in the pornographic literature, is it not? A person that's a slave one way or another, either by persuasion or in some other fashion, restraint, some other fashion, becomes a sexual, in effect, on call sexually for another individual. Are you familiar with such figures in the literature?
There are such themes out there in what you're referring to as the pornographic literature.
You've indicated in our discussion in general, he has at least stated to the police that he did not enjoy the killing, that he did not take pleasure in killing. Am I accurate? And I don't want to mislead you. Would that be a fair summary of the police reports?
Yes, I think he's been consistent in saying that the actual killing and taking of the life was not something that was pleasant for him.
And do you, however, believe that it was something that was pleasant for him?
No, I don't believe that.
I thought you had said with respect to Mr. Weinberger that you had ventured something to that effect, that he took pleasure in the killing.
No, I said I thought that he got a great deal of excitement out of individuals, including Mr. Weinberger, both in the dead state as well as in that zombie-like state that we're talking about, but I don't believe I said anything beyond that.
And did you agree then that he did not enjoy the killing?
I've seen no evidence to suggest that he enjoyed the killing itself.
He spoke of inhibitions against the killing, didn't he?
There were places where he used those words, as I recall, yes.
Yeah, and those are his conscience, in effect, throwing up a barrier saying, don't do it. Am I right? What inhibitions are?
You're right that would be one way of looking at the term inhibition.
Right. And did you understand him that that's what he was talking about, that he had inhibitions? Conscience was saying, don't kill this man?
Not throughout. He, as I said, there were, after that killing where he woke up in the hotel, what he had told me is he kind of felt beaten by it, and the term he used was that he was then on automatic pallet, and it wasn't clear to me after that there was much in the way of inhibition or conscience. He just seemed to be going almost out of habit, in my judgment, at that point.
Well, there were long breaks in the habit, weren't there, Doctor?
Well, in any habit, you can see that, and the answer to your question is yes.
Yeah. And during those times, was he responsible when he was not killing people? Would you say that he was responsible during those times?
Well, there's no way of answering a question of whether he's responsible for an act that he didn't do at some time when he wasn't doing it.
Were the fantasies continuing, Doctor, about killing?
Absolutely.
Was he masturbating, thinking about it, Doctor?
It is my belief that he was, yes.
But he was controlling himself and not killing, wasn't he?
I believe that there were factors that were helping to keep him in control, and so I would quibble with you a little bit on that.
Yeah. What were the factors?
Well, for example, when he was in the military and there was a certain structure in place, one of the things we do in treatment is try to structure people's time. And again, I don't mean to trivialize here, but I did use examples purposely of things like eating. I wasn't trying to be snide, but if you won't let me leave this room, you're not going to know I've got a problem.
You're not leaving this room, sir. There's so much more left to
with,
go. You filled an entire episode of Murder Church, and you're going to fill it in Happen next week's
reading,
Murder
because
Church.
you're controlling me. It isn't a test of whether I can control myself. If I go out of the room and I have the problem and there's no external controls, that's the test. So there are times in his life where I think there were factors going on around him. I also mentioned before the killing in Milwaukee that I think he was really struggling as best he could at that time. So all those, I think, played into the equation. I didn't want to just oversimplified in answering your question.
I put a doctor from the time that he killed Mr. Hicks until the night in late November, that was in 1978,
Yes.
June probably of 1978, until November of 1987. You certainly aren't suggesting that he had no opportunity to kill if he had wished, are you?
No, nor was I asked to address any issues of criminal responsibility at a time when nothing criminal of this nature was happening. I've answered questions in terms of what I've been directed to do, the time span with respect to the charges that are here before the court.
But you ventured, sir, you ventured on direct that the Hicks slaying was under that also was under this fantasy. Is that correct?
It is correct, but I did not state an opinion that he was not criminally responsible for that first slaying. I did not render an opinion regarding the Toomey case, the Ambassador Hotel case here in Milwaukee.
This is going to go on for a while, Judge. I think it'd be the natural time. I think you have a 5 o'clock here with some other business. I do, sir.
We'll recess then until, as far as testimony is concerned.
We'll recess until next week, ladies and gentlemen. Murder Church will commence next Sunday, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out. Yeah, we went deep today. Again, special thanks to the now 81-year-old Dr. Fred Berlin for, I think, honestly, shedding a lot of light on the complexities of these traumas and these compulsions that haunt a lot of these individuals. Jeffrey Dahmer's case is specifically uniquely fucked up and weird. Yeah, we'll continue down this road next week in Insanity Trial, folks. Again, thank you all so much for hanging out. Again, Sundays, 9 a.m., week 4 in the books. Join me for the beginning of the second month of this. Can you believe that? Where does time go? Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Again, everyone that's come through hanging out, I really can't believe it. Everyone that's come through this last week, we were 1 week into dropping this merch. Thank you guys so much. That's unbelievable. Everyone that comes through here and has subscribed, has liked, has shared, and done all of that to get us to this point, you're unbelievable. Thank you all so much. I will see you Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern Time for something. Not sure yet what. Yeah, join the Discord. All the links are in the description. Follow me on Twitter. I'm already active on there. Follow the Facebook, follow the TikTok, trying to get all that stuff growing. And yeah, all the videos that I drop, go show that some love when you see that come through. Yeah, help those videos out as well. The one that I was posting earlier from the YNW Millie trial, as soon as that picks back up on Tuesday, I will be back on top of that. That one's super interesting for me. And yeah, we'll continue to grow this thing. Friday Night Feral Friday was fun as shit. We went deep into the Amityville horror story. After telling the story that you probably have heard and know, we then gave more of the real accounts of what happened and the fucked up story of the Amityville horror. But yeah, thank you all again. Murder Church in the books. Let me look through the chat, make sure I'm not missing anything. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it, guys. Absolutely. Absolutely. Church adjourned. I like that. That's a shirt right there, Bonnie. Damn. Church adjourned. Writing that down. Like that. You guys are amazing. Viv, thank you so much for coming through. All the help on Twitter. Everybody came through, did the retweets, did the shares. Again, the hearts, the likes, every bit of that helps this out so much. Let's get to the next level, guys. Thank y'all so much. Boom, Tuesday night. I'm really going to end this thing. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I've got to go and, yeah, do a little bit of hanging out. I think I'm going to go watch some Black Mirror. I haven't watched that yet. And, yeah, boom. Ladies and gentlemen, I love you so much.
See, we shoot them up bang bang over here. We not scared of they motherfucking ass.